So, you want to give your lore minute?
Well, Harley's a former psychiatrist who her first patient was the Joker, and he convinced her to join evil, and she lost her mind, and now she,
She's the bubbly girl that we love.
Sure.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Alright, so we'll go over here to Metropolis.
Fighters approaching.
Alright, so
Metropolis.
first we're going to start off with showing some of the stuff that's new with Harley.
Yes, sure. Her core base gameplay is very similar. If you liked how she played in Part 1, a lot of that'll carry over. She's still kind of an annoying gnat of a keep-away character, a hit-and-run character. Her guns are very, very good. She still has her tantrum stance.
Shouldn't have done that. Move it right along.
He's been missing the back three, so he's practicing a lot more than he should be.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, really quick, before we get into some of this, let's kind of talk about just the general kind of design philosophy with some of our returning characters. And that is that we want the players who played Harley to be able to get the controller in their hands and have a good idea what the game plan is.
Right.
But we've added some stuff to kind of change up how that works.
Yes, she has one of her new combos.
That's not it.
It's from that though, and that leads to an overhead. And then if it fully hits, you get the full animation there. And that's a really good combo ender. Like you can do it at the end after a back three. Or you can use it as a mix-up instead of going for the low.
And then, of course, all the returning characters also have new throws as well.
Yep.
And then, also from her tantrum stance.
She has a new option for Tantrum, where she slides across some dynamite.
Right. And you can actually, you don't need to necessarily be right on or next to your opponent to do it. Oops, that's a great example. Whoop!
Yes.
So it's got a little bit of distance on it too, which is nice. So it's like a lay-down projectile, in addition to her cartwheel and her blazing guns. Right?
Now, what I really like about Harley too, can you show the baseball bat again?
Yes.
Our animation team, and the character team did a great job of kind of showing the fun of Harley.
I love the little personality moment at the end where she throws the bat away.
And she has hundreds of bats.
Yes.
Hundreds of bats. What else?
Well, she pulls them from the Phantom Zone.
That's
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
No, cards,
Canon.
they have like a fifth pocket. Yeah,
Gotcha.
you just
Yes.
don't know it's there.
And most of her moves come back. She still has the cupcake bombs. She still has the air gunshot, the straight gunshot.
You mentioned something earlier about the gunshots. That's
Yes.
A fun little injustice tidbit.
Well, normally when you do a special move, you cannot immediately go into another special move, but Harley actually can. So you can see she can do the anti-air gunshot and then immediately input a straight gunshot, and the recovery of the air gunshot will end, and she'll go straight to the gunshot. So that allows her gunshots to come out faster than normally.
And you know, people, a lot of people get kind of scared when they see a character that maybe uses zoning a lot.
Yes.
But the thing about her, like you said, it's an annoyance. It's like you have to be patient. Because
Right.
the gunshots don't do a ton of damage.
Yeah, the point of the gunshots is not to do a lot of damage. The point of the gunshots is to irritate the opponent and to keep them out. So then they're going to start making mistakes. They're going to start jumping or dashing.
Right.
And then she can go in.
Gotcha.
And then, of course, another big thing that's new with her is her character power.
Yes.
Which now, she has Bud and Lou.
It's been completely redone. It's no longer the random little buff she used to get.
Right.
So the cool thing about Bud and Lou is you can choose whether you want to hold the bone down as long as you want, and then you can choose to have Bud come out or Bud and Lou together. If you just hold it briefly, just Bud will come out. And if you hold it down the max amount of time, Bud and Lou come out. And then this is good because she's freed up right after she throws it. As soon as she's done with a little animation, she can move around. So she can summon Bud and Lou and then immediately go into her gunshots. Like, let go. And then, yeah, while they're running full screen, she can jump in, or use her guns, or do a meter burn back three. And so the opponent has to deal with the dogs, and they have to deal with her moves. And then they have a second option if you hold up, where they'll actually do a jumping overhead attack. Awesome. And the same rule applies. You can do Bud or Bud and Lou together. You can do a double.
Now, I'm going to ask the stream chat. We are a few seconds behind them. First person from stream chat who can tell me where the names Bud and Lou come from, what classic comedy team, we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you guys keep talking, I'll watch.
So kind of the metagame with Bud and Lou is whether you want to use one or two, because they have two separate cooldown meters you can see. They're actually two separate moves. So if you use Bud, you'll still have Lou available.
Half-phased ninja.
Got it right. You got it right.
He said Costello. It's Abbott and Costello, but we'll count it. And also, they're hyenas.
They're hyenas, not dogs. That's correct.
Yep.
I apologize.
Why would you say they were?
I apologize to the hyena community.
Well, all right. So, for the most part, that's the main changes for Harley.
Well,
yes,
new super.
Oh, and a new super.
Yes,
Right.
of course. Which actually has a really cool startup. It's one of my favorites in the game. She slides under you, and then the bomb drops. And the bomb comes out even if the slide misses.
Right. And we get to see Bud and Lou again, which is great.
That's a low block.
Yes.
All right.
So, like, if you do it from far away, you can see she'll slide, and then ooh, you have to do that sound when it is.
Absolutely.
You do that, yeah.
I would do that every chance I got.
And then, yeah.
Just a series of boops.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into some of the new stuff that she has as well.
Right. Well, first of all, let's talk. Oh. We didn't put that. We will do that. We didn't put it into our loadouts we chose, but you talked about her character power from last game.
Yes.
Those moves have been incorporated into her special moves she gets down.
Her abilities.
Her ability moves that you can get for your gear moves.
So if there was some you particularly liked, a lot of Harley players liked the Dynamite one.
Right.
They'll be available as abilities.
Mm-hmm.
And as you'll notice in practice, you can change your loadouts on the fly, which is nice. Not having to go back to player select.
Awesome.
We got a lot of people talking on Reddit and on Twitter asking for cool loadouts and cool costumes or gear. So I had a good time last night, sort of picking and choosing here. So a little helmet on her, and so this version is she's got the new Mollywop move, right?
She's got the new Mollywop move, which is this little I'm gonna run at you with a baseball bat.
Long range, advancing mid.
And of course, if you hold down during if you hold down during it, you can go low. You can swing the bat low. Boop.
And both these have a meter burn version where you meter burn at the very end and they become
unblockable
and do a big chunk of damage.
Boop.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And you know, we're getting close to baseball season, so this is a really good version.
I absolutely love
Only appropriate.
I thought you were going to say you absolutely love baseball, which I know is not true.
That's not true.
And then she has the cherry bomb. Whoop! So instead of her throwing it backwards with it being an overhead, she actually rolls it on the ground. Oops, if I could do it again. There you go.
And leans into you call that a splat?
It definitely looks pretty splatty to me. Pretty splatty to me. So there we go. And so you can change out your normal cupcake bomb for the cherry bomb.
And that's one of the ones that replaces a move.
Right.
So you no longer have the backwards cupcake.
Right. So it'll depend on the matchup. In a matchup where her zoning is not as strong, and you're going to have to be in more and you want faster moves, you could use this one.
Right. So those are two of the abilities that we decided to choose. Right. And like we also touched on, some abilities will be added to your moveset, while others will replace.
And the thing that we touched on once, and I don't know, maybe people don't remember this, I just want to reiterate, that some gear moves that you get, some gear abilities, will take up 2 slots, so you can only have 1.
Right.
I believe Superman's downward super is one of those.
Yep, the N2 for his super, correct.
So yeah, you have so you're not going to have sometimes 2 over, like if it's really good, you get 1.
And that's kind of the point of having multiple loadouts for different matchups.
Right.
All right, cool. So, you want to go into loadout 3?
I do.
All right, let's do it.
And you'll see too, we got the new AI, new UI in for the AI screen. You can choose loadouts here, which I think is awesome.
Yep.
Yes.
Again, you can choose whatever stage you want to play on. I did see on chat some people want to see Arkham.
Ooh, the Arkham, all right. Fabulous. Now you'll see Harley in another amazing outfit picked by Tyler Lansdowne. You nailed it.
Thank you.
And so in this loadout, she has what's called all-purpose frosting. So if I wouldn't have just thrown that completely over my opponent's head, you'll notice that it's actually doing damage over time. There's poison attached to it. Bloop. And it'll leave this awesome little poison puddle as well.
And what happens if the opponent steps in the puddle?
They're gonna get some damage over time.
So this is a great example of it doesn't replace a move, it kind of modifies it.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Derek,
Steve, do you have control over there?
I do. Well, I'm not a human.
Oh, okay. It didn't do that. All right. Boop, boop. Here, and then go ahead and walk in
So if Wonder Woman steps in it.
Uh-oh. Taking some damage.
If you play a matchup where Harley's zoning is very, very powerful and she can keep the opponent at bay. This would be a great thing to just throw them on the ground. If they hit, they do really good damage. If they whiff, the opponent can't step in them.
Yeah, you have a little hazard zone there, right? And then she also has now a confetti cannon. So what you'll notice is actually the blast radius seems to be a little bit larger.
Yes.
And it's better for up close, right?
Yes, exactly. It replaces the slow-moving confetti blaster, which is a great long-range move. And this would be something that you can end your combos in. You can end, you could do a short couple of normals into it and push the opponent away. And if you fully charge it, it is an unblockable that does a big chunk of damage.
Oh, but you gotta be close, Steve. Okay, a little bit, there you go.
Bam.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of damage.
Oh, for sure.
So, those are just 2 of the moves that we decided, or 4, I guess, of the new moves that we decided to pick for Harley. And, like we stated before, there's even more for these
We're not going to give
characters.
everything away right now. We just kind of want to give you a taste of what you can get.
Absolutely.
So,
like I probably shouldn't talk about that. Oh, is it too late?
I don't know what is that is.
Well, it's just one of her additional abilities, but you know what? We'll let them see what happens.
What is it?
Well, the Ivy Blessing. But you know what?
Yeah, we'll keep it for next time.
So,
or never.
So this is just a taste of the frosting.
I knew. Oh, that was good. That was good. You guys.
I was gonna say it, but I held back on it.
Oh.
Never hold back.
Not when it comes to puns.
Yeah.
No.
Let us move on to Wonder Woman. Now, Wonder Woman is we're right here, I guess. So this is a base Wonder Woman we've chosen.
Yes. Wonder Woman is a lot different than Injustice 1. In Injustice 1, she was split into 2 stances. That was her character power.
Yep.
Yeah, she had Lasso Stance, which was a high mobility, jack of all trades, kind of. She could do a little bit of everything. And then there was Sword Stance, which was like a up close, rush down.
Good animation. You nailed it.
Yeah, very good.
That's pretty
Melee
good.
stance. And
right.
In this one, we kind of combined them. We kind of took the best of both, kind of a greatest hits, and smushed them together and made her more of a warrior, I guess you could say.
Well, I mean, you look at her whole deal is that she is like one of the best warriors in the world. And having to switch between different types of being a warrior maybe doesn't fit her character as well. And now it's all put together.
Right. And she's a returning character that plays similar to how she did before.
Yeah, she still has, so we'll just start off. She still has her back 2-3, which is a great overhead attack with a lot of range. She still has her fantastic down 2, part 1.
And the jumping.
And she still has great jump attacks.
Right.
We've seen a lot more of those later.
I heard Nivik was the OG Wonder Woman player.
You know who I think was?
You?
This guy.
Oh! I thought you were a Catwoman player.
When he first started in QA, you played a ton of Wonder Woman.
I did. Just like I am in this one. And then she has a bunch of new strings that weren't in either stance. She has...
awesome.
This one which pushes you away. She has this one that ends with a big lasso attack.
Now, could you do that from a distance and the lasso still attack? Wow. That's pretty awesome.
So she's kind of like half a new character, almost.
Yeah, it was interesting because I played her and I felt like I played a little bit of Wonder Woman in the first one, not a whole bunch. I still feel like her game plan is there.
Yes.
But it's just, you get there a different way.
Yes, I agree completely. And then since her character power is no longer switching, she has a brand new one, just like Harley.
Sure.
And it is a blessing from the god. You hit the character power button, and she gets a buff. And she has 5 different buffs that she can get, and it's randomly chosen. So she's got, and each of her weapons can be buffed. Whip. This makes
Lasso.
her whip. Sorry.
He's saying everything wrong today.
He's
calling hyenas dogs.
Thinking about, well, I get it.
All right.
This buffs all of her lasso-based attacks. They do more damage. She has her boots, which is one of the most interesting. This actually gives her access to her air dash.
Right.
And this turns her back into the high mobility character.
Did the boots. Lasso.
Shield is another interesting one. It buffs the damage on her shield attacks, and it also makes her shield toss beat other projectiles. It gives her the property where if they shoot a projectile, and then she gets her shield out, their projectile will be nullified, and the shield will pass on through.
That's awesome.
So what this character power really does is that you have to really be thinking on your feet.
Yes.
Because whatever, like, you have to be a real master of Wonder Woman.
Right.
Because whatever trait you get, you're going to need to want to kind of slip into that mindset for a little bit. And the great thing is, they last a long time, and the recharge is pretty quick.
Yeah, watch the recharge. It's actually very fast. So this is not meant to be a buff that you kind of use when you're absolutely desperate.
Sure.
This is meant to be something that you're turning on throughout the match multiple times.
Sure.
And like Tyler said, we'd like to see everyone like adjust on the fly.
And maybe you get a buff that you can't use at the point where you're at. Well, you can go through it and then start it again. Like,
yeah.
But generally, like, the way she plays and her footsie game and her spacing, a lot of these are going to be pretty useful wherever you are.
Yes.
And so, just real quick as well, what's some of the returning specials that she has?
Well, she has her shield toss back, and like before, it's a really good combo starter if you need her to come back and hit him.
Awesome.
Her straight lasso is back.
Does she force him to tell the truth on a meter burn?
She does.
Who's laughing
Oh, I wonder
now?
what's being said.
From Harley, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
And she can still do the air shield.
The up shield, straight air shield.
And then she has her shield bash from part 1, which is a really good tool to get in close, close the gap.
Especially meter burn, it's a great meter move.
If you meter burn it, it's actually safe on block. So the mix-up would be, the kind of meta game would be the regular one is punishable, but it kind of makes the opponent respect it. And then if you don't want to take any risk, you meter burn it. And it's one of the meter burn moves that you're free to meter burn at any time and kind of delay.
I did see some stuff on chat where people are like, "Oh my, that damage! All that stuff is insane."
Yeah.
Where, I mean, these are still,
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Then she has a few new moves. She has an upward shield bash, which is really cool because if it misses or it's blocked, she can come down with this quick overhead attack. But if it hits, it goes into this air grab.
That's awesome.
So go ahead and see if you can do the if he was coming in, right?
Okay. I messed it up.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Brutal.
And so there's all kind of setups with that. You can, go over there on purpose and then come down quickly. You can do combos with it. You can use it to extend combos in the corner.
Right.
Cool.
New super.
Oh.
And she has a new super, which is really cool.
And throw.
Do we not do that yet?
I don't think we've seen the
No, it's
throw.
cool. It's cool. Bam.
And then her new throw is pretty great.
You
Yep.
are not worth
Quick to the point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Good one.
and I forgot one of her best new normals is 4-2-3, which is a brand new. It's a low combo starter. It's kind of a high risk, high reward combo starter, and that complements her back two.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Now, yeah, the low isn't super fast, but it's like
Right.
off of this. This is where the real money is. That's the combo I've been working on that I will
Yes.
drop later.
Most likely.
Probably.
Have
Most
a little
likely.
faith.
I do.
All right.
Let's check out. I made a guy on Reddit wanted to see some cool color stuff, so I really upped the ante a little bit with Wonder Woman. So I have some cool stuff I picked out.
And
Inside.
she has some really cool abilities. They're some of my favorites.
All right. So let me go ahead and bring you in. Oh, you're still there. Okay. Can you move? Yep. Awesome. But yeah, look at that. That's a pretty awesome new set of gear and color.
So this is called the
That
sword.
new shield.
Yeah.
Glaring off the light.
So this is called the Sword of Athena. It's a low
Yes.
that with meter burn can pop up into a small combo. Just do 3, man.
Ooh, he just told you what to do.
He told me earlier.
All
so
right.
it's fine. He was trying to get tricky. There we go.
Yeah.
So that's a low.
A very fast low combo starter, and that will replace the shield bash.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, that'll replace the back one.
Okay. I need to think about. That's what I have set
Yeah,
up for later.
and that's one of the things where loadouts are so important.
Yeah, gotta think about that. Okay, cool. Also, the Air Amazonian Slam. Boom.
This is kind of reminiscent of her air dive bomb from the first one. It's very, very fast, and it can be meter burned, and it'll go into the shield. So it's the same basic concept as the ground shield bash, but obviously it's a dive bomb enabled.
Right.
Very fast, very damaging. And then that can change your jump arc too. So if the opponent's used to dealing with your jump 3.
Right. Awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
Really cool looking gear set she has for this one too.
Yes.
The black and red
That's
is
I
really
awesome.
really
neat.
like
Yeah.
the shader. It's pretty awesome.
The next one that I've chosen for the gear is my favorite color pattern that she has for me. Like I really enjoy it. The blue, gold, and white I think is super cool. And this one we add in Amalthea's Protection, which is a walking shield move.
This one's really cool. It's a shield. It gives her hits of armor as she's walking. So Wonder Woman, she does have her shield toss, but it's not the greatest projectile, so she can kind of struggle against zoning, and this would be a perfect loadout too.
Right.
And she can actually meter burn this, and once it's meter burned, she takes almost no damage while she's doing it too.
And she's kind of just a walking tank.
Yes.
That's awesome. And also too, like, you can notice the different shields that we also have here.
Yeah.
There's so many unique pieces of gear for the accessories for each one of the characters.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. Yeah, the accessory slot for each character is kind of their personality piece almost.
Sure.
And like we saw the last one had that sort of triangular looking sort of shield. So there's a lot of really cool stuff. Harley's guns.
Yes.
A lot of really cool stuff.
Silencers, horns.
There's one with like a old school like the
musket,
like Revolutionary War sort of.
And then of course also in this one she has the lasso spin. Oh.
Good wake up.
Yeah, a great wake up attack, a great anti-air attack. It's multiple hitting. This also replaces the upward shield bash. So you have to make a decision on which of her down back anti-air moves you want to use. Right. This one is not as damaging. It does not have the meter burn, but it hits at more of an upward angle. So it totally depends on your opponent which one you want to use.
Cool. Excellent. Anything else with Wonder Woman?
No, that's basically it.
Do you want to do a swaggy combo? You got a swaggy combo you can do? Oh, he hands it over to Tyler Lazen. How many tries, Steve?
I think he's going to get it on his third.
Third try.
Third try. Let's
go.
Okay,
let's ask Chat. Chat, I have a combo I'm going to do. Well, I want to be on the other. I want to be on this side.
Okay.
I have a combo I'm going to do, Chat. How many times is it going to take me?
I'm going to go with third.
Here we go.
Somebody said 30.
That's one.
Very close.
That's one.
Now you're going to get it. Oh, he got it. Oh.
Oh no!
Okay.
That's the easiest part.
Well, there's two.
Okay, that's two.
There's two.
You said three, right?
Yeah, three.
My hands are sweating.
Sweating.
Ah! I didn't walk forward. Didn't walk forward. Got this. That's four, right?
That was three.
This
is four.
That was three.
This is four.
Well, the warm-up one doesn't count.
Yeah. Oh.
Right,
we're getting worse. Okay. There we go.
There we go. Okay. Took me a couple times. But yeah. So that's my sweep. That's the combo that I love to do.
Yes.
I did it 8 times in a row yesterday. Today I did it once in a row.
Did anybody see it?
I didn't see it, but everyone was talking about it.
Everybody.
It was going around the studio that time you did it 8 times.
Yeah, it was big news. It was big news.
That's amazing. All right, great. All right, so
cool.
Did you? Are you
I don't know.
Were you?
So let's back out.
Okay.
Get it set up. So that is our walkthroughs of those characters.
We've kind of talked about before, he's a ranged grappler, which is a little bit atypical for that style of character. But yeah, he's got like just a really interesting, varied set of options that he can kind of threaten you at any range. But he's probably particularly dangerous when he can kind of close the distance, get up close, or when he can kind of like predict what you're going to do from far away.
Right. I've noticed that like when we've played a lot of matches, you and I, and he has certain places on the stage where, as the opponent, you're always like, oh, I can't be there, I can't be there, I can't be there.
Yeah.
So you're always trying to find that there are certain spots that feel good against him, and certain spots that feel terrible against him.
Yeah. So it's very much space control.
Typically, with the grappler, they're great up close. They're some of the best characters in the game up close, but they get weaker as they go. Right. But what makes him so interesting is that he doesn't. He outranges almost everyone in the game. And Tyler, you nailed it. And Michael, space control is super important. Right. He's good up close, he's good at mid-range, he's good at full range, and he has some very, very good jump attacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
He generally has a lot of just a really cool mechanics that we haven't really seen characters from our games do. Some really interesting things. And we're going to probably we ready to talk through some of those?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say, Steve?
I would just say there's a saying where a lot of characters don't really play Injustice. They play their own game style, which is one of the cool things about our character designs, where it's like, a character like Bane doesn't really play like anyone else. He's a great example of that, where I think he's a character that no one else in the roster really plays like him, and he's a character that character specialists are going to love. Like, if you're the type of player that likes to find your one character and you mold the way you play Injustice 2 on that character, he's a great pick.
Yeah, he should dictate the pace of the match in a lot of
Exactly,
ways.
right.
And when he doesn't, that might be where he has problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, awesome. So, Jen, let's go to some gameplay now, and we'll talk about Swamp Thing. So here's Swamp Thing.
Swampy.
Here's Swampy. Here he's walking. Some really cool stuff about Swamp Thing, just from the visuals that I think are. I love our team, who just the little tiny things, like when he jumps and he lands. It's a little harder to see on this stage because it's grassy.
Yeah, little splashes.
When he lands, his feet go in the ground just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little dip.
And when he ducks, he's
That's
actually
amazing.
Underground.
I never knew crouching in a fighting game could get me hyped.
I was excited that our trailer, there's a shot, he just crouches.
Yeah.
So, kind of a plodding, methodical walk. But definitely some neat sort of just planty stuff. Now, I was going to use some puns today, but I ran out of I've used so many talking about Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
But I want to branch out to other things. You know
I'm sure we're going to dig a few up here and there.
And we don't want to get bogged down in the comedy.
Yeah,
right, no, exactly. Because we're just not good at that. It's going to make things muddy. So, here we go. So let's talk, first of all, straight up, let's talk about his just normal attacks. Which normal attacks do you find to be kind of his really kind of bread and butter normal attacks?
Sure. So, one thing, he has a super long-range sweep. I think maybe the longest in the game right now.
Yeah,
You
and
might
it
be able to
actually
correct me on
has
that.
2 hits.
Yeah, 2 hits.
So back from distance, it has 1 generally.
Okay.
But if I get up here,
2
it's
hits.
2 hits.
And that can break armor. He can special cancel into it.
Yeah. And, I was going to say, you can cancel into it, so you can go, you
Into
have a
a
low
special
starter, unlike some of the other characters in the game.
Right.
So,
we got that. That's a really good sweep, very different for Swamp Thing.
yeah.
What else we got?
He's got his back 2 is really important.
Now, again, when we say back 2, we're talking about the
Medium
Yeah,
attack.
medium attack.
Think of the buttons as light punch is 1, medium is 2, hard attack is 3, character power is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
So generally, that's one thing that we're going to talk about moves that way. So it might help you to learn that notation. And also, if you go online to look up combos, that's how they're written.
Yeah, exactly.
So you say it's back 2.
Yeah, it's a forward progressing mid, which are very important.
I whiff punish with it a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's got a pretty good startup, but it has a lot of options on it.
Yeah, we'll show those. So you can do
There's a needle shot there.
that.
Yeah, and that one you can cancel the last hit.
Yep.
And then you have the buddy is your other option.
Oh,
which
right.
is a low option on that.
Boom.
Yeah.
Which you can also cancel into.
Yeah, various stages in that you can cancel anything you want. It's very important combos.
Right, exactly. And the cool thing about this one, let's go to the corner here, Steve. The cool thing, so when you're making, backflip. When you're doing this one, so from full screen, like when you're in the middle of the screen, this here does not have a lot of combo opportunity. There's some things you can do, they're difficult.
Yeah.
Now in the corner, that changes with this.
Yeah, it expands a lot.
So you can continue on into green thumb, which we'll get to in a moment.
Yeah, he actually has a couple moves that kind of give him more advantage in the corner.
And the corner is going to be reoccurring with Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
I know that's definitely something that you went with, that he's very, very powerful in the corner.
Right.
Which is a staple of grapplers.
Yep.
Yeah, he kind of wants to walk you down and
Right.
that's the pace of it.
So that's a great one. You can also, one of my favorites that I use a lot is the forward 2-2-3.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most popular moves that I think for a tester, everyone kind of loves.
Yeah, very long range move, always good to use, and it has a couple options.
Yeah, so I think the one we've shown a lot is this overhead.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, which in the corner, like we were talking about, more corner options.
You can continue it on.
Yeah, you can actually combo without meter in the corner.
Right.
But he also has a low attack, which I don't think we've shown yet.
Yeah.
So you have a high-low mix-up of that. It's not the fastest in the world.
No.
But that's really incredibly useful when we start getting to talk about his gimmick of things that let him switch sides. Really important for.
You know what? I've been playing Swamp Thing a lot, and I never thought about that.
Yeah, no,
That's
you have to
cool,
really think about
idea.
how you're switching sides.
I never thought about that, and that doesn't combo. Like,
No, it's not meant to be a really powerful 50-50 mix-up. It's just kind of a nice tool to use if they're always going overhead.
Yeah.
Because I do this a lot.
Right.
Well, now I didn't.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Cool. What else do we have that we like that we use a lot? Oh, his
Standing 3.
Standing 3 is great.
Yes. Covers a lot of space. Is active for a little bit longer than most of our attacks.
And again, that's multiple hits as well if they're up close.
Yeah.
But, and we talked about space control.
Yeah.
This right here is Swamp Thing's zone.
Yeah.
I own this.
Yes.
Also, his jump 3
Yeah,
has a lot of range. And
Jump tree?
It's actually called Jump Tree.
Jump Tree.
Jump Tree. Jump tree.
Yeah.
One of the other moves I love is his jump 2.
Yes.
Which is a nice. This is a great way to start.
It's like incredibly long range combos.
Right.
So you got to time it well because that floatiness of that jump is a little tricky. But, you can still threaten a lot of things.
And he's got this, which is this kind of quick jab.
That's like his main punisher to start combos up close.
He also does have low stomp.
Yes.
Pretty slow startup.
Yeah.
Is that still Swamp Stomp?
Is that what it's called?
March.
Sorry, the first one.
okay.
The first one is Swamp Stomp. Second one, March.
And he also has. We talk about pocket sand all the time. So he has. Pocket mud.
Yeah, pocket mud. He's got his pocket pollen.
Right, pocket pollen.
Pocket pollen.
Nice.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Put it on the Reddit. Put it on the forums. That's what it's called. Pocket pollen. Cool. So that. I mean, is there anything else we want to go to?
Yes, well, those are all his good kind of like combo starter mix-up options. I would say, yeah.
He also, it's worth pointing out that his 4-3 and his back 3 have extraordinary range as well.
Yeah, probably some of maybe like 1 or 2 characters that can outrange him on that. But
yeah, he's definitely
really far
among the longest range.
Yeah, which is again keeps being a trend with him. Really good range. Maybe not always the best startup times.
Right.
Yeah, but he can still threaten. You have to be aware of the ranges of each of his attacks.
Right. Most characters are going to be faster than him, but very, very few are going to be able to compete with his range.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's that's a good character. I mean, you gotta learn how he plays that way. Let's talk about some special moves that he has.
Yeah.
There's some really great stuff here. So, we got the log. What's this called in the game? You remember?
Log kick.
Log kick sounds about right.
We
ran out of speed on that. Just log kick.
He's not really meant to be a projectile character, so this is not. This is more of a complementary projectile.
Yeah, this is probably the closest he has to a traditional projectile.
Right.
From his main moveset.
We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah.
We actually have one of those for later.
Yeah.
Cool.
But normally you don't have one. And actually, if you're full screen, this thing won't actually hit you. So you can stay away. But he has other things that can threaten you at that range too. So
it's just because generally when you're at this position, you're going to want to. I mean, this is where you want to do.
Yeah, like threaten with your command grabs, threaten with your buddy.
Right. You got so let's talk about the vine. That's a pretty big part of this.
Yes.
So multiple ranges.
Yes, you can hit. There's 4 different spaces of the screen you can hit with this move. So you've got. I think it will whiff at the very, very extreme range. But then you have a far version, you've got a mid version, and you got a close version.
There we go, far, and then close. We can do. Oops. I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble.
Are you down forward 1?
I'm pushing the wrong buttons. You got this, dude.
There we go. First try.
It's actually very easy to do if you're not me.
He can also meter burn that for even more damage.
You sure can.
Yes.
And
for a lot of damage.
Yeah, and choose which side you're on.
Yeah, which again, side switching really important. When we get
so, if they're closer to the corner, you can throw them closer to the corner.
Right? Yes, exactly.
Also, you can go up with it.
Yes.
Yeah, and you just do that by holding up. So if you're threatening someone with the normal grounded versions, you can jump out of those. But if you can kind of condition someone to try to jump away from it, you can throw that at them.
So there's a lot of different ranges.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You have to make the right decision and make the right call of which one you use. But yes, you can.
Jumping is always one of the most powerful ways to deal with grapplers. So Swamp Thing has a lot of anti-air options that are high risk, high reward. And that's one of them. Right.
What else? Good wake up attack in the tree.
Yes.
One of my favorites. So you can
great anti-air, great anti-cross up.
Sorry.
Yeah. So if someone's trying to jump over you, hit from the other side. That'll hit either side.
And that's another example where if you think the opponent is going to try to jump out of your grab, you can go for that.
And you can also combo it too. Nice. Yes. I did it wrong. I did his gimmick. But let's get into that.
So we're talking about why you want to switch sides with someone a lot. This move is a really good example. This move will restrict someone's ability to jump and to dash, and does a little bit of damage over time too. So it's really treacherous. But the trade-off is you can only apply it where you're walking. So you can't jump, you can't dash while you're using it.
Yeah,
so Abigail's guard, you can't jump, you can't dash.
It'll still be there if you jump or dash, but you won't be able to continue laying.
Throw him back on top of it, you can't jump, and then
Yeah.
Command grab.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, your ability to threaten with those command grabs when they're inside that trap is way more increased.
Abigail's Garden.
Abigail's Garden. Exactly.
That's a great lore name.
Yep.
Yes.
And then we talked about the buddy. The buddy shows up in the throw. He shows up in some of his final moves.
Yeah, we saw him earlier in the F style.
He also
which
can.
I'm not sure if a lot of people have noticed that if you do the away 2 combo with him,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't notice you're actually switching characters when you do that.
Yeah, you end up as the guy who comes.
Yeah, if you complete the combo, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
And it looks awesome. And
Yeah,
it
but
fits
fun.
in the lore. It's not a buddy, it's him.
Yeah, yeah,
He
it's him.
is all nature.
Yeah, he is a consciousness that can go
Right.
from any plant and
He's
materialize a
everywhere.
body. Yeah, so
He's in the
one
salad
body.
you
I don't
eat.
need that thing anymore.
Right.
New one. Let's
He's
go.
in the water you drink right
yeah,
now.
exactly. Well, yeah, depends on the water you want to drink. But yes.
So he can bring him out like this, and then on meter burn he can.
Yeah, you go into this
Now,
grab.
here's what I love about it. You full screen, Steve. So animation changes. He gets right.
Yeah,
up on
right.
it.
Teleport right across.
And this
the
is a
room.
good move for people that use projections
Yeah.
on the screen.
So this is your one move, like you were saying, that you can threaten with anywhere on the screen. This
Right.
whole- yeah.
Boom. Real quick, let's just do the
You also
guy.
have green thumb.
Oh, yeah.
This is a great super. I love this.
I love the little grass that comes out of the ground.
And the nice thing about his super is the N2 hits on the ground. So and then the startup is pretty fast. So you can hit them from anywhere.
Yeah.
Here's the really the kind of one of the moves that is his game.
Yeah.
Is green thumb,
Right.
which
Yeah.
is a
One of the most versatile moves I'd say.
yes.
And this is the complement to the vine grab. The vine grab is great from mid to far range, and then when he gets in, this is the bread and butter up close. This is your
You can
key
actually
grappling
hit,
move.
you cannot actually hit the vine grab this close. Like the closest weapon
Right.
will miss someone close. So then you have to stick to this guy.
So you do the grab. You don't want to just drop them.
You could be nice.
That's not
show
good.
mercy.
Yeah.
Be sweet to them, but it has multiple different things you can do. You can uppercut them.
One is a restand. You
Yeah.
leave them right next to you.
And does a good bit of damage.
It does a decent chunk of damage, and then it leaves him right next to you.
Yeah.
You can throw him behind you.
Yeah. Again, side switching. Very
Right.
important for him. So if you have a trail you're building up and you can land that
Right.
and switch into, you can set him up where they can't, again, jump or dash.
Right.
What if, though, we could have another option if Swamp Thing doesn't have the life lead?
I don't think there's any.
There's nothing he can
Yeah,
do.
never going to happen.
Well,
Wow.
maybe you can meter burn.
Can
I don't know. Let's try that. See what happens.
Take a little life off of me.
Good idea.
Yeah.
And he can heal.
Yeah.
But my problem with
give me
this
against
is,
one.
But wait, there's more.
but then he's giving up his offense.
It's true. Yeah. There's no. Why would you?
Yeah, who would do that?
Yeah. And usually you can do more damage than you can heal. Why would I choose to do that?
It's a good question. What am I supposed to do here?
Should we try hitting a button?
Let's try hitting a button.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna start with the heal.
So we'll heal,
Yeah.
and then
Oh man. Oh wait. So you can still actually do.
you can still
damage
actually
with
do
that.
moves. Now,
Yeah.
here's the other thing that I actually learned today.
Yes.
You can do that, take 2 bars, and get a double heal.
Yes. You can
But
do a double heal.
not do offense.
Yes,
Right.
so there's a trade-off there.
Yep.
It's beyond the extra bar you're spinning. If you
Right.
really need that life, you're not going to be able to deal as much damage.
Right.
But you still, you're still close to the guy. You can still hopefully put some pressure on afterwards.
There he is.
So yeah, he's got a ton of options.
A lot of options.
Yeah.
What do you think, Steve? That's Swamp Thing in a nutshell, huh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything we haven't
Covered? I
shown.
don't think so.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is kind of your breakdown on how Swamp Thing works.
Yeah, I think we got to the root of his playstyle.
Yeah.
Wow. We're not done, are we? We do want to show, though, a couple of his special moves you can get from gear.
Yeah.
We've had a couple loadouts, and we also loaded out a few new... You don't need to show the other one, the other character. Now you're giving that away for later.
I'm not going to do them.
Okay. All right. So here's another version of Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
What we got...
By the way, our team, the character team, did a fantastic job on his model. Like all the different variety of gear and like the emissive elements and stuff he has. I think very impressive.
So the one we just saw is his Pullman. He can do a standing 3 and actually meter burn it, and then go in and he gets all the green thumb off.
Yeah, so that move that controls so much space
Right.
before now has like, that whole range of options
Right.
that you have.
Normally that move will just knock the opponent away, and it's kind of a get-off-me move. This is actual offense. He actually brings you in.
But it takes 1 bar of meter.
Yes.
Yes.
Another one, which is fun for Swamp Thing, is what is it now? Is it Swamp Thing? There we go.
There we go.
A very fast hitting projectile.
Yeah, we talk about traditional projectile. This kind of fulfills that role. Meter burn.
Yep. Throw some spines at him.
Yeah.
So this would be a great loadout if Swamp Thing is playing a matchup where he's just totally getting.
Yeah, if you want to go pure zoning,
right.
this is the one.
If there's a character that he could not handle, like maybe like Deadshot or something who uses a lot of projectiles, you can actually fire back.
Right. Let's look at the other one then too. Are you on that one?
We can do it this way.
Okay. Cool.
What if he really has trouble getting close? Is there something you could do?
I don't think so.
What if he just doesn't feel that his character power is going to be useful enough because he keeps getting knocked away? What could he possibly do?
Well, we talked. Maybe you've heard this. Maybe you haven't. When you have 2 slots for your abilities.
Yeah.
Now there are certain abilities that are very good that will take up both slots. This one takes up both slots and also replaces Abigail's Garden.
And this totally changes his character power.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
if you want to get way more aggressive, almost the opposite of that projectile tool. Like,
Yeah.
no, I don't want you to be way, I want you to be right up on me.
So a substantial little recharge here for that, of course.
Yeah.
But boom.
Very, very powerful
Here I
for a
am.
grappling character.
Yeah.
Very
opposed to
fast,
them.
very fast teleport.
Right. So that is a couple things. A lot of other things we're not going to show yet. We're going to leave some for the, for the game comes out.
Right.
I long for Amazon blood.
Let's talk about Cheetah.
So, Cheetah is also a grappler, which
Yeah.
is something we kind of hinted at. In fact, she has maybe the most amount of throws a character in our games have ever had. She has
Someone will call you on that, but okay.
The difference is she's not a long-range grappler at all. She is an up-close and personal, just vicious rush-down character. She doesn't want to outrange you. She doesn't want to keep you out. She wants to get in and go crazy. She'll appeal to the maniac players, the players that want to just dash up, jump in, and go nuts.
Maybe someone like Derek.
Somebody similar to Derek.
Yeah, and ironically, Derek and I both play her.
Yeah, right. So let's talk about how she plays.
Yeah, we'll start off with the normals. She just has exactly what you expect. Super fast strikes. Just a ton of normal combos.
I love the way she animates. By the way.
Yeah, overhead and low
Animation
are
is
all in there.
Such a great job.
She keeps you guessing. She has a pretty long move list, and then she has her throws. She has a lot of strings that can go into throws. She has this one here where she can
That's
actually
probably my favorite. Of her.
restand you, or do a couple of different options. If I can.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. You just have to do it early.
Yeah.
That's why I was messing with her yesterday.
Yeah, this one leaves you standing instead of knocking you down.
Are these what are the inputs for some of these?
They're all pretty simple. 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 3. She is not a high execution character.
So a lot of these are grabs that are at the end of.
Yeah, they're standard.
Yeah, that's all
you
built
just
in.
do 1, 2, and then hit the throw button, and she'll do her throw.
Gotcha.
So up close, she basically just mixes you up with overheads and lows that are low reward. They're not like launchers. They're just kind of quick strikes that go into throws. She doesn't kill you with overhead and low mix-ups that do a ton of damage. She kills you a little bit over time, or she goes into her special moves, which she has command grab. And it can be meter burn to get a combo.
Yeah, so certainly more juggle-focused
Yes.
command grab character compared to Swamp Thing.
Right, Swamp Thing, his command grabs just do a big chunk of damage. She just goes into a combo if you have a bar meter.
I mean, that's something you were saying earlier, that like we have 2 command grab characters.
And they're very, very different.
so different.
Now, this will beat anyone standing high, but they can duck it. So, you can see, she has a low grab. And just like the high grab, she can meter burn it. That looks so cool.
man.
And then she gets a full combo too.
Now that I look at the characters we chose for this, you probably couldn't pick 2 more opposite characters in the game.
It's perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great coincidence. They are both the same archetype, but they play totally differently. So in addition to her command grabs, she has this rising move, Primal Rage, which is a great wake-up attack. It's a great combo ender. She can meter burn it for additional damage, and this is personally one of the coolest.
Vicious.
Yeah, I love the personality of her coming down doing it.
It's interesting that you like another feline-based character.
I have my my archetypes I like. What can I say?
You like cat-based female characters. That's pretty specific.
But you're not questioning his loyalty, though. He's still loyal to his other female.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
And then, that's everything that she can do up close. So then, to help her from full screen, she has the Predator Pounce, which is a leaping attack. And you can hold it down, and then release it when you want. Or you can actually cancel it. So, you can fake the opponent out and use it for movement, or you can actually go into it. And off this, she has a couple options. She can do a short hop, she can do a medium range hop, or she can do a long range hop. And off this, she can do any of her jumping attacks, which are very, very good. You saw right there, that's a jump one cross.
Yeah,
her
she
jump
can close
attacks,
distance really fast.
really fast, right. And her jump attacks are very, very strong. Her jump one is very fast. It'll beat other jump attacks if she does it first. Her jump 2 is actually one of the rare jump attacks with multiple hits. Very good in combos, very good for air-to-airs. And her jump 3 has really good range and is active for a long time. So all 3 jump attacks are good and they all complement each other.
By active, you mean?
It means it actually will connect for a long amount of time. Like, her leg is sticking out and all while her leg is out, it can still connect.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And she also has a pounce, which she does in the air, which is kind of like a dive kick. It's very, very fast. It's an overhead, and she can do it at any time in her jump. She can do it low, she can jump back and do it, and she can do it from a pounce. She can even go the opposite way, so she can pounce over you and then dive bomb the other way. So it's like Michael said, she keeps you guessing in the air constantly. And she can meter burn this to get a combo.
Yeah, like, so doing a dive into that move, you can cover the entire screen.
Right. Now, it is all unsafe. You can anti-air the pounce, you can punish her on block, so it's high risk, but it's the way to get in close.
Like, you can green thumb pounce.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. You can get 1-1 into a combo. So these are all ways to kind of control the sky and to get in close to then begin your offense.
Yeah.
Another neat thing is her 4-3 is one of the rare ones that's actually double hitting. It's an overhead like all 4-3s, but it's pretty quick and it has 2 hits.
Yeah.
So it's really good for breaking armor, which is probably the #1 thing you get salty about, let's be honest.
I don't know if I would put what I get salty about in any sort of order.
That's a good point.
I mean, there's 50 things I get salty about. That is, I would say it's top 5.
And her back re has pretty good range. It's probably...
Another animation looks just amazing.
Oh, it looks absolutely awesome. Yeah. And then her character power is her Claws of Death, and this is a damage buff for any claw-based attack.
Which turns out a lot of her attacks.
It's a lot of her attacks. It's a lot of her best up-close attacks. And it's pretty substantial. Like,
yeah, you can put out a lot of damage.
A lot of burst damage with that.
But it doesn't last super long.
It does not last too long. It has a cooldown. And so the idea is, do you want to activate it from full screen, then try to get in? Or do you want to knock the opponent down, turn it on, give up your momentum, but then you have it on? So if you're right and you get your offense going, you're going to do a ton of damage.
Well, we've had a lot of times when you and I have played where I've tried to time it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
And then when it hits, it hurts. But
And her super move is also really cool because she travels full screen and it's super fast. So it's a great, great move if they miss something. And of course, like any super move, it has armor. So a typical scenario when Tyler and I are playing is he'll do Vine Grab, and I duck it, and there you go. You're in a lot of trouble.
Watch that meter.
Yeah. So she's one of those characters where when she has the 4 bars, it's exactly right. You have to sit there and really think about what you're doing. Normally, when she doesn't have meter, you have to think about the air and you have to think of her dashing, but full screen, she doesn't have a lot of options. When she has super, all of a sudden she has a great option.
Right. Excellent. Does it feel good? That's pretty good.
I would say that's the quick rundown of Cheetah. She is a lot of throw options. That's the main way she opens people up. That's her main source of damage. Is you're gonna have a little bit of a struggle at the mid range trying to get in. You're gonna have to dash. You're gonna have to jump. You're gonna have to commit to something dangerous. But when you get in, it's your turn.
Yep. Awesome.
And she has a couple of abilities we wanted to show.
Yeah.
She's got some very cool ones.
We picked a few. Again, like
Not
we
all.
talked about,
Yeah.
we're going to show a couple things for each character when we do these breakdowns. Want to leave some surprise for people, too.
I don't actually know what we're showing, so I will be careful about what I mention.
Exciting, yeah.
One of them is she has a torpedo move, very, very fast. It'll hit almost full screen. Not quite, but almost. And this kind of complements what I'm talking about at mid-range, where she doesn't have a ton of options. If you're struggling against maybe Swamp Thing's range, or Deadshot's projectiles or something, you have this. And it can be meter burn for pretty good damage. And she'll actually, notice...
Good corner carry.
Exactly. Carry you very far away, where just like Swamp Thing, she excels. And then the second one
like
she
that
has in this loadout. And, by the way, I want to point out, I love the gear that she can change her tail.
That's her
so
accessory.
cool.
Right?
Yeah, another
accessory.
character I think one of our best in the game, and I say that amongst really good looking characters.
Yeah.
Of the range of gear and like some of the options you have.
It's we may not have talked about this a lot. So each character has in their gear loadout has an accessory slot, and then you can look at that as sort of like what's the iconic thing in a lot of characters, right? The Superman crest, you know, that sort of thing. Hers is her tail.
Is her tail.
Yeah.
Right.
Swamp Thing's is his weapon.
His club, yeah.
So the
Or
second thing
whatever it may be.
Yeah, whatever it is.
we have on this loadout is an air grab. And it just complements her air attacks, which are already really good. It gives her a fourth air attack that's great. You can use it to anti-air. You can use it.
Keep doing this.
You can use it in combos, and it can be meter burn to do additional damage. And she can kind of bounce up. And then we have another loadout, which has two of my favorites. So one of the things I mentioned was some of her lows and overheads don't really lead to huge damage. They're more pressure options, right?
Yeah.
And she has this, which it ends in a grab, but it begins with a low. The ability version allows her to meter burn, and then she can actually get a combo. You can even get a back three.
Oh wow.
And that'll lead to big damage. So
Yeah.
that actually makes her low combo starter even more powerful. And then she has the Predator Crawl, where she will quickly crawl around the screen. And it's similar to like a Melina roll. It's a move, it's a high-risk move that you can just do at any time. It's a very Derek move.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
something where if you feel like a
I don't think we
maniac-
even need to say it anymore. It's implied.
Once I said it's like Melina roll, that kind of and this is a move that it's very punishable, it's very risky, but the opponent is going to have to look out for it, and you can do it at any time. And you can actually meter burn it to get a combo.
Get a good combo.
Yeah.
Cool.
So her gear moves really complement her playstyle, depending on what you're struggling against. So if you have someone that maybe uses like Batman's Batarangs to keep you out, right? This move would be a great way to beat it.
Yeah. It's low the whole time. So
Yeah,
like low
yeah. She goes very low the whole time.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's awesome. So that is Cheetah.
That's Cheetah.
Here's the deal. We want to talk. You had you worked with Robin a lot. He's one of the characters you worked on a lot.
Robin.
Everybody works on a lot of stuff. You had a little focus towards Robin.
Damien was my focus, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we want to know, I think, something we haven't really done is, I just kind of want to know your design mentality when you created the character.
Right. Yeah. So, what we did with Robin, Damian Wayne, was really try to translate the character and the persona of
the assassin in him
of the Robin character in the comics to translate that to our combat system in the game, and so you just have to capture kind of like the essence of really what that comic book character is, like the brash, cocky style, the flashiness, the killer instinct that he has. So we try to really take that and like really incorporate it into a moveset that would work well in the game.
Which I think is interesting, and I've noticed that through a lot of the characters, and you're mentioning this, is that like these characters, a lot of them have been around for a long time, and they have a very distinct personality.
Sure.
And you can actually, it's helpful probably as a designer, which I am not, to use their personality to inform how they interact and how they play.
Yeah, and so one of the important things with Damien was just to like express just like how flashy he was, and like we've tried to really utilize the sword for Damien specifically because it was such a signature thing that he had, and just it's just like it's a deadly weapon that he uses constantly. It's just something that like he doesn't want to just hurt you and go home. Like Damien really just wants to kill you. He wants to be judge, jury, executioner, and you know,
and he has to hold back. Is basically
he always holds back, you know. So that's kind of like the interesting thing with Damian and Batman is that Batman's always the one that's trying to, you know, hold him back. But if Batman wasn't there, Damian would just be like full force, like killing people.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and that's the cool thing about Damian too. Like, I mean, with Robin, when he has a lot of like sword flips and crazy stuff.
Right.
But he's also a very good swordsman.
yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing about Damian is that, like, yeah, he's so deadly, but like he's doing it in a way that's just like in your face, you know, throw in your face. Like he's gonna flip around you. He's gonna, you know, twirl the sword. He's gonna, like, you know, show off and be cocky at the same time. So like that was like one of the cool aspects to, you know, his design, you know, and to really capture that.
And there's nobody that Damian doesn't think he can go toe to toe with.
Damian basically thinks he can kill anybody.
Absolutely.
So, I think that's good. So you want to take a look at Robin?
Yeah. So let's take a look.
Let's take a look, Jim. Let's see some gameplay. Whew. So as we like to usually, let's kind of start out with just his key normals in his fighting style.
Right, so just right off the bat, I mean, you'll notice he's holding the sword. You know, just even the way he walks is so cocky, you know, just holding it up like that, not even really in a fight stance, you know, just kind of like, hey, look at this.
Right.
And so, you know, you'll see just kind of like how flashy he is, you know, right out of the bat. You know, he doesn't just, when he attacks you, you know, he's not just slashing, he's like throwing the sword up in the air and catching it and you know, he'll like jump off his sword. So
right.
Some of those things, you know, some of those elements we really try to capture in his moveset. And it just kind of worked out.
We don't need to show it all off yet.
Let's slow down, huh?
Come on. Let's go through some just cool basic attacks that we have with him. And then, you know, let's do special moves, break them down, right?
Right, so just kind of like, you know, just doing a couple like basic combos with him. You know, so he's, you know, got some things with the sword that he's doing.
Good high-low combo.
Right, so, you know, he's got some enders that are low, and then some of the things, some of those low enders, and some of those other things will be set up, they'll be used as setups for some of the things that you'll see coming soon. So, you know, but you'll notice though, one of the big things about him is there's just the range on some of these normals. You know, this is the back two. Just because of the nature of the sword and you know all that, you just got some pretty terrific range on some of these normals.
So Robin is interesting to me because I've played a little bit of him. He's very good at controlling the mid ground.
Yeah, he is really.
I'd also like to say, I'm watching the stream chat. If you do have any questions specifically about Robin, if I see any that we can actually answer, I'd love to. The other thing is, somebody said, "Oh my gosh, damage! All this stuff isn't set yet."
Yeah, and so yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. Like, you know, I think we're at the point right now where, you know, I don't think you can really look at damage. You know, things are changing, things can be in flux, so it's probably not something to really.
This game is still a work in progress.
Right.
We have not put it in a box yet, folks.
There might be some sound cues that are missing. It could crash. You never know.
That's true.
It hasn't been a long time.
It's called development.
Yeah, we're still in development, so keep that in mind as you watch the stream.
So let's just break down the special moves.
Okay, so yeah, right out of the bat, you know, we've got this we call it a sword spin. At least I do. Just really good wake up attack. You know, just kind of really quick. Really just emphasizes the flashiness of his character in general, which is very useful, you know, overall. And then of course it can be, you know, meter burned here. So there's a pretty high juggle too. So you can do a lot off that. So that's like kind of like one of the key moves that he has. It's called sword spin.
Okay.
So that's
and then you can meter burn that?
Yeah, he can meter burn that.
And that's good for, like, it's a really good, like, when you're on the ground, a wake up maneuver when
awesome
on
wake
top
up.
of you.
Yeah, awesome. Totally.
Cool. A couple questions real quick that I saw from the stream. Can Robin remove his hood via gear?
Ooh, good question.
Well, we are going to find out.
We'll find out soon enough, yeah.
Another question that when we talk about gear, and they all have their sort of accessory item.
Yep.
Robin's is indeed, so when he asks, his sword.
Yes, so
yes,
you're going to unlock
it
new
is.
swords as you progress, leveling up and getting new gear.
And we have a couple of them we'll show later too.
Okay, what else does he have here, Nick?
Okay, so one of the other things that he has is he's got this move called Assassin Strike, where it's essentially a full screen move where he just can get into it pretty quickly, and you know, when he runs into you, he just does that like running sword slash.
Sure.
So it's pretty far, you know, basically full screen.
You see it coming.
You do see it coming, but like, you know, you can use it in multiple ways. I mean, it can be used as enders. It can be.
You can also trick your opponents by stopping it.
Right. Yeah.
You can cancel out of it.
You can totally. Yeah. You can cancel out of it. Yeah. So it's and it's kind of one of those ones. I guess I would compare it to like maybe Katana's run possibly, but
sure. Now can you meter burn? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you can meter burn it. So yeah, it just kind of shows like how, yeah, he's not just gonna slash you, he's gonna stab you with that sword. It's just a brutal whipping.
And then
kind of move.
meter burning it, once he does that kick, still kind of puts him back in that mid-range as well.
Yeah, he does.
Where Damien likes to be.
He has a lot of really long-reaching sword stabs that help him control that for sure.
Yeah. Now, let's go into his Birdarang.
Oh, okay, so yeah, the Birdarang, you know, is a really interesting projectile. So here it is. So really, it's kind of like a smart gadget device that, you know, kind of homes in a little bit to some degree on the victim.
I've played against
So
16 bits, and it's tricky. Like, you gotta watch when you jump, you gotta watch, it's very tricky.
Right, and that's a pretty good example. You know, so when you jump up, like basically what it will do is it will loop around, and then at the point where it's done looping, it'll basically track the last position you were at.
Right.
So it's not like full on homing, like, oh, I'm gonna always adjust my position, but wherever it is at the point where it's about to cross the loop, that's wherever your character, whatever the position is where it's gonna go.
All right, and it too has a meter burn, which is
Let's see that
super
meter burn.
badass.
Right, so it's got this meter burn here, so you've got these bombs that come out. You know, as you can, like, launch the guy with it, you can like do other things into that.
You can
if you're
catch them
close
from
enough.
that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so that'll hit low too, so, as well.
So.
All right, and then he's got his kicking thing. And what do we call that?
Well, that's called swoop.
The swoop.
Okay, so he's got this move
How
here,
appropriate.
right? So he's got this dive kick kind of move, which is cool because it's got like different ranges on it. It's like, you know, got a little short range and long range and stuff like that.
And traditional dive kicks, you actually do in the air.
You do in the air. This one is going to be only on the ground. You know, it's useful. You know, you can go jump over projectiles. It hits overhead, but then he gets onto the other side of you too. And at this point, it's slightly advanced. It's pretty advanced.
Does it have a meter burn?
It does.
This
of
is
course,
my
yeah.
favorite question. This is my ongoing
You're
question.
getting good at asking it too.
Yes, thank you.
Can we turn off input display real quick? If we get people asking him stream on the game to.
Oh, all right. Practice options. See it? Do you
button
see it?
log.
Button. Am I going down or up?
Up. Stop, down.
Up.
Stop, go.
There. All right.
Off. Okay, cool.
All right. Okay.
There we go. Awesome.
Okay, so he also has a meter burn on that as well.
And that can go from different distances as well.
Right, it can go different distances. You could do like a short version, and then, you know, somebody sees it and it's like, oh, let me do something about that, and then.
Does he have any other special attacks? Just normal specials that you want to go over? He did the run.
We did the run.
Oh,
we did the.
he has the air flip too.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, he has this. Well, I guess it's called. I don't know what it's called actually. I think it's called like sword spin.
It's the same move as the sword flip with your feet, but it's in the air.
Right.
It's the same
Oh,
inputs.
so yeah, I guess that would be an air sword flip.
So it's just kind of like an air overhead, just like a super flashy, you know, air overhead attack that's got like a used in the sword, so it's got like pretty good range on it. And then of course, yeah, that one's got a meter burn version too, so it's and the pop up.
Could you wait for me to ask for it next time, please? Thank you.
Can let's go over the his
Character
power. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you know, Damien's got this interesting power. I guess I could kind of compare it to maybe what Green Arrow did in Injustice 1. So it's got like, he's got this gadget that has like it's kind of like 3 different gadget functions. And so you can put it down like this, so it's just hit the gimmick button and it comes out. And it's there, and you know, you can see the meter draining. And this one is the version where he can teleport to it. So it's like, he can put this thing down at any point, and then essentially teleport directly to it. So I mean, you can use it in many ways. Like you could, you know, put it down, you know, save it for later, start a combo. You could, you know, in situations where you wanted to be, you know, safe, you could teleport back to it. So it can be used like that.
And that can be thrown at different distances.
Different distances,
medium,
yeah, different
far,
distances.
all that. Behind
Yeah.
the opponent, teleport behind him.
Right.
But there are 2 other versions of the character power.
2 other versions. Okay, so you know the one we just saw was the version where you can teleport to it, and then you've got the other one, the red version, which is just a you know, straight up bomb. You know, so it hits low. This is one of the few attacks where he actually hits low, and so that'll just like kind of launch the guy. So it's a, you know, pretty quick, just normal standard bomb attack.
Right.
And then this one's kind of interesting. This bluish looking one. So what he can do is place it behind the victim and call it back at any point in time, and it will always hit behind them. So I mean, there's a lot of setup potential for that too. So you can, you know, if somebody's jumping in or somebody's, you know,
Sure.
you know, they always have to be thinking about where that batarang is, so they can't get caught by it.
Cool.
May I try now to show my combo and see how many times it takes?
First, I'd like to ask the stream, how many times you think it'll take Tyler before he actually nails the combo? I'm going with at least 5. Minimum of 5.
When he showed it to me yesterday, he asked me the exact same question, and he hit it the first time, so you never know.
How many tries are you going with, Nick?
This time, I would say probably about 3.
3
times.
He's going to hit it on his third.
7, 16, 12, 5, 5, 7, 4 million.
Yeah, that's
4 million.
realistic. 130.
One person said 1.
Okay.
So the stream jitters.
One person has faith in you.
I've told you about the stream jitters.
Here we go. There's 1.
Does that count?
That totally counts.
Yeah, that does.
There's 2. That wasn't it. That you were improvising on that one. That's 3. Oh.
There you go.
Nick Nicholson was the winner.
Nick right with 4.
Nice.
Nick right with 4. And here's why I missed it.
Oh, the TV was laggy, of course.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I was pushing down forward 2, not down back 2.
Oh.
Which does that.
Sure.
Because I just did it.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
So,
All right.
my
So
bad.
everybody that guessed 4, you're winners. You're gonna get prizes. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. That's a lie.
We do though. After you go away,
Oh.
we will have a giveaway from our good friends at DC here today. We're going to talk about that after Nick leaves, but we don't leave yet.
No.
More things to show. For instance,
Superman.
we want to see a Superman. Swagger.
Yeah, pretty swaggy.
Super
That's what he
swagger.
does.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what he
cool.
does.
A couple people on stream thought my combo was cool.
Really?
Pretty
Really?
good.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
Nick, do you want to try and do a super swaggy combo? I know you showed us some stuff earlier.
Probably, you know,
No,
whatever I did earlier, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
just a couple things as
We'll
I played.
just
but-
describe it to you as we go.
It does
I can
this, and it looked nothing like what Tyler just did.
I'm gonna do mine again. I'm
Okay,
missing
no,
it.
he's not.
I'm
All right,
not.
so moving on. Let's go on to some other different versions.
Different versions of him, yes. So we want to do this.
No,
Nope,
no,
we don't.
that's not what you want to do. You want to go to AI. Yep. Oh. Nailed
Boom.
it.
Yep.
Whew.
So we got some new gear put on and a couple moves we want
Right.
to show.
Look at that.
So this is a sweet
red and black.
red
This is
and black
awesome,
robe.
yeah. This is a cool one.
When Nick and I actually last night put these costumes together, these gear sets together, and we wanted kind of like a dark, scary looking sort of assassin one. Heyo, Nick, that was great.
Yeah, so we
Nick,
went with that.
first time.
Yeah, that was
first
awesome.
try.
Yeah, that was good. So this guy, we did a cool, looking red, assassin-y Nightwing, and so we want to kind of show off some of the gear moves that he has. This one's called Line in the Sand, which is a little bit different than I've ever seen, the move that I've ever seen this do. And so what he does is he draws that line right there. It'll fade out over time, but basically, if the other character crosses that line, they're going to take damage and loose meter.
Yep.
Okay, so you can kind of see it now. I mean, it's doing a decent amount of damage right there. So yeah, they're going to lose damage and meter. It's pretty. It's pretty
If you
good.
cross
It's
the
pretty
line.
good.
So
Yeah, if
he's
you
like,
cross.
hey, cross this line,
Yeah,
guys.
bait,
See what
come on,
happens.
do it. But if Damien crosses the line, then it just goes away and can't be used. You have to redo it. Just
Awesome.
reset it up. So it's kind of cool, like where you might do a combo, you might end it with line in the sand, and just kind of like force the guy to stay behind.
And you doing your back three just,
it's just
cost you 20%.
Yes,
Yeah?
absolutely.
Or whatever that was, yeah.
So that one's pretty cool.
He also has, in this one, we've set up a thing, the low smart murdering.
Right. Okay. So like we saw, in his default moveset, he had the normal battering, smart battering, but this one is the low version. Okay. So it'll swoop in low. You have to jump over it, and it does have a special meter burn where it throws three pieces of it. Essentially, it explodes into 3 pieces and travels directly
Of
towards
the
it.
bird array.
Yeah. So it's kind of annoying to.
Oh, wow.
It hits 3 times and it's fairly you have to block that.
It's pretty awesome. That's
Again,
pretty cool.
to reiterate, damage.
Still, the balance process of all this.
Yeah, I mean,
still
it's
ongoing.
Always a moving target.
Definitely something you can't really look at right now, I think.
So there we go. Let's show them. Let's put together the next one real quick.
And also, I really like the sword too. Like
Oh yeah, look at the sword. Yeah, for
accessory
sure.
that we were
Good call,
talking
good
about
call.
as well.
So this one has more of a curved. I'm trying to.
It's got a cool little symbol in the middle
More
of
of
it.
a curved blade. Like I've seen some of the gear. Like there's new hilts, new shapes
Oh,
of the blade.
yeah, I
Like
mean-
things are.
so many unique things that you can unlock.
Okay, well.
On my
Tyler, just stop it. Just stop.
Okay, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh my gosh.
What are we doing?
And let's do that just for a second. Can you go to the move list?
No, not yet.
No? Okay.
What's up?
I just wanted to show that the move list is updated. That little purple
Oh,
line
right.
will show
Right.
you what abilities you have unlocked as
Yep.
well. So then if you're like, ooh, I just got this new ability, which one was it?
Yeah.
It's highlighted there in the move list.
It's the purple one.
Yeah, it's the purple one.
Right.
Correct. And it slaps you in the face.
So, we got another color to show you, which I think everybody will think is pretty cool. And we'll answer a question.
Ooh. Right after this commercial.
No. Look!
Hey!
Robin without a hood, wearing blue. So, Nick, you just gave it away.
Nick just going
can't
in.
help
Nick
myself.
going ham.
So-
All right.
So this version, we've added two other moves. Right? Again, like we mentioned last week, we're not showing you every single gear move.
Not all of them.
There's some more
Yeah.
stuff that Robin has that's very exciting that we'll have to show you.
How
another
exciting
time.
is it? On a scale of like 1 to super exciting, how exciting is it?
Super exciting.
Ah, I love super exciting.
So we did kind of a fun color for y'all to look at. And of course, without his wearing his cowl. Now in this
Yep.
one, we gave him a new version of the swoop.
right.
Swoop 2.0.
So, you know, a lot of Damien's moves, you know, he'll always kind of end up on the other side, but this one he teleports and you know, so he'll stay on that one side, and then, you know, he can set up for some other things, and
So it's changing actually the meter burn.
yeah,
of
it's
the
only
attack.
it's only changing the meter burn version, so
Right.
there's just that.
Okay.
And this one also, his character power he can use in the air. So you gotta throw it out first and jump.
Yeah, right. Okay, so yeah, so this gear move, you set up the batarang, and then at some point you can like use it out of the air. So
Right.
you know, there's just different options, you know, for that. And then he has another one which I won't talk about. But
No, we will not.
I mean, people on Twitter said they love seeing the character, but maybe leave some stuff to be surprised by, and there definitely will be. So
I
I'm
don't know what you're even talking about.
super excited about it. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is Robin
In a nutshell.
in a nutshell.
You once brought hope.
Now I bring justice.
Justice is blind, not heartless.
Well, Dr. Fate, like I said, is a defensive powerhouse. So let's start with his normal attacks. And I think the first thing I noticed when I was playing him is almost all of his normal attacks, even his jabs, his sweep, they all use magic effects.
Yeah, he doesn't actually like touch you.
Right. He has almost no physical attacks. His jump attacks are all magic based, which is just a really cool touch. And even his dash is a teleport.
Yeah, so nobody else
Yeah,
has that.
it's
Now-
very, very unique.
Is he invulnerable during that dash?
He is not. It functions like a dash,
Right.
but it's just a really cool visual touch for almost all of his moves. Like
Yeah.
his.
Sorry.
Thanks, Derek.
Sorry.
There's one thing about playing this game when Derek's in the room and he has a controller.
Yeah.
He'll forget what we're trying to do and be like, I gotta push some buttons.
It's me. I push
he
buttons.
does.
I
He's
push
just
buttons.
a childlike hype to him.
Yeah, thank you.
I do want to say that when we were giving the comics out and everybody, wanted them, the stream chat was just blowing by.
Well, it's good stuff.
Good stuff.
Because people are having fun.
I'm excited about it. So I talked to John Edwards about this actually too, and
Yes.
like one of his design ideas was like he really wanted a lot of magic to be shown.
Right.
Like most of the ways he moves and interacts are magic.
Yeah, and it really comes through. It's a really cool effect. Like his 113 ends in kind of a projectile attack, and you can actually charge it, or you can even cancel it, and then go into a pressure or a guessing game. His 112 ends in this big pillar of fire.
Oh, do the 2, 1, 1, 1, and 3.
Yeah, this is my favorite. Goes into this zap.
Right.
That's a really good combo ender.
Love it.
And his back one, down 3, up 3, actually ends in a stomp.
But it's a magical stomp.
But it's a magical stomp. It's a magical stomp.
A stomp brought to you by magic.
No.
Yeah, his back 2 is a really good anti-air. That's, again, he's not making physical contact. It's a pillar. Even his 4-3 and his back 3s are magical infused back 3s and 4-3s.
Pure magic.
Pure magic.
Okay, moving along.
So, his special moves are where he really shines. He has some of the best long-distance special moves. His fireball is very, very quick.
I like to call that the pew.
The pew, yeah, I do that while playing. Pew, pew, pew. It has a very fast recovery. It's very hard for the opponent to deal with, and the meter burn one actually shoots 3.
That's the pew pew pew.
That's the pew, 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 right. So the idea is the opponent's trying to get in, and if you think they're going to commit to dashing or jumping, you go with the 3, and they'll take a lot of damage.
So, would you say, like, of the characters we've shown, he's kind of the first true zoner? Or
he's what I would call a hard zoner. That's what he does.
Okay.
So his second projectile is a displacer orb, which is a slower moving, bigger orb that he can then follow behind it or do his other projectile behind. He can do the 3-1, and that'll come on, force the opponent to take action. Or he can actually use a bar meter and stop it in place at any time. So he can stop it really close and then hide behind it. Or you could stop it right in front of the opponent. Or you can not stop it at all, and the opponent has to kind of guess which version of his projectile he's going to do.
Some people are on the chat are saying that they really like the look of Fate's magic.
Yeah, in my opinion, he has some of the coolest effects in the game. It looks great.
And Lego Effects team, right?
Yeah, effects team.
Yeah, big shots.
And I do want to say I hope to have some of the effects team on at some point, because just a quick sub, I'm just going to break off real quickly. You know, the characters are the characters. You guys design them and you make them fight. One of the things that really gives them their personality is the effects team. Like they really make what you guys do sing. Just like, I mean, really everybody in the building.
Yes, absolutely.
Does that. But the effects team are a very big part of how the game looks. So we're hoping to have some of them on soon to talk about stuff.
And there's absolutely gorgeous effects in this game.
And I love the details in the animation that have a personality come out. Like, just look at his backwalk, how he actually moves while he's backwalking, doing his little magical stuff.
We talked to Nick about how the fact that, like, the thing that makes the characters so much fun in Injustice 2 is that they play well, they're fun to play, but they're so deeply, like, made.
Their personality
it flows through.
So,
that's just his normal 3, right?
Yeah, that's just his standing 3. It's
so
really
good.
cool. His heart attack is literally he does nothing physical at all. So, in addition to his 2 projectiles, he has this little healing aura he can put on screen, and then when he's in it, he is healing. You can actually see the effect of it adding to him. And you can do it behind. So you can put it behind you while you're doing your zoning, and the opponent, they have to get it. Even if Dr. Fate doesn't have the life lead, he can regain the life lead by healing while he's standing in it.
That doesn't just heal him, though, right?
No, it just heals him.
I thought it does not take away mirror.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Tyler.
Way to go, Tyler.
I thought it did.
But we will get to something else that can do it.
Maybe that's what I'm talking about.
We will get to something else.
Yeah, I'm talking about something
Blow up Central. Moving right along.
So anyway, and then he does have an up-close special move, which, even though it's an up-close special move, it plays into his defensive playstyle. So he has this glyph, where he actually shoots it back, and this will knock the opponent far away, and this is safe on block, and it has pushback on block. Can you block for a second?
Yeah.
Just hold down.
Yep.
So you can see Dr. Fate will be pushed back. So this would be the move you use up close.
Oh.
Like, can you block for a second?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so even when you're up close with Dr. Fate and you want to create space, this would be a great move to use. And the meter one goes back even further. Now you can get hit. And you can see they get pushed way back. So this is kind of your all-purpose, you're up close and you're panicking, and you want to make that gap again. This is the move you use, the glyph.
Cool.
And that's also like one of his main punishers when you punish an unsafe attack.
Cool.
Then he has...
Gonna do the down back 3s?
Yeah, let's do the down back 3s. He has these onks he can summon. And he summons it, and then it'll float around you. It'll never go away. And then at any point, you can hit down forward 3, and it'll summon it on the opponent. That's an unblockable. It'll attach to him and do just a little bit of damage. And he can do 3 of them. So you're free to do it as you want. You can do 1 and then go throw some fireballs or go in. Yeah. Then eventually when you have all 3, you can summon all 3, they'll all attach, and then a pillar will go up.
That's awesome.
And then that will launch the opponent.
Now do those track?
They do. They will go to where the opponent is. They're very smart.
There's a meta game with inside playing him of trying to get them all attached.
Right. Obviously...
See, that one did not get attached.
Yeah, you have to get the opponent standing so that all 3 will come down. They won't just home, but they will track on where you were before you start moving.
Right, and if you don't get hit by all 3, the pillar will not come down.
The pillar is only the bonus for hitting all 3. So, like Tyler said, the meta game here is taking the time, like maybe you end your combo, and then you get a pillar out. And then later you could do something and get a pillar out, and then, or not a pillar, an onk out. And then when you have all 3, that's when you try to freeze them up. Maybe freeze this, and then you get all 3, and then you're gonna get your combo.
which you didn't do. But
which I didn't do.
Well, I wanted to see some sweet combinations.
I'll get to that.
Whoa, all right.
I'll get to that. So then,
can we talk about that real quick? Combinations?
Combinations?
It's a new thing. I always try to create new terminology.
Yes.
Instead of combos, corner comms was one of mine. What's on TV?
You
are. To throw the TV.
That's a classic.
The new one is combinations.
So would it now be corner combinations?
Still corner comms, no.
Okay.
So when you do a combo, it's now called a combination.
Oh.
Continue.
It
is law.
Will it catch on?
No.
Oh, okay.
Corner comms kind of catch on.
Kind of.
So his final special move is my favorite, Sheridan's Lock, which is a magic spell he uses, which actually locks out level interactions for the opponent. You can see that Ankh in front of the background bounce there. Here, you see this little tablet. That is now locked, and Derek cannot use it.
I cannot use it.
But Dr. Fate still can.
This is one of my favorite parts of his design.
Yeah, it's so cool.
The design team, it was really smart and kind of went a little outside the box with some of his stuff, like
Yes.
kind of going into a magical realm, you know, like that's not something he does to someone else, but he's affecting, again,
the environment.
If you want to talk about how you space control,
Right.
not only does he do it with his damage, he does it by not allowing the opponent to use things to help them control space.
Yes, it's really, really, really creative. So his character power is dark magic.
Ooh.
You can see the bar at the end, and that shows that it's available. And then you turn it on, he turns red, and it begins to count down. And this is a buff to all of his special moves. His fireballs are now red, and they do significantly more damage.
Oh boy.
His orb
is now.
His orb does significant more damage. And then it does bigger reactions for other moves. For example, his down back 2 will now push you back. Instead of just a little bit, it pushes you back full screen. And the meter burn one, this is the big deal, it's a full-on combo set.
What? That's awesome. Look at this. Look at this magic.
Oh, magical.
So you asked earlier for combos, and this is really the key to his combos.
What I asked for?
Combination. Sorry.
Jeez.
Normally, Dr. Fate isn't really a combination character. He doesn't.
Pew, pew, pew.
Right. He's more of a keep away character. But once he has this out, the EX down back 2 becomes his prime combo starter.
Wow, that's awesome.
His healing thing actually turns into a damaging aura, and if the opponent gets in that, they are damaged. Their health will start to drain.
Ooh, there it goes.
And you can again set it behind you if you think the opponent would maybe teleport behind you, or you can set it in front of them. And now it's a shield that the opponent, they can no longer just walk through.
Right.
Another change it does is it actually changes up his throw. His throw has a different follow-up at the end, and in the corner, he gets a combination.
It's catching on. It's catching on.
Let's see.
I don't know if catching on with one person counts.
His throw will do a lot more damage, and then it'll bounce up.
Yeah, we'll call it.
Can I say how much crap I get for dropping combos, and this guy over here is dropping them left and right.
But he also does combos. You take a few times.
Yeah. I mean, my track record's like 50-50. Yours is like never and never. So
I wouldn't have even said that, Tyler. That is mean.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
It also affects the Ankhs. The 3 Ankhs behave the same. He can get 3 of them, except they will become traps on the floor that hit individually. And you can do this. They don't have to hit the opponent. They'll go on the ground, and then they'll explode individually. And the cool thing is, if he has 2 Ankhs out, or 1 Ankh, if you turn your trade on, they still turn on and turn red and turn into dark magic.
Awesome. All right. You want to do a super move for fun?
Yeah, to me, the base idea here would be when you don't have trade on, you're pure defense. You want to stay as far away as possible. But trade makes everything more aggressive. He gets his combo starter, he gets his damage curse. These become offensive, the Ankhs become offensive. So he's all about when you need to make a comeback, or when you want to extend your life lead, that's when you turn the trade on. And then you have your 10 seconds, or however long it is, he's even more powerful.
To go ham, as the children say.
To go ham.
Mm-hmm.
So super move, even a super move is far reaching.
Nothing is for us here. Yeah.
Cool.
There's lots of little Dr. Fates stuck in that
Lots of
amulet.
Dr. Fates, right.
All right, cool.
All doctors.
All doctors.
Yeah.
All PhDs.
Let us move go to his second.
All right, second loadout.
Second loadout, yes. So for this one, let me see what I wrote down on the old paper. Here we go. Okay, so this one we got obviously a sweet new outfit, a
Yeah,
new
look at that
gear
helmet.
set for him. He's got some some bronze looking going on and some purple. So with this one, we've given him the Seeker Orb.
Oh, this is a good one. So the thing about Dr. Fate is a lot of his abilities modify or somewhat alter or improve a lot of his magical attacks rather than like totally replace them.
Yeah.
Like for example, his orb is slower moving, but it will now actually home in on the opponent. He can delay if he wants to release it, when he wants to release it, or he can just do it. And it'll actually track him if he's jumping, if he moves around. And you can see that it's slower moving, so he can actually just go in and actually meet it. Like he can reach the opponent before the orb does. And that allows for all kind of setups.
Yeah, if you can do them.
Tyler, don't.
Roasted.
No.
You burnt.
Well, Derek's also jumping around.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
And I don't care. Okay. Is there? I was gonna say,
We-
new meter.
We've
Yes,
also,
you can also stop it.
Okay.
And then the second one is
He didn't write it down.
I didn't write it down.
she did not write
Oh,
it.
I
It's the yes. It's the. Nope.
Do the back. Do the onks. Nope. We'll go with the move list.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. There it is.
Oh, I know. This changes his healing and his curse move. And it makes it so that it will be active if he goes into it. So let's say you have the healing orb out. If you go into it, it'll explode and immediately just give him health back. And the opposite is true of the dark one. He can have it out there, and if the opponent goes in, it immediately explodes.
Right.
So this makes it even more dangerous as a shield to use. So you can have it out, and the opponent really has to be careful. And then you could couple that with the orb, so the opponent's afraid to get in.
I'm terrified.
Yeah, and then you start doing your orb, and you've really filled the screen with your trinkets.
With your trinkets. I would have gone with magical spells.
Magical spells.
Okay.
Trinkets are items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next loadout.
So that would definitely be an example of a loadout to just continue what he's already good at, which is keep out. So what would happen in a matchup where Dr. Fate gets zoned out himself, another powerful zoner, like say Deadshot,
Or a mirror match.
or perhaps a mirror match, which you don't like.
I don't like mirror matches.
Absorption spell turns his glyph into a projectile absorb. He will actually absorb it.
Time it, Steve.
I got it the first time.
There it is.
All right, look at that. Yeah,
There
and
we
it's
go.
it's pretty easy to do in reaction. It covers up a lot of the screen. It's very fast.
I like how the little projectile just
Yes,
goes flying
flying
off.
away,
It's
yeah.
like, oh, I'm out.
So this would be a good one to use, like I said, against someone else who also is a good zoner. So Dr. Fate will always have the zoning advantage since projectiles are meaningless to him. And then, what if it was a matchup where Dr. Fate needs to get in? He has increased mobility with a air dash.
Another gear
Yes.
ability you can receive.
Awesome.
So normally he's not a character that wants to get in close, and he has kind of some trouble getting in close. So if you're having that, you can use this one, and it's a lot easier to close the gap. And once you've controlled the ground with your projectiles that we talked about, you can then use it to control the air with your air dash.
Cool.
Well,
right.
Jen, let's get back to the boys here and say thank you, Steve,
Thanks, Steve.
very much for talking about Dr. Fate. Oh no!
There's
one.
Okay.
That's one.
That was, oh no.
That's two.
Oh, I was just remembering.
No,
what it was.
no,
That's
it
two?
doesn't. That counts.
That counts.
That's 2.
Okay, fine.
3.
That's not even the right move.
4. Ooh. Oh.
What is that? What is that move? What is
All
that
right,
move?
so it was your 5th time.
And I've been doing it first try every time. Anyway. moving on.
Yeah.
Except
Nailing
for the time when it mattered.
True.
So,
Okay.
so Flash is back, and just like the original Injustice, he is the master of
Hand-to-hand
up-close, rush-down, fast-paced mix-ups. He has a couple of new moves. He has this new combo, which is a great combo enter. It's a great pressure tool because it's advantage on block, and it looks really cool.
It's flashy.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's flashy. He has a
good
new
one.
throw, which is personally my favorite throw in the game.
Classy.
Yeah, pretty awesome. And then the bigger change is he has 3 brand new special moves. He has lightning punches, which is a very fast, advancing high attack that goes into these multi-punches. And you can meter burn it, and it's a combo starter.
So that has to hit.
It has to hit, right. On block, just the one comes out, but on hit, you can meter burn it, and you get a combo. And this is a very fast move that covers distance very, very quickly. It is a high, so they can duck it and punish it, but...
It's so fast, it's going to be kind of hard.
Yeah. You got to be ready for it. The second one, we just kind of teased you, and it's his Fist of Flurry, where he actually slows down time, and...
There's a flurry of punches.
It's a flurry while he waits. And this is an excellent combo ender. It's a big, nice chunk of damage, and it's a good enough combo ender, even Tyler did it.
Yeah. Yeah. Simple inputs is what we mean to say.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
And then...
I will say, in my personal, that's my favorite animation.
It's great.
I just love that animation so much.
And great audio.
Yeah.
Great audio. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Now, can you meter burn that?
Well, we're going to get to that.
Okay.
And then he has Tornado Fists, where he creates this tornado wave, and this is a new combo starter. It's an anti-air move. You know, you can use it at the end of a string, and then if you meter burn it, you get a big combo. So if you think they're going to jump, you can do it preemptively, and it has a very big hitbox, and it'll catch them pretty much halfway in the air, and you get a combo.
I want to say, just real quick, I said a tweet last week about meter burn. Some people are like, who may be new to our game, and I know a lot of you aren't, but just, you know, explain that real quick.
Well, meter burn is basically an enhanced version of a special move. You do the special move, and then if you want to enhance it, you tap the meter burn button, which is the R2 button, and use a bar meter and enhances it. See, normally, it doesn't start a combo. They just get knocked down. But the meter burn one, they get popped up higher. Or your lightning kick, it's just a single kick, but if you meter burn it, it's a combo starter.
Awesome. Which I used in that sick combo that I did earlier.
You did, right.
You were so good.
Sick.
And he has various changes, like his lightning kick is still a great combo starter, but now it is unsafe. So he no longer can just open you up without any risk at all. But
Unsafe.
Unsafe meaning the opponent gets a counter if they block it.
A counter meaning?
Punish. Yeah,
A punish meaning.
A punish meaning you get to attack him because you blocked his attack.
Attack.
So
okay, now that works. That works. Okay. All right. So what's some of his returning moves that he has?
His returning moves are, you know, the lightning kick. He has the quantum tunneling.
Yeah, quantum tunneling.
Yeah, quantum tunneling, which is like a parry. He will absorb moves or actually go invincible. Like if you throw an interactable, he cannot be hit, and then he can meter burn it and send you flying.
Right.
He has his running man stance is back, and he has 3 different options: tornado, pound, and then my favorite, slide right under you. He has his sonic pound, which you can actually control the distance. You can do a close one, a far one, and you can meter burn it and get a combo. And he has most of his big normals back. His back 2, which is long range, his 4-2, which is an overhead, his down 1, which is a low combo starter, and his character power is the Speed Force, where time slows, and then the opponent is slow, but Flash actually moves at normal distance. So
normal speed.
Normal speed for him. But he's actually so fast that he's not normal speed. They're slower, if that makes
I'm going to let you go with that.
I lost you there, buddy.
All right. So, I think that kind of covers a lot of his basic... What?
He has his super move.
Well, I think we should wait till the end, don't you?
Should we wait for the end?
Well, no, we can do it. It's
We
fine.
do it now?
We can do it now?
Yep.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yep, ready.
Are you sure you're ready?
Yes.
Well, should we talk about it for another second? Okay, let's do it.
We actually, the Flash is in the past when we talked about it, and he's been ready since before I even came in. And we're just now catching up to him.
You keep inviting him on these streams.
I know. I know.
Okay. So that's how that happened.
So
He killed the dinosaurs.
So Flash went back in time and back
Yes.
in time, and there's 2 timelines going on
Yes.
in the same super move, and they intersect at the end.
That is correct.
Nailed it. And he destroyed the Sphinx's nose.
And he destroyed the Sphinx.
And he made the dinosaurs quick.
So that is the craziest super ever.
It's a pretty good one.
It contains 2 separate timelines that then meet, and you're not supposed to meet yourself in a time travel situation.
Yeah, you never want to do that.
He's messing with time. Things are probably completely out of whack now.
So the stream just flipped their lids.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going really fast.
Yeah, there's
so
words.
It turns out they like the super move.
Well, it's very appropriate for the stream to be moving fast.
Right.
Oh boy. So, let's see what else he has, Steve.
Yep.
All right, so let's go to.
So he did it right the first time.
He does this a lot.
He's a professional.
No, he's
Let's go to our second loadout. And
look at that.
First off, that looks awesome.
I'm pretty happy with that one.
That's pretty good.
I was talking to Ed today, and I was like, yeah, I got some. Ed really likes Flash.
Yes.
And I was like, I got some really cool Flash costumes set up for him. I'm like, there's one of them where Flash looks like a sports car. Like,
he does.
This is like, he's like a sports car. It's amazing.
All right, so the first ability we have equipped is the head dive, which is a dive kick, but instead of a kick, he uses his head.
Because he's got to mix it up some.
Yeah.
He's flashy. That's what he does.
And this is a quick overhead attack, and when you have his character power active,
that looks like one of the most fun things in the world.
This is probably my most fun thing about Flash.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that is head dive, and we also have.
Forget which one we did here.
Did you ever meter burn the fists?
We're getting there.
We're getting there. This is a really cool one. So one of the things about the Flash is he's not really a long distance fighter, right? He's great up close, but he's not so great from a distance, right?
He's not a zoner.
What if you're having trouble against Dr. Fate or Deadshot, or maybe you're fighting Bane and you want to keep him out? What could you possibly do?
Throw something at him?
Throw something at him. So now he has a projectile.
He does.
This is another.
This is one of the abilities.
Abilities that has for gear.
For your custom loadout. If you're having a really hard time and you've always thought, I love the Flash, but I wish I had a fireball, there you go.
So what's the difference between the regular version and the meter burn version?
The regular one doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and it just kind of stumbles them back. And the meter burn one is a little bit slower, but the trade-off is you get a big chunk of damage and a knockdown.
Awesome.
Really?
Yeah, definitely one of the coolest projectiles in my opinion.
All right. Anything else we want to go over?
We are going to go over one more loadout.
All right. I'm excited to see what you picked for him to wear.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm happy with what I did this week.
Oh, I really like the blue.
That's pretty neat.
All right, so a lot of people have been asking, can you meter in this move? That's
a lot of people
coming up. And with this custom loadout, you can. Now, what this does for you is Flash is freed up early, so he is actually able to continue combos if I didn't drop him.
Seems like he went to the School of Lansdowne.
The Tyler Zone?
The Tyler Zone.
So he can actually finish his combo. Or he can use it to re-steam. You can do this, and then they're staggered right there, and you can go into your mix-up. So you can either extend your combo and just push them full screen, or you can actually stop your combo, mix them up even further, and go for another mix-up. But only with this ability. So that's a really good ability if you want extended combos.
So, just to be straight, the normal Fist Fury is just a standard move. You have to unlock the ability to meter
burn.
Great.
And then you get a replacement for his Tornado Fist, the Speed NATO.
What?
Which is a big tornado move. You can meter burn ants to get a jungle combo. And this is a tremendous anti-air move. If the opponent is in the vicinity of this at all, they're getting picked up. And it's very, very fast. It's a great punisher. It's a great move to just do at mid-screen if you think they're going to come in. It's basically a move where if you're in this space, you're getting picked up.
Yeah.
So it's another great, great ability.
You're getting sucked into the vortex.
You're getting sucked in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So those are the two moves?
Those ones, there are more.
There are a lot more.
We're going to say, but these are the ones we decided.
Do you want to do the super again?
Sure.
Okay. Do it one more time. Awesome. So good. Every time.
Cool.
Doctor?
Captain.
Just need a priest and we can walk into a bar.
So here's Captain Cold in his default look. Good walk, nice jump. Got some air moves here.
Nice.
And you've implemented his gun a lot in a lot of his moves.
Yeah, we really wanted to use the like the gun as much as possible, not just basic attack. We want to use it in his fight style, incorporate it as much as you could, because it just really mostly.
It's his main weapon, right? It's his iconic thing. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's not like a lot of other characters who probably have a ton of like training in the martial arts or whatnot.
Or superpowers.
Right.
He's like, I got this gun.
His main go-to. So
right.
It's.
So we can go through some of his.
You want to do some combos?
Let's do some general strings.
Sure.
We have like. We got here there's an overhead.
A light, medium attack.
You use the gun a lot in the actual attacks.
Walk this with me.
Okay.
And we do. This is a knockdown far. See, this is we'll get to it soon.
Right.
But the way his gameplay plays, a move like that really helps out.
It opens up the stuff we'll talk about in a moment.
Right. So a move like that's very important for how he plays. Yes. We got things like that.
Good mix-ups.
Yep. There we go. I love that one.
That's right there where you incorporate the gun within his actual his fight style.
There we go, like that. Yeah. So let's talk about his fight style, really. Like, what is his goal?
What do you mean?
Like when you're playing as Captain Cold, what are you trying to do to the opponent?
I mean, you're really trying to get close to him. I mean, beat him down until you get a point where you want to push him away, so you can do some of his other stuff, which we're about to talk about.
So yeah, that's kind of like the main thing is his
really
combos push you away for the most part, so it can set him up.
He
for
wants
what
to
he
get
does
set up
best.
for what his abilities are.
Because he is sort of he has some traps he can lay. He has some things like that.
Some very interesting things. I think
definitely different than what you're used to. People really, I think, appreciate him that like to try something completely different than the normal.
And he is very different.
So let's go ahead and get into some of the special moves.
Well, let's do a throw first, which I love.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. His throw is one of my favorites. The icicles that come off the back are one of my favorite things. Shout out to Gilmore on that. Awesome.
I think, and not promising anything, but I believe Gilmore will be on the stream next week.
Oh, excellent.
He does all the effects you see.
Yes.
Yeah, he does a great job. Amazing.
Him and the FX team do amazing work.
Absolutely.
Here.
And the rest of the team as well.
Everybody
Don't forget about everybody else.
Everybody else. So that's sort of how his basic fight flow works.
For the most part, he wants to, when he's in close, his combos are going to end pushing you away to set him up for everything else. So let's go through the Ice Blast.
Ice Blast. We got Cold Blast right here.
Yeah, I noticed the effect of it actually hitting him was really cool too.
Closer and see that better. Yeah, it definitely adds.
It's not actually freezing anything; it's just a visual effect.
Adds the frost. So this is definitely a good zoning tool.
Absolutely.
When you're playing as him, this distance for you will happen a lot.
This is ideal. This is where you want to be for the most part.
So there's that. He's got the Death Sickle.
What a great name.
Which
does what it says.
Dropping, and it also can be
different distances as
well. So I can do all 3 different distances. Oopsie.
Oh, don't ruin it.
It's
next. All right.
So there is a meter burn.
There is a meter burn, but we'll get back to that one.
Because that's
very strategic to his entire gameplay.
Very important to his game plan. This is called the Wall.
The Wall.
So you can throw a wall up real quickly, and it will, as you see,
it'll eat projectiles.
Rock projectiles. Oh, you can also
meter burn.
Use it.
Oh,
yeah. What is it again?
Tyler just nailing inputs.
What is it?
It's right here on the piece of paper.
I wrote
down back 2.
It also does damage.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
So yeah.
So meter burn though. You ready to do this?
Yep.
Yeah.
I did the wrong button.
All right.
I did the wrong button again. Here we go.
1, 2, 3. Oh jeez, I messed it up. All right. 1, 2, 3. Look at that.
So you can kick it towards you, and
as well it'll block all additional projectiles as well.
It soaked up everything and knocked him down.
And knocked him down.
Which is awesome.
It's a very useful move. And it's something very different than what we've done previously, like where you throw the shield towards him.
So like an ice train.
And this is where his personality kind of comes in, where he's like, oh yeah, you don't like the wall, I'm just going to kick it at you. You know, his kind of personality blends in, like bleeds
Try to
into
get in.
his
Try to get in, you know. Awesome. So let's move on to where we're at. The Big Freeze.
The Big Freeze.
Down at 3.
Yeah, this is kind of a long range, almost sweep. So it's a low attack from kind of long range.
Put you to a little stagger state.
Stagger state. The good thing about this, the interesting is that the meter burn version is a very different functionality. So the meter burn is actually just a kind of like an ice freeze, like
a hazard almost.
Like a hazard almost. Yeah.
So again, just like we were talking about, like oh, you're trying to get in now? I've done wall. I've done wall. Now you want to try to get in? I can put things on the ground, and he walk into
it. Yeah.
So he is definitely trying to just keep his spacing where he wants it.
And
to
within
be.
combos, that works out really
yeah,
well.
Yeah, you can also like I can actually show it.
Let's see if you can.
Yeah,
I think I can.
I don't think you can.
I hope so. There you go. So yeah, so that makes really good combos.
Uh-oh. Hey, don't show it all
off.
Don't show it all off, buddy. That's too much.
There you go. Not
Full
bad.
combo.
All right.
That's some Captain Cold.
So that's a really cool move he has. Frost Field, down forward 3.
Yeah, I really like this move.
This is another thing that kind of keeps them...
Yeah. Kind of keeps them there, and it's kind of like slowly ticking damage at them when you're inside of the bubble.
Right. It's, you know, you stay in there long enough, you're losing...
Yeah, you're losing a good amount of health, and if you do a meter burn version, if you're in it long enough, it'll actually freeze the player.
Right, so you can do meter burn, stay in it. Frozen.
Here comes Tyler's combo gun.
Get
Bam!
out of here.
Stop it. Hey,
He's got more
this
than
is
one.
not a combo video, all right? Let's go.
It's not a combo video. So yeah, that's also that. Now,
the moment you've been waiting for.
This is. I think the chat's gonna like this. This is good.
I don't know how much they've seen of this yet.
Well, they're not going to see what it's used for. So let's start by talking about his cyclotron gun.
Okay, yes, his character power, which is ability to overcharge his gun, because so in each level he has 3 levels of it. So each level allows him to have a new move that's associated with it.
Mm-hmm. So now it's at full power. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just reset.
Yeah,
we'll get to that later.
Just do one bar at a time. Crazy.
Yeah, just the level 1 bar. He allows him to put thorny ice armor on himself.
Right. Frosted tips, I believe.
Yes, I believe it's called frosted tips.
So there it is.
So yeah, which is really cool. I love it. So now this does damage to the other player when they attack. So
yes, when you're hitting them, they're taking damage from hitting you.
Yes, they're taking
damage. So that's just level 1.
Yes.
Level 2.
Level 2.
Oh, a little bit more. Oh, okay.
Is
right, and this is like, you know, kind of like a snow globe type of thing where you're slowly getting colder inside of it. And if you also slowed down a little bit as well. So the longer you're in it, the slower you go, and you also start to freeze. So if you're in it too long, you'll freeze, and you're also reacting slower.
I do like it's kind of like snow globe. It's pretty fun.
You know, it's funny. You just called it snow globe?
Well, that's what I was asking for, what effect I wanted to look for. I like imagine a snow globe.
Yeah. So now, in tournaments,
yeah, snow globe.
Pretty much called
he's in the snow globe.
That's what it's called.
Always snow globe.
And then we go on to level 3. Now here's the thing. Getting to level 3, though, that could take...
Yeah, each level takes a little bit longer to build up. So like the first level is really fast, so you get that out a lot more in a match. But the third level is a little bit longer to get there.
Now let's...
But with gameplay-wise, right? Like, I mean, for the most part, like we were saying before, keeping your distance and stuff like that. When you knock the opponent full screen, that'll give you a few seconds to build up your gun and things like that.
Well, there's another thing.
There is another
thing. Come back
thing.
to this now.
So let's say you have nothing, right?
You have. I have nothing.
You have
You
nothing.
have nothing.
So
you throw
take
a wall at
down,
me.
knock him down first, right?
Yep, I'm following.
This is where you bring down the meter burn version of the death sickle.
So meter burn death sickle. There's a wall in place, which I think you can jump over, but
you can jump over.
You do that, I'm just gonna do some of that.
Yep.
So that gives me time.
Gives you time to charge up, which is kind of the whole concept of it.
Right. So you drop that, you got some time to space it out. So it's going to be a pretty fun thing to try.
And just like the death sickle, you can drop those at different distances as well.
Different distances, and you can have multiple ones out there as well.
You can also drop it on their head.
And drop it on their head, so you can show
so
that you
that's
have
good
more than one out there.
Do you think you can drop it on me?
I think you can do more than one,
Bam!
There we go.
Nice.
Well, let's see level 3.
Yeah.
All right, so what's level 3 do?
Level 3 is an overcharge where it fully blasts all 3 bars and it overcharges the gun. So you'll see right here, it's a full screen ice blast that instant freezes wherever the player is. Which would be, you know, if you do it in combo, that's great.
Oh, you can do it in combos too. I didn't think about that.
Oh, let's
like
see.
when you pop them up, you do it.
That's how combos work, right?
Yeah, I've heard.
So if I were to do...
Don't use any bar though. Oh, you use a bar.
You can use bar.
Oh, you can...
I was trying to challenge you.
Oh, I put it down. I got it.
Okay.
Let's see if this works.
Bam!
Oh, because it's already frozen.
It's already frozen.
You only freeze frozen once.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. That's awesome.
Drop a couple of ice cubes.
Drop some ice cubes, man. Do what the man requests.
Do it on the multiple ones on the screen. They're going to want to see that.
But I'm just going to break through that.
Oh, no.
Oh.
So yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
so,
keep
I mean,
dropping
you get the multiple ice cubes on the screen at the same time, which is something very different than we've done before. So it's definitely a new, cool little mechanic that people people are going to really dig.
Really cool stuff. Like, definitely, like we were talking about, as you can probably see now, his game plan is very different.
Right.
And it'd be fun to play against and play as.
Absolutely.
Like, that's what makes games. I mean, those matchups are what makes games.
I'm going to put up a wall, and then I'm going to go beep, 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 beep. Yep.
Yeah.
Right on.
Sometimes I wish I could do that to Derek in real life.
Oh.
Put that wall up, you know?
So let's go through some of his other stuff.
Yeah, the variation.
Oh, were you? No, that's great, guys. I was just trying to move right along.
Right. We are going to now show some new versions.
Some practice options.
There we go. Player 1 loadout 2.
All right.
Excellent.
Now we're going to show kind of a version we made of him, a different version. Again, we don't have all the gear yet here, so there's another cool-looking sort of green and white version of him. His accessories, his guns, a sniper rifle on.
Yeah, one thing I do like to mention though, depending on what level meter of your character power you are, the LED on your light also matches the light of the.
Oh, it does.
Look at that! Look at that!
I think you also told me that now that if it's level 3, this goes.
There is
faster.
boost, yes. So when you're level 3, some moves get boosts, like slight boosts. And any level. So level 1 is a little bit faster. Level 2 is a little faster.
This got some speed now.
Yeah, now it's got some speed. So sometimes it's not worth burning your character power because you want to have the abilities buffed up.
Augments to your other moves.
Right.
Cool.
So this has.
And that's a base character. It's not a equipment thing.
Oh,
so
what was that?
This is an air dash.
He has an air dash.
Cool. I like the effects on the ground too. It's really awesome.
Brian had a really good idea because there's another special move we can use in conjunction.
Oh.
Yeah, I was mentioning this earlier.
What is it? What can you do?
This move right here is an awesome air platform.
Oh my goodness.
From that air platform, you can do your normal special on-ground special moves.
So I can do.
You know, you can do your normal blasts. You know, and then you can do at least 2 platforms before hitting the ground again. So.
That's really cool.
So, and it's especially fun.
From the platform, you can also do, come straight down. You can jump back, jump forward. So almost use it like a double jump as well. Once you master it.
Right, it's super fun to use.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Because then especially when you in conjunction with the air dash, I messed it up. You can do,
What? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that's
really exciting.
Really sweet.
Exciting. Got to give Paul the credit for the idea for that move, though. I didn't come up with that one myself.
That's really cool. And you can do it low to the ground too. That's too low to the ground.
So those are just 2 more of his ability unlocks, right?
These are ability unlocks with the gear.
With the gear. These are gears, so.
All right.
Which is super cool. I guess Captain Cold looks sick, someone says.
Oh, I thought he was.
So, yeah, people are really seeming to enjoy the Captain Cold.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I was really positive, a lot of positive stuff so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited about him. Cool. We have another one we can show too, real quick.
Right.
Which we'll do. I do the wrong thing every
It's okay.
time. Every time I do the wrong thing.
You'll get it eventually.
Right.
I have faith in you.
What if I don't?
It's all right.
Then you know what? You don't learn from your mistakes, and then that's a bigger problem.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Another look. Very cool.
Another gun look.
Nice.
What did we give him? Gotta remember what we gave him.
Air blast.
Oh yeah, we can now
add air blast.
even zone more. So if they're trying to jump out of your ice blocks, you can be able to. It's so hard to time these, right? Isn't it?
Oh, I wasn't really trying.
Oh, you weren't.
No, I was just being a jerk.
Just pushing the buttons like you like to.
And you can see as all the ice effects he has leaves that little bit of mist depending on wherever it hits.
Awesome. Let's check what else. What else did we add? Oh yeah, Shoulder of Cold.
Oh yes, Shoulder of Cold.
So we always talk about when you play Injustice 2, like creating a character to play the way you want them to.
Yes.
Like, let's say you're not into the whole trap game.
I don't want to stay back. I don't want to kind of rush down.
Well, definitely that gives him the ability to get in close.
Yeah, you can.
And whoop some ass.
Here you go.
Using his gun as propulsion.
Yes, yes. But once again, incorporating his gun into mostly everything he does.
Some really innovative ways of using it.
Oh, let's throw super.
Oh, super.
Another snow globe. Another snow globe.
Snow globe. Yeah, you can jump around in the snow globe.
Yeah, show the speed change. It's really cool. Is it down or is
forward?
Forward and
So you can like go in there and hit him, and you can see how he starts to freeze while he's in there.
I missed. I do love when his gun's been used. It has the trail, the vapor trail.
The vapor trail.
So like it spins around and
yeah, it's pretty
really
cool. Yeah.
Thanks. That's awesome. That's Captain Cold.
Yeah.
Excellent, guys. Thank you very much.
Ah, yes. I was wondering what would break first.
Flash and Bane are really great examples of returning characters that don't play exactly the same. They have new specials, different tweaks done to them, so that they don't seem exactly the same, but they're familiar if you played them previously.
What you liked about Bane and Flash is back, but there's just a few things to spice it up.
Right.
So, one of the first differences is his 1-1-2 string.
Are we on this? There we go. All right.
Right. So now he can dash cancel. He can actually hold it. The last part.
Oh yeah.
And he can dash cancel out.
You may want to do that, Steve.
I can do it. I can do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you can now, in the original, you could just do 1-1-2, but now you can do 1-1-2 and hold down to go to overhead, or you can do 1-1-2 and you can dash out of it, so you can fake them out. He also has 4-2 now, had a bunch of options. Has a new one, which I absolutely love, where now he steps on your back.
He breaks Batman's back another way.
As if Batman couldn't be bodied by Bane anymore, he now has this. And the second part is an actual grab. It actually counts as a throw. So
you can actually
see there. He also has a new standard throw.
Big old choke slam.
Big choke slam. And he has a new command grab, the Bane bomb, which I absolutely love. Just a nasty power bomb.
Bam.
Can I meet it, Brennan?
You can. This is my favorite. Oh, out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, everybody. So awesome.
Yeah. He also has a new meter burn for his Venom Uppercut, which is like his big anti-air attack. Meter burn it, and your opponent will rest in peace. Look at that.
Jeez.
Bam.
Bam. That's beautiful.
Super sweet.
He also has a new overhead attack, the Mercenary's Elbow, which has a really cool meter burn. Now, this is an overhead attack. It's very good to use off his down one or any of his strings, or just use it off a jump in, and then you meter burn it.
Bam!
A big old brain buster.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
So he seems to have more wrestling moves
More
than he
wrestling
had before.
moves than ever, right? More throws. His character power is back, which is 3 levels of Venom, and you gain a damage buff, a movement buff, and armor on all your attacks. But the catch is, once it runs out, you're in debuff. And then everything's slowed down, you do less damage, you take more damage, you don't have any armor. So the idea is, you use it when you think you're going to get your offense going, and when the debuff's out, that's when it's time to...
And now it's out. Now look at this.
Yeah, you can see the movement.
Floaty.
Like, this is my dash.
Right.
Like, it's a lot of trouble. And then damage-wise, like, this usually does a lot, and it does
a little.
So the idea is...
uppercut level stuff.
In level 3 Venom, Bane is arguably the strongest character in the game. But in debuff, he's seriously weakened.
Yeah.
And that's when his long range comes into play. You can see his down 1, his forward 2, his backdash moves him very far.
Yeah, he's always had a really nice
backdash. So he's very good at keeping the opponent out, and then he's very good when he gets in, as long as you're managing his Venom levels correctly.
The Bane bomb. Man.
The Bane bomb is great.
Nothing like
and then, like all the characters, he has a new super, and his super is really cool. It is a full screen ground pound. Biggest DDT ever.
Breaking through the atmosphere.
Yeah,
with
so
force.
can you do it from full screen?
I sure can.
This is a great whip punisher. So, when you have full bar of super, if the opponent moves at all and you see him, they're going up. So Bane is one of the characters whose gameplay drastically changes when he has 4 bars. When he has 4 bars, you have to be very, very careful. So, if you're a character that keeps Bane out, like Dr. Fate or Deadshot again, when he has the 4 bars, all of a sudden, you do a fireball, you're going up for that DDT.
And if you have 4 bars and he has 3 tanks on open,
you're losing a lot of
Major damage.
Major damage. Okay, that is Bane in a nutshell, I would say. Really cool. The great thing about Bane, like we've talked about, like if you were a character loyalist back in the day, there are characters you'll be able to be like, go back into, but still learn new things about. I felt that with Bane.
Yes.
I knew what I was doing, but there's some new tactics I'm running into that I'm trying to employ as well.
Right.
Like the cancel thing, which I was obviously terrible at. The elbow, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
You don't expect it coming, like it, and then you're like, just kind of lounge it.
Yeah.
let's show. We made some cool costumes.
Okay.
Gear, pardon.
I love Bane's gear. I think it's very, very cool.
So this is like, and we talked about
the Venom.
The Venom. So there we go. He is now all in blue. And now he's on debuff. So this is another just one of his sort of epic gear sets we really liked. Really being quiet and careful.
Yeah, he's sneaking.
Well, Bane is known for his stealth.
Known for his stealth.
Yeah. So let's show some abilities.
What do we got for this one? Is this? Nope. What do we put here? Remember?
You look at the move list?
Let's look at the move list.
Let's look at the move list.
I wrote them down, and I always never look at that.
All right.
Yeah.
Juggernaut Rush is a really cool one. Can you do it from like full screen?
Sure can.
It is a rushing grab. It is armored, so he'll run through attacks and then slam you down.
If I had control of the character, I would try and do something.
Right.
But it's all right.
Sure you would.
No, I mean I would probably jump around like an idiot, but that's all right.
You'll just have to imagine a projectile.
Let's give Derek some power here.
Yeah.
So,
there you go.
Venom up.
Venom. You didn't.
Venom.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
That did not work.
So maybe Steve was wrong. And
Well,
maybe
it will.
Again, this is an early look at Bane. so this is what happens when Derek gets the controls, is he just starts throwing.
Well, that's what I was here to do, is to show that off.
Well, we noticed that didn't happen.
Oh, yeah, but I'm still doing it.
Yeah,
right, fair enough.
Well, that was a great showcase of Batman's battering.
Yes.
So that's Juggernaut Rush.
Using the combo as well, like I just did. You saw that.
And then you also have... Wait.
What?
I think I actually know why you didn't get armor.
What?
Because I think you have Supercharge on.
Which is
a perfect... This is the perfect example.
This is
not... Get hype, Steve. Get hype.
This is not a fail, and tell them why.
Supercharge is one of his abilities, and this changes his character power. Instead of gaining armor, he gains an even bigger damage boost. So the idea is, if it's a matchup that you're comfortable, that you can get in on, that you're not going to be kicked out, you sacrifice your armor and look at the damage buff. Do one of your big combos.
Okay.
Go to level 3 and do a combo.
All right.
And do a combo. Alright.
Well, now you're debuffed.
Now I'm debuffed. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Try it again. Take 2.
Take 2, everybody. See, my problem is we have this other move on that I'm having trouble with.
You got it this time.
Yeah.
Well, even look at that.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. Dude.
That's
yeah. Well, so this is a very risky trade-off, and if you're confident that you don't need the armor, you can do massive amounts of damage.
Can you do a super? Do that and do a super?
Yeah, do level 3. Give Batman full life.
Okay.
Level 3 super.
Okay. I would be terrified of that. I would be absolutely terrified.
That's a good ability.
Now the thing is there though, like with Bane, when you want to use that, the armor is what gets him in.
Right.
You are without it.
And that's the cool metagame of it. Is right. the armor is one of the most powerful tools to get in close, and you're not going to have that.
Yep.
Cool.
Let's look at another set of gear we have set up for him.
Another loadout?
Another loadout. Good call. That's what we call those.
Yep, that's what we should go with.
There you are. You can do that. We have air top rope, I believe.
Air top rope is an air grab. He slams them down. You can do it off a combo. You can do it in the air. And you can meter burn it.
Oh, sorry, I was jumping up there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. And you can meter burn it. And do a combo.
Yeah.
So that becomes a good anti-air tool, a good combo tool, and it also looks awesome.
Juice up and show his Venom.
Ooh, look at that.
Like this
that looks great.
Yeah, that's really cool. So.
And then the other ability we have is, if you liked the wake-up options you got in Injustice 1 with the body press, you can choose to use the old Injustice body press if you choose.
Break Batman's back again.
Yeah.
That's why I chose Batman, everybody.
Well,
that much
that's
earlier.
Canon.
That's why I did it.
Yeah,
so.
That's canon. So he gets his Injustice 1 command grab back, so you can decide which of his command grabs you prefer. And just like Flash, this is only a little preview of his abilities. There are
still more to
others
come
for when you get the game.
Yep.
Awesome.
We're in to talk about Gorilla Grodd, a character I've been wanting to talk about for a long time.
Yes.
Is this him? Good.
Yep.
All right. So let's talk first about just design.
Yeah, so Gorilla Grodd is 800-pound gorilla. He's probably about 10 feet tall or so. Super strong, super smart, he's agile, and he's got some psionic abilities. He's like the total package in a way.
So he's like me.
Well, I don't know about that, but I guess.
Stealing my joke when you saw where I was going with it.
Well, so, you're closer to 800 pounds.
Yeah, well.
Makes sense.
You know, he's not a trained fighter like Batman is, right? He's more animalistic and wild. Obviously, he's a gorilla, but we wanted to translate that in his moves as well. So a lot of his moves are like these full body motions, really kind of primal and like ragey type moves. Along with his strength, like he also feels, because he's so smart, that he is so much better than his opponents. So he kind of wants to just not only hit them and move, just destroy them, but just pure dominance is what he wants to do.
And it's a really cool line you're going through, because he's very strong and powerful and feral almost.
Yeah.
But he's also very smart.
Exactly.
So two different ways to play.
Right.
So let's, but they work together.
Absolutely, and you'll see him shine within like the medium to close range. You know, he's really got some good tools to kind of get in close, because he's not really a zoner type guy. He's rush down more or less, or just kind of just get in your face. So you know, we can see some of those moves.
Right.
All right, let's do it.
Let's talk about it. So let's start with sort of his some of the strings he has.
Some of his normal attacks.
His normal attacks are really cool because a lot of them involve grabs and throws.
Absolutely.
And can be meter burn.
Absolutely, yeah.
So let's start with some that, like we have the this one's super awesome.
I love this movie, yeah.
Have
So-
to choose them out.
This is, you know, feral right there, right? He's like eating his face. So.
Which can also be
Meter burns.
monkey flip them over you.
It's monkey flip.
Awesome.
I think he would be offended by that.
He might be. He also has. What else we got?
You could do the 223.
223 is an amazing move. Let's do the bite again real quick. And these are all just good rush down maneuvers. This pushes him back.
Right.
A great pushback maneuver.
And the one away throw.
And just like you were saying, Pete, like he's swinging those arms around, right? Like,
Absolutely.
and which is giving him also good reach on some attacks as well, too, which is great.
Now that's his standard 3. Now that's a 3 hit right there, which is pretty cool.
And let me go through real quickly my favorite move he has, which we just showed, which is the clothesline, right?
Right.
But you can also meter burn the clothesline. Oh, missed
And
it.
miss a combo.
Miss a combo.
There you go.
Don't get used to it, everybody. And then
Finish
a
into the
combo.
monkey
So-
rush.
Right.
And he does a fair bit of damage. He's a big bruiser.
Yeah, once he gets in, you're in trouble.
But so keeping him out is a great idea.
Absolutely, but he's got tools to get in.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't monkey around.
Oh.
Huh? Ah.
All right.
All right, moving on.
One of my favorite moves is it's not like a combo maneuver, but one of the things I really like to do is his back two.
Yes.
It's a really good.
It's good utility.
A nice range to it, and it also kind of gives a little bit of a stagger, so you can come in and throw. I mean, it's not a combo, but like you can really mix people up that way.
Absolutely.
And something that people don't know is a thing we call in the building the secret sweep. So he has this down one right there, his little poke.
It's pretty quick too.
He also has, oops,
A leap.
He also has a leap that I just
Which is
did.
a secret sweep.
He can also go
Yeah.
further with his sweep by lunging at the opponent.
It's great reach.
It's a good long-reaching sweep.
Awesome. Let's discuss a little bit some of his special moves.
Yes, absolutely.
Start
So let's do the Stampede since we kind of saw that.
Right.
So, you know, this is really good if you're far away and you really want to get close. The nice thing about this is you can cancel this at any time.
So I can.
Oh.
It's a good move for players who play this character because the way it kind of resembles a little bit of his forward dash. So you might confuse people like, is he dashing or not?
Absolutely.
So then you can do something like this, come in, hit him once, come in, cancel, and then get in for a throw.
Or the secret sweep.
Or secret sweep them, which is important. There it is.
But what's really nice is if you meter burn that, he really picks up his speed. He'll get to his opponent real quick, and then if he hits him, you know, you do this like pretty vicious combo on him.
Yeah, so I didn't know he was faster.
Yeah, he's much faster.
Yeah, cool. He's much faster. So that's a great move for him. What else do we want to go through here?
We could talk about the leap. That's another good
leap,
one to get in
yes.
close.
So he has a huge leap, which he can do from different.
Yeah, you can push back or forward to kind of change the distance on it, how far he goes. And during while he's airborne, you can press one of your kind of your face buttons to do a different attack, right?
One of your air attacks?
Air attacks,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's not all either.
Tell me more.
You can do, I was too close, I didn't do it right, sorry.
Yeah, that's the throw button, right?
Right, which also, another, I mean, this guy, if you have some meter, you're going to do some damage.
That's right.
Because he can also flip him up too.
Yep.
For some more continuation. So.
Great. He also has a ground pound.
Oh, right.
It's a pretty short range move, but if you're pretty far away and you really want to poke the guy, you can meter burn that, and it travels full screen.
And you see the ground sort of lift. That's
There's
awesome.
that effects team.
Effects team.
Going back to the
Going
effects.
to do it again. And also, like, just doing things, you know.
Yeah,
like 1-1.
absolutely.
It's a real good mix-up tool, too.
And for the most part, too, with Grodd, you're going to want to do your combos that end with leaving your opponent next to you, or as close to you as possible, right?
Yeah.
And so ending it with that ground pound is really good so that you can get back onto the opponent.
Absolutely.
We didn't show what it was. Just this. His throw.
This is my favorite move.
His throw is just, it's so Gorilla Grodd.
Yeah.
So Gorilla Grodd.
Gorilla Grodd.
Man, that's Gorilla Grodd.
Also, shout outs to Kondak. One of our newer stages you get to see here, too.
Oh, have we not shown this?
It's been in some trailers.
Okay.
But here it is, Kondak, everybody.
Ooh.
Talk about his trait.
His trait, yeah, his character power. So here it is. He
gains psionic powers here. So a couple of his, he gets some new strings.
Show some of those. Here we go.
Yeah. So towards 2 throw. Right. It's another kind of in your face.
Right.
Great.
That's a good combo ender when you have that on.
Yes.
For sure.
And then towards 2-1.
Boom.
Yep. And then also, kind of from here, he gets the ability to do mind control, which you showed, which is down back to you.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is cool because if you meter burn that, you can just run in and you got this huge advantage.
He makes them hit themselves.
Absolutely.
Which is amazing.
And it gives you a special power that's got really good reach as well, right? So, I mean, you can get them from a good distance, mind control them, rush up, and go into combo.
Yeah, if you're kind of stuck in that medium zone, that will, or a little bit further, that will really give you some opportunities. He also has a psionic lift. That's a good one.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. We're talking...
Down 1?
Down 1.
So from here, he has this like mode where he has this little floating ability. From there, you can kind of dash forward or back to gain some mobility.
Right.
But, you know, you can cancel out of that either by pressing down, or if you want to do like a medium range burst, press 1.
That's the wrong one.
Well, that's fine, too.
Yep.
So 1, that's really nice because it's pretty quick and it hits really far.
Right.
So you could kind of dash past and then
Right.
hit the 1, and then you can cross them up and then do stuff. 2 is the ground pound there, and you can meter burn that. What I really like about the meter burn is it's full screen pop up, so you can be really far away, be up in the air, come down and pop up.
So we'll do something like... Boom.
Yeah, exactly.
And knock them down, get in, do more damage.
Do whatever you want to do.
Right on.
But let's say you really have a problem with against zoners.
As big characters,
it's
do
fair enough. Like if there's not enough tools for him, and someone's just really like fireballing you or whatever, you know, throwing whatever at you. If you turn on your trait and then you have this
down 3
savage strength move, you'll eat projectiles for like quite a long time.
And then that gets him back in. So you're getting zoned out here. Turn it on, and I'm just walking in.
Yeah, do whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, that's
pretty powerful.
It's
pretty powerful.
It only lasts, a certain amount of seconds, and it only happens when his trait is on.
Correct.
So you gotta pick your timings.
Yes.
So definitely a super cool character. I've been playing with him a lot. We've had some matches.
We
had
have
a lot of fun with Gorilla Grodd. Awesome.
You want to show his super?
His super, right.
Let's do it.
His super is awesome because it's just like straight up brutal.
Yeah.
And he uses both brains and brawn during
That's right.
it. So let's see that.
Oh, you comboed into it.
Look at that, fancy.
I didn't think you could. Shows that animal side of him. He's still animal on the inside.
Debo305 on Twitch just said, "I found my main." Everyone seems to be really enjoying Gorilla Grodd right now.
Great.
So good for you.
So you know what? Maybe we should show him some more stuff then.
Oh, we do have some cool gear setups ready to go.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna do one more combo there.
Yeah, okay.
So I'd go to. Always do it wrong.
There you
always
go.
do it wrong.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
You got to show off the way too, some of its utility.
Oh, right.
In there.
So first off, you want to flip stance him? So
There we go.
See this amazing gear,
So
right?
golden with the we got the green horn there. It's pretty awesome.
The emerald horn.
Emerald. Yes, it's emerald. I apologize.
That's all right. I mean, he's royalty.
We were talking about the way too as
Yeah.
well. Like this is really cool. So you can actually like do this sort of thing, and then restand,
Stand, yeah.
which is
important
Sturdy,
to
yeah.
his game.
yes,
play,
exactly.
Right?
There are also combos which they're doing in QA. I can't do one today, but it's because it's a little challenging for me. But I'm getting there, where you can actually set this up into a throw,
Yeah,
and
I've
then
seen that.
I actually just did it. So
Wow,
that's really
I can't
cool
believe
too.
You did it.
Oh, and the cross-up leap?
Yeah. This move here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his 2 spins around so you can actually cross up with it really easily, and then jump over them and cross up too. So
he's got a lot of fun tools.
let's check out some of the which moves did I add here.
I don't know.
I gotta find.
Well, it probably isn't a new combo.
Is this the anti...
Let's see. Let's try this. Not that.
No.
Steve wrote them down. We're gonna find them real quick, unless we somehow didn't get them put in.
Well, you know.
Oh right.
Let's see.
I don't think they're put in. Actually, I think we may have made a mistake and not have them put in. So that's not on Matt Burke. That's on me.
Can we blame Burke
like
anyway?
To still blame Burke for it.
We will blame Burke for that. Let's take a look at another one of his sweet costumes.
Absolutely. What else does he have?
We have some really cool. This next one is my favorite one. Let's take a look here.
Ooh, I like the skulls
Skulls and crazy stuff.
That's what I usually wear on the weekends. Skulls and spikes.
So he has some really neat gear. Yeah, they did not say it. So
well, either way, we got awesome looking gear for Grodd.
Right.
He's got a lot of really great abilities that he has as well. So like one of them that we're not being able to currently show is his anti-air grab, which really does help out for his gameplay.
So he's able to have an anti-air grab. He actually, my favorite thing, which maybe we'll try to get a GIF ready of that, is his throw. He can actually meter bird and hit and swing more and more.
Just keep.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
So he does have a lot of cool, just more stuff to get in there and do damage.
Yeah.
Sorry we weren't able to show you all those. I messed up. That's on me. That's not on Matt.
Way to go, Matt.
Way to go, Matt.
Yeah, Matt. Nice job.
But you know, maybe we can put out a nice trailer.
Right, maybe we can.
Maybe we can.
So, Pete, anything else you want to talk about Gorilla Grodd?
No, I think he's pretty fun, so I'm hoping everyone enjoys him.
He's here. Who? The Batman.
Let's talk about Scarecrow.
Scarecrow, yes.
So what do you want to talk about it for?
Well, Scarecrow
is scary.
He's very spooky. His mid-range game is definitely scary for the opponent.
Ooh, good one.
Okay.
He doesn't really fall into a standard archetype.
Okay.
He has very good range, and then he has a lot of wacky, unique special moves.
Good.
So let's just get right into it.
Yeah, let's go for it.
We'll start off.
Let's start with his combo attacks.
Right. His combo attacks have a lot of range with his sickle. His back 3 has a ton of range. His forward 3 is an overhead that reaches almost all the way across the screen.
So would you say this is the longest reaching forward 3?
This is the longest reaching forward 3 in the history of Injustice.
Okay, very good.
Now, the trade-off is they're not very fast and they have a lot of recovery.
Right.
So if you're a player that likes kind of a slower paced, but you want to keep the opponent away, he'll be a great character. He also has forward medium attack, light attack, hard attack, which is a very good long-range move. It's a mid attack.
And it advances you too.
And it advances him. He goes forward. He has a low attack with good reach for a low attack that ends in an overhead.
What a mix-up.
Hey, can you show the trap real quick? I don't think we've really seen that much.
Well, he's a power character.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, cool.
You know, he could have just given me control, but instead he's like, no.
Oh, trap.
Oh,
my foot! That's my second favorite interactable in the game.
I think it's actually, yeah, my second favorite too.
Okay, cool.
The crocodile's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So, he also has like a good knockdown string. And he has strings that have overheads and lows in the middle. He's not really a character that opens you up with overheads and lows. They're more part of his combo attacks.
Right.
So if you land like the first hit, you're gonna
right.
get in.
Then the opponent has to go lower overhead. It's not the initial hit.
Right. So you got to really learn his combo strings to fight against him.
And then he has forward 1 is this long range headbutt, which I love.
Woo!
Look at that.
Nice.
That's awesome. Nice little
And you can see his sweep has a ton of range. It's probably the longest range sweep attack.
Jeez.
His uppercut has a ton of range, so it's a great anti-air. His jump attacks have great range. He's kind of one of the masters of ranged combat in this game.
Controlling space.
Yes.
He's in a weird way a melee zoner.
Right. That's a good way to describe him.
Yep.
So we can go into... Oh, he also has a really cool throw. I love how he just drags you down. Alright, so his special attacks, we'll start off with Death Sickle, or Death Spin, which is a multi-hitting attack, and he can actually advance with it. So he can go forward, or he can retreat if you want to intimidate the opponent. And this can be meter burned into a combo start.
Wow.
And then you get a back three.
Or do you?
You do.
Do you?
Man, this is scary.
You're really landing it right now.
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
So this is like his main combo starter. If you hit his low, you can go into it. Pretty much anytime you're gonna hit, you can use it as punish, you can go into it. It's like the main way you're gonna extend your combos.
Gotcha.
Then he has his Gas Puke. And this move you can actually hold down to extend it. So you can do a short one and be safer on block, or you can do the full one. He also has a Gas Burst, which is a quick, somewhat safe burst that you can use to end strings. Like if you think the opponent might block, or if you want to just knock them away to go back to your ranged attacks. And he can also do this in the air.
Ooh.
It also has it'll do a slight dot damage, and it has another use that involves his character power we'll talk about later.
Okay.
He has this hook attack, which is a great combo ender. It'll knock him down.
Leaves it right next to you.
Leaves him right next to you. It does a good chunk of damage. And the meter burn does even more damage and looks absolutely awesome.
Oh.
A really nice dose of fear gas.
So cool.
Yeah. So that's definitely one of his best combo enders. He has a teleport. Since I said earlier his moves are on the slower side and have a lot of recovery, if the opponent has long range or projectile attacks that are very fast, he'll get beat out. So if you're struggling to get in, you can actually use this teleport to go right behind him.
Just drops into fear
Right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He can also use it for tricks. You can knock them down, then they're blocking the other way, and you go in.
You're fighting a nightmare at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty scary to have this giant creature show up right behind when you're trying to use your batarangs. He also has a command grab, which is what I said earlier, where he doesn't really fit into an archetype because he's not a grappler. He's a long-range character, but then he has a grapple, which is, in my opinion, one of the cooler moves in the game.
Because there's his. You've seen both versions.
Yes.
Of
You
How
can
is
see
this possible?
through Jonathan Crane's fear gas, anything is possible. Your worst nightmares come to life.
Oh my.
And he has some really good tick throws. His down one, his standing three.
Explain a tick throw real quick.
Well, a tick throw is when you do a normal attack and then you special cancel into the grab, and if the opponent keeps blocking, they'll get thrown.
Right.
So the opponent has to make a read and jump out or do a meter burn back three or attack them or backdash away. It basically means you do a normal attack and you combo into it, and you can't just keep blocking. So then once the opponent starts to try to jump out, so I said this is a good tick throw. Then you can start doing the actual string, and if they jump out, they're going to get hit.
Awesome. That's one of my favorites.
That's definitely one of the cooler
really
strings.
Cool. So let's any other special moves you want to talk about?
Or should we break down that gimmick?
That
character power.
Come on.
Oh, he also has this energy wave.
Oh.
And this will actually absorb projectiles. So again, if he's struggling because his moves are on the slower side and he's getting zoned out by batarangs, he can use this. And the meter burn one will do a double one, and it'll knock them far away.
I wish I could throw batarangs, but I'm not.
And you can actually combo off this. Once it hits.
Derek would like to throw a batarang.
Can I throw batarangs, please? No. See how fast he did that?
Yeah, I'm not very fast with it.
There we go. Look at that.
There you go.
Damn.
Beats projectiles.
Whew.
Super
Steve
cool.
is a professional. That's what I like about Steve.
So he has great tools to keep you away where he wants to be. He has pretty good tools when he gets up close, and he has good tools if you're trying to keep him away. So at full screen, he's at his absolute best. He's a total nightmare.
Good one.
Gotcha.
Character power. His character power is his fear meter. You can see it at the bottom. So how it works is you activate it, and he gets even scarier. And now he starts doing dot damage when he's close to the opponent. So
dot damage being?
Damage over time. They'll start taking damage just by standing next to him. And you can see that it's filling the fear meter. Now, you're not expected to get a full fear meter on just one dose of this poison. You can see I almost did. So the idea is you keep fighting, and then you activate it again, and you get a chunk. Now it's full. Now you can see it's glowing green, and it's draining.
Whatever does this do, Steve?
This does Traumatize, which is a full-screen ground pound.
Ooh. Now, is that guaranteed damage, or...?
All the follow-ups are guaranteed damage. The actual ground pound is blockable, but it's very fast. It reaches all across the ground. So the idea is once you build up this fear meter, which will take you a little trouble, you have this ground pound active.
Which they are afraid of
the
entire game.
Yes. And then you sit on it, you make them fear them, you wait for movement, you look for a little twitch, Traumatize, and then you get a big combo.
That's really cool.
You can also use it as combo extender. You don't have to do it from far away. You know, you could if you hit this, just go straight into it and then get a big damaging combo from up close.
Wow. Oh,
that's awesome.
Now,
cool.
The dot damage isn't the only way to build a sphere meter. His Scarecrow gas also builds it. So if you do this move, this one,
sorry,
you'll see it's also building it up as it hits.
Oh, so anytime the gas hits...
Anytime he hits with a gas move, it'll build it up, as long as it's active. So the idea here is, when you feel like you're comfortable in a good position to get in, you activate it, you start getting close to them. And just by being close to them, they're going to take damage. Like you go for a throw, which wastes a lot of time with it and does a lot of the dat damage. You can start ending your combos in this move to get it up. Then when you get it, you can go back to playing full screen, back to controlling space. And the opponent knows, if you throw a batarang, if you try to do a back three or dash in, you got to look out for that ground pound and you're in a lot of trouble.
So once it's full, you don't actually have to activate it right away. You can just sit on it.
Right, you can sit on it while it's draining. And the opponent sits there and they know they got to try to wait it out.
That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
Really cool.
And then his super move.
One of my favorites.
The beginning of this super move is just amazing.
She rips a hole of reality.
And at the end, he puts them into
their own grave.
Go visit your parents, Batman.
Wow, that's
nice.
Like, did we really have to go there?
I think we all know what happened.
Sorry.
Wow.
All right. Well, you know what? It's just, you know, Scarecrow brings the worst out of me.
Yes, you're right. You're right. So that's awesome. That's kind of your walkthrough, basically, how Scarecrow works.
That's the basics of the default loadout Scarecrow.
I hope a lot of people really enjoyed seeing Scarecrow, but we do have, you put these together actually.
Some loadouts?
Some loadouts. Oh. We have some really awesome loadouts for Scarecrow. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, in my opinion, Scarecrow has some of the top 5, I'd say, gear in the game. Very, very cool stuff.
I'm glad you're numbering things in your head.
Yeah, well, as you know, I have a rating system in my head.
Right. So here we go. Sort of like, you went for a bone theme.
A bone-themed, the bones of his victims.
Ooh. His victim was a horse.
Yeah.
So his accessory there is his accessory his hook?
It is. And you can now see it has a bone on it, and you'll see another one later that's very,
Don't spoil it.
All right, so the first ability we're going to show is Soaring Murder, where you notice he has great range, but he didn't really have a standard projectile. Yeah. This replaces his energy wave move with crows.
His Fearferno?
Yeah.
Murder.
A murder of crows. And the medium one is even more crows, and it's a knockdown. They also move a little bit slower. So you can kind of follow them. And this gives him a traditional projectile. The regular one's pretty fast. The meter burn one takes up a ton of space and is a mid. So if you're playing a match where you're really struggling against projectiles, even with this projectile absorption, you now have a projectile on your own.
Nightmare Eater on Twitch just said, Scare Horse confirmed.
Ooh.
I mean, it's apparently dead.
What's on his other arm? Is that just a giant bird mouth?
I think that's a bird mouth.
Oh, wow.
If you guys recall, in The Dark Knight Returns, Batman actually rides a horse. So my personal headcanon right now is Scarecrow killed the horse and made armor out of it to scare Batman.
That is not Injustice canon.
No, that's my personal headcanon.
Do not think that is Injustice canon.
That's
Brownback. I love your headcanon.
Yeah, that's my headcanon.
Right.
Wow.
Cool. What else do we give him?
The second ability we gave him actually enhances the Fearnado, and it makes it slide across the screen. It will absorb a projectile still, and then it actually becomes a projectile, and it's a low-hitting, very fast projectile that you can use. So this loadout in particular I made to be an anti-zoning loadout. This is the loadout that you would use against like a Superman or a Deadshot or Dr. Fate if you want to go in and use your own projectiles. Or you could use it against the character we just saw, Gorilla Grodd, or any other grappler or brawler like Swamp Thing that has trouble against projectiles.
Right.
Awesome.
Now, I like this one. The next one's my favorite.
Yes.
You don't have to switch my play.
It's okay. It's just force of habit. Don't stop him.
Yeah, don't stop him. Don't stop
All
him.
right. Wow.
Plague Doctor.
So cool.
So
Yeah.
I have to say as well that I love Scarecrow's gear.
Yes.
He's got some of the coolest stuff. I love the gas mask. Am I allowed to talk about a problem? Oh, well,
Yeah,
it's too late.
There
It's
it
too late.
is.
But he's got some of the most unique gear of building that whole nightmare feeling of him, or fear.
Yes.
This one is legit scary, and he's wearing a tie. So this is sort of business casual.
Also a little,
Plague
it's a
Doctor.
little casual. I mean, casual. You know,
Yeah.
he is a psychiatrist.
Right. So he's got
He is a
business-
doctor.
yeah,
Right.
He's got business.
Well, the stream just went nuts. So
Okay.
that's good. So what we got
So,
here?
in theme with the Plague Doctor outfit, I gave him his move Plague, and this, that's who we've already seen.
Yep.
It replaces his Fearnado again, and it gives him this B attack, which comes up for the ground and then is a combo starter. So this is a great move for use against anyone that likes to hit buttons on the ground. It'll regulate them. It'll get a combo. Look at the range of that. That's good. That's a good move.
Now, what we've talked about too is that some of these gear-related abilities will take up more than one slot.
Right.
This one does.
This is a 2 slot. This is
Yeah.
such a good move. To balance it out, it'll take 2 instead of 1. So, the kind of metagame here is the Plague is a great move, but if you use this, you can't equip another ability. So if you really like the low sliding Fearnado, you can't equip these at the same time. So, and that's why we have multiple loadouts. So you can actually make 3 different loadouts to have. This is the one I use against projectiles. This is the one I use against grapplers. This is the one I use for matchups that are favorable to me. This is the one I use because this move just looks awesome.
Right. And that, to me, that's important to me.
Yeah.
I want to look cool,
awesome.
and I want to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
That's fine, right?
Yeah. No.
No, that's totally valid.
Do you want to do his super again? Because it's super fun.
I do want to do it again.
We can see him up close too. And it's the. That's what's cool to me is the super has the gear.
Yeah.
Like that's awesome.
Yeah.
And probably a challenge for the team. So nice job, everybody.
Way to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's
Scarecrow.
It's part of Scarecrow. There's still more.
Oh,
but
there's
we're not
more.
going to show.
There's more.
We're not showing.
That's just a
Oh, yeah.
tease. That's just a tease.
You looked at me all like, what are you talking about?
Well,
No,
that's
that's
all
pretty
we
much
talked
it.
about. Yeah. There's
Honestly,
more.
this is a family stream, and if we showed everything, it'd be too spooky.
It would be.
too
It
scary.
would be too scary.
So has Bruce ever sat you down for the talk?
How young do you think I am?
Not that talk, Firestorm.
Let's take a look at Firestorm.
Well, Firestorm is a really great zoning character.
A nuclear badass.
He is a nuclear-powered badass. 2 mines are better than 1. So that makes him good, I guess. He has a really good set of normal attacks that they don't have the greatest range.
You want to kill the button inputs? Just to make it a little easier to see?
Nope. Price options.
I do that too sometimes. There we go. Cool.
They don't have the best range, but they do have overhead and lows in them. This one ends in a low overhead. This one ends in a low. He has a pretty long string here that you can use to end combos.
So what do you think? What's his game style? What's his game plan?
His game plan is to keep you far away and to build up his character power, which we'll get to in a minute.
Okay.
So let's go over his special moves. One thing I'll note though for later, this is his best overhead attack, which splats them and it just does a nice chunk of damage. So it's just a decent overhead, but we'll come back to that later.
Okay. Just
So
remember
let's-
that we're going to come back
Remember
to that.
you saw that.
Yeah,
Okay.
remember you saw that. So his main fireball is very fast. It does a lot of damage, and it's a high. The meter burn one is a beam that does a boatload of damage and is extremely fast.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Definitely one of the better fireballs in the game. So once you've established your fireballs, you can use his Molten Trap, which is a really cool move that you have to control whether close, medium, or far. And if it hits, it stuns the opponent. You don't get a combo, but it staggers them, and you can go right back to your fireball game. But if you meter burn it, you get a second Molten Trap,
I'm not moving.
and now you get a combo.
And look at those awesome effects.
Yeah.
too.
Oh, it looks amazing.
Let's let it play out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's great.
plenty of time.
Yes. Yeah,
So
you
you're
have
there
plenty
for
of
a
time.
day. You're there for a
Yeah,
day.
and that's the idea, because he's meant to be played from a distance, so you can do it, and you have plenty of time to get in and do your combo. So this move is going to check the opponent who's trying to dash in, who's trying to just walk away. They're going to have to go low to block that because it's a full screen low attack, and that enables him to go in. So you're wondering, how do you get in?
How do you get in?
He has this torpedo move where he actually turns into nuclear fire and goes all the way across the screen very quickly. Nuclear fire.
Nuclear, not your typical fire,
yeah.
folks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Nuclear fire.
He can also do this move in the air. So this is a really, really good move to close the gap very quickly.
And if you see somebody jumping,
yes.
gotcha,
If the opponent is trying to jump back to get away, it's a great move to beat that. Look at that.
Yeah, good stuff.
And it's a good move to use in the air to, you can get behind them, you can get away. And then you're saying, well, what if I have the life lead?
Our players talk to themselves a lot.
They
sure do.
Yeah. Wait, is that just me?
Hey, Steve, what if I have the life lead?
And you want to sit on it, right?
And I want to sit on it,
But
yeah.
you're afraid, Superman does a lot of damage, right?
He sure does.
If he gets in, he could lose like half his
Nailed it.
life, right?
Right.
He has this energy shield, which does a buff, he catches on fire, and now he takes reduced damage for everything. So everything Superman does will do significantly less damage.
You see that super combo I just did?
Man, I'm very surprised you do that.
And then finally, he has this burst, which is a big burst attack, which is, it's a great wake-up attack. It's a great move to use at the end of your combos.
And I'm just going to sit here and jump.
Thanks for jumping.
It also hits when they're not jumping.
It does.
And the meter burn one is actually a combo starter. You can get a back three, and then go into your combo. So
you can do some real flashy stuff with all those tools.
You can.
I bet people can.
People can, not us.
His throws are my favorites. I love
Yeah,
that.
it's great. So, earlier I said he's really good at keeping away and waiting for his character power to build. So it seems like that's probably a good time to talk about it. Should
Yeah,
we?
we
Or
should.
should we just wait for May 16th?
No, let's talk about the character power.
Are we
We should.
taking a vote?
I vote for now.
I say now.
Matt? Cool.
May 16th.
Good vote.
All right, so you'll notice there's 3 bars and it's slowly building up. The way it works is it has 3 levels. And we're waiting for it to build up. And it builds up naturally over time. He doesn't have to do anything. There's nothing the opponent can do to stop
Probably
it.
turn
And
that on in the
his-
practice mode.
We can't.
His character power is not filled at the beginning of the fight.
You have to wait for it to fill up. Now, when it fills up, you hit the character power button, and he'll get powered up. This makes all of his moves do more damage, and he heals. You can actually see he's healing as he's going. So that's level 1. Level 2. Level 2 does the same thing, but a little bit better. Now he's healing for double, his moves are doing even more damage, and some of his moves get different reactions. Now, if you can get all the way to level 3, which does take a while, this is something you're only going to be able to do once or twice a match, he really gets powerful.
Well, let's see it. So he's getting more health back.
And this changes a bunch of the reactions of his moves. For example, this is now a combo starter. All of his moves do significantly more damage. Look at his fireball. It actually knocks down, not just the regular one. And look at that.
That's heavy pushback.
That's a heavy pushback, right. All of his like, heavy pushback.
Everything is just stay away.
This is another one. This, normally, it knocks you down. It's a low attack. It's nice to mix up with his overheads. With his character power on, it actually becomes a combo starter, right.
And just something that I wanted to talk about, 'cause I'm really excited about. You saw Steve going into the options.
Yes.
You can now specially set different character powers to what you want them to be doing in your practice, so you don't have to keep resetting to do things, which I think is a really cool quality of life improvement that you put in.
As a Catwoman player, it's a great blessing to be able to have 5 scratches. Or Firestorm's a great example too, where you can start at level 3, so if you want to practice your combos, you don't have to wait for it to recharge like a real match. So the idea of Firestorm, your basic game plan will be, when you start off, he has great distance moves, and up close, he's okay, but it's nothing spectacular. But if you can get this level 3, if you can go the whole match without needing it, all of a sudden his up-close game becomes twice as good as it was. And he's a real threat, and the opponent is going to have to basically try to run away and let that run out so he doesn't have blue fire anymore.
And he has it for quite a while.
And he has it for quite a while. Now the thing is, maybe you don't want to wait for level 3. Maybe you want to heal. So maybe you're about to lose the round. It might be a good idea to go to level 1 or go to level 2, get a little health back, do a little bit more damage, close out the round. But you got to consider you're going to have a harder time getting to level 3 later in the game. So there's a lot of character power management here. When do you want to actually activate?
You got to make choices.
Right. And when you have built up a bar, you can hold on to it. It's not like Scarecrow where you have to use it. So you could sit on level 3 until you're comfortable and in a good position to use it.
Right.
Sure.
Let's show the super.
Splicing atoms over here.
Yep.
So to me, I think ultimately Firestorm is going to appeal to very patient, methodical players that are going to be comfortable keeping people away and waiting for their opportunity. But then the nice thing is, once he gets this going, that's when you can get really creative. So the creative players that like the rushdown, they'll appeal to them too. So if you kind of want to be patient, and then when it's your time, absolutely go in and go nuts, he's definitely someone you should check out.
I would say, you know, if you're playing a grappler and you're like Swamp Thing, like the good thing is if you get in, his wake ups are fine.
Right.
But like you can do some serious stuff when you're up close.
Right.
Against him. So he definitely has a very distinct way that he'll play.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we got that's special for him?
All right.
Ooh.
Oh,
I really like this color.
It's a
Inverting
really
this color.
cool one, yeah.
All right. So the first character ability we'll show is Melting Point.
Oh, whoa, hey.
Which
all
is
right.
a very quick 3-hitting attack. A lot of his special moves are like full screen moves or moves to get in. So this one is actually one you can use up close. It's a great combo ender. It's a great move to use to just push them away if you want to then use his full distance moves.
Right, because I mean, for the most part, he does want to generally stay away.
Right, until of course he gets his character power up.
And then it's party time.
Yeah, it also looks absolutely awesome. His other one that we have here is his Atom Bomb, which is a close, medium, and far bomb that he places on the screen that will then blow up. And you can do it from far, you can do it from close. So it's something you can put on the screen and the opponent has to look for it, and that, again, builds you time for your character power, and it can limit them dashing up. Like, maybe you think they're going to try to come in because of this, you can set it up, and they get pushed far away. And if they block it, they get pushed far away.
And again, this is only a taste of some of the moves he'll be
Yes.
doing.
So this is being a great move for one of those methodical, careful players that likes to set traps and keep the opponent away. And then this one is the opposite. This is for the players that like to just go in, you want to just rush down, you want to do big flashy combos. Or maybe you like to do both, and you can equip both like I did on this loadout.
That's pretty cool. Pretty awesome.
Check what else you put together, Steve. I think you did good work on the gear sets, the
Well, thank
loadouts
you.
this week. Ooh.
I like this one, very futuristic.
I like the glowing matrix.
Yeah.
I would say that most of the things he wears are futuristic.
Thanks, Tyler. Thanks for the support.
I mean, right?
Let's put him in place.
Yeah.
All right, so I know what you're thinking. You've shown how great his range is. What about Deadshot? What about Dr. Fate?
Right.
What about characters that zone him out?
What will he ever do?
What will he do? Well, I have a loadout for you. This is Vaporized, where he can actually leave the fight line.
He can wow out.
He can wow out.
He's out of here.
And you can hold this down, and you can be gone.
Where did he go?
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Still there. Are you there?
But like, where does he go when he does
we don't
that?
know. We don't know.
He actually leaves our reality and becomes pure energy.
Is this headcanon again?
No, that's real.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
And the second one is one of my favorites. It's the Air Ground Spark, where at any point in your jump, you can summon this on the ground. It's a low attack, and it'll knock them down. So this would be really great against maybe Superman does a heat zap. You jump up, you see it, and he gets launched up. And then the meter burn is even cooler.
Oh,
it's
man.
a double hit, does a big chunk of damage.
It keeps him up there for a
And
minute.
it keeps him up there. So when you combine this with his air torpedo, and his pretty good jump attacks, he can control the air if you have this equipped.
Wow. There it is.
There it is.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Stuff.
I think
That is Firestorm.
That's
Firestorm.
Firestorm.
Yeah.
Should we show the super one more time?
I think we should.
Sure.
I mean, it's only
We
fair.
should? Okay.
We like to do them twice in different outfits, costumes, and gears.
There
All
it
right.
is.
There we go. Thank you, Steve, for that.
Ready for some slapstick?
New Harley, same crazy.
Yes.
We haven't really dove into him. So,
yeah.
Deadshot.
Deadshot.
Let's talk real quickly about what Deadshot is.
Deadshot is the zoner's zoner. He is the ultimate keep away, projectile, defensive character.
Okay.
He is just a master of projectiles.
Of his special moves, how many of them are projectile zoning moves?
All but one.
Okay, very good.
And the other one arguably uses his own body as a projectile.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
there we go.
Could be 5 out of 5.
Now the thing is, Floyd Lawton does not miss, ever. He's the world's greatest sharpshooter, so it's very good to have a bunch of projectile moves if he's him.
Good.
If he's him.
If he's him.
Steve
nailed it.
Steve using all the words today, and some of them in the wrong order.
Yeah.
All right.
So
let's go ahead. Let's break him down.
I think before we get into special moves, though, let's talk about his normal attacks. Because one thing I love about him is he uses guns so effectively. Even some of his normal attacks have guns. Like his jump 2 is a really good advancing jump attack. This string ends in a gun, and you can actually hold it down. It's 1, 2, and then you can do a quick one to restand them, or you can go the whole way and get a good chunk of damage and a knockdown. His down 1 is a quick little poke. That's actually a shot.
Quick shot.
A little quick shot. And then we can see his 4-3.
Just a heavy kick there.
Yeah, his 4-3 does not involve
It is
bullets.
not, no, but it involves his boot.
Right.
And I like his back 3. It has a ton of range. He does not really have high damaging mix-ups, but he does have a low starter.
That's awesome.
It knocks you away. You can get a quick gunshot. Or you can miss the gunshot. And then he has an overhead.
I thought he didn't miss.
Yeah,
well.
It comes back and gets
Gotcha. Get him later.
He has an overhead, but he does not have a way to combo off this unless he uses a bar meter, and it's unsafe if blocked. So he's kind of a high-risk, low-reward mix-up character. But then you get into his special moves. Thanks for throwing a toilet at me.
Felt it was necessary.
We've always known that if Derek has the controller, he'll just start pushing
this
buttons.
is not a
That's it.
Superman interactable showcase, Derek.
Felt like it was.
So he has a wrist shot, which is an extremely fast projectile. It travels the full screen very, very quickly, and he can meter burn it to do multiple shots. And the cool thing about this move is you can hold forward to advance, or you can hold back to retreat.
Awesome.
So this can be used if you want to, let's say you're up close and you want to get away. You can retreat, or you can use it up close, advance forward, and then do short little combos using advance forward. Then he has Bullet Barrage, which is instead of being a single shot, it's slower, but it's multiple shots.
He's got to turn around and splash.
Right.
Like that, right.
This one's flashing. And then the meter burn is a pretty decent chunk of damage.
It's a barrage.
It's a barrage.
Barrage
It's
bullets.
literally a barrage.
Fancy.
Now, if the wrist cannons aren't enough, he has a high-powered rifle on his back.
Why have it if you're not going to use it?
Right.
Which is actually a low shot. And then you meter burn it, and this is one of my favorite moves.
So a good chunk of piece of damage to be able to do that.
Now the great thing about meter burn rifle is how good it is to keep the opponent away. So if they're already away, it's good. Now let's say they're about here, and the opponent is blocking. Can you block?
I can try.
I've never seen him do it.
No, I guess not.
You literally. All right. Please hold down. Okay. The opponent actually gets pushed away pretty far. So if you want to use the bar meter and make sure your opponent's not going to be close, this is a move you can use to push them away. And then you can go back to using your faster zoning attacks. So then to really showcase his aim, he has Trick Shot, which is a shot that you can control. You can do a close one, a far one, and it's an anti-air. He can use it as a mix-up tool. He can use it as a keep-out tool. He can use it preventatively. Let's say the opponent's jumping in a lot. You can use it here.
Oh.
And then the meter burn one is very good. The meter burn one's great as combo filler, and just totally, you can't jump when this is up. Like this part of the screen is totally blocked off.
The guy creates a wall with his
wall,
bullets.
yeah. So then his one special move that's a melee attack is Assassin Knee, which is an advancing, safe on block, special move.
Toilet.
He also has a toilet. He can meter burn it to get good damage and to knock you down for wake up setups. Throw.
People love throws.
People love throws. Throws are very cool.
I will say when we have a new character that people are working on their desks, the first thing I ask them is the throw ready?
Yeah, the same here. Same here.
For me, the throw is the thing that like really it kind of sets off their personality.
Yes.
Like, the throw to me is the thesis statement of how the character is.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's also one of the first things I'll ask a designer.
Right.
Ooh, the throw. So Deadshot's pretty simple. You basically, your game plan is going to be shooting them more, and then shooting them again.
Right. What happens if shooting them doesn't work?
Then you do
shooting some more.
4-2 into shooting, and then they go away, and you do more shooting.
Okay.
So he's definitely going to appeal if you're the kind of player that wants to stay back, keep them out, frustrate the opponent, make them make mistakes, and then punish them for the mistakes.
Now, when people get in on him, he can be in some significant issues.
Yeah, he's not helpless up close. Like I said, he does have the back one and the 4-2 mix-ups.
But it's certainly not where you want to be.
Right, it's not. He does have a good sweep, but it's not where Deadshot excels.
Right.
And you know he does have some decent combo damage in the corner. So he's not helpless, but it's not his ideal position.
Like if you're someone who likes to do like super huge swaggerific combos,
he's probably not going to be your favorite character.
Right.
But if you just want to stay back and just kind of zone people out,
yeah,
he's
he's definitely going to be your character.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about his character power.
Character power.
He has 3 different ammo types that you can load. First, he has incendiary bullets, and these will actually do extra damage, catch the opponent on fire, and do dot damage. So you can see, normally, you know, these only do just a little bit. They're mostly just a fast move to keep the opponent out. Once he gets this on, it's just real damage.
Sure. So
Second
it even
one
enhances his distance game.
Yes, and this works on even the normal attacks. We'll do this. We'll get this effect. So then you can see he has explosive rounds, which turn blue, and these actually knock the opponent back. So a move that previously just staggers them and gives you a little bit of breathing room will now actually knock the opponent down. And you can see, gives you a lot of time.
These duckable.
Yeah, these are all high. And this is just the wrist cannon moves. This is not the rifle move. And then the last one is poison rounds, which turns green. And this will actually drain the opponent's super meter. So check out Superman's super meter. You can see he's actually losing a pretty good amount of meter. I just took a bar and a half from him.
I would be so mad. Like, man.
So the idea here is, you know, Deadshot's not the best character up close. And if you're afraid of a character, for example, Superman, who does a ton of damage using his Ice Breath move, you can remove the ability for him to do the high damaging combos by keeping him away with the poison round.
Right.
And the cool thing is, once you start loading ammo, you'll see the bars draining. You can actually switch back and forth.
You can cycle through the ammo
You can cycle it through the ammo types. You're not just stuck with one. So you can use poison bullets, take a little bit of meter, then go to the explosive bullets. Now the opponent can't use, for example, his meter burn Superman punch to get in, and you can go to zoning him.
So there's some definite some mind games you can play
Yeah,
with
there's
those
some
bullets.
mind exactly.
Now, I think you might have mentioned it. I don't know if everybody heard the that's only wrist bullets, right?
Correct. It's only wrist cannon.
So these do not you can't add these to your right.
Correct.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Let's do a super, huh?
All right. I like this. I like the startup.
Overhead?
Yeah.
Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be
what,
A-okay.
what I love too is keep him out. I want to use my super. Got to get in.
I forgot he also has an air wrist cannon, so even more air control. So he can really cut off every avenue. The opponent's going to have to commit to a meter burn roll or a dash or an armored special move to try to get in.
But you trap him in the corner and he might be having some issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Or will. Excellent.
So we got a couple loadouts. Show
Let's
some
see some
abilities.
loadouts, huh?
You don't have to change mine. It's okay.
You always change them.
I always do that.
Yeah, I know.
It's your
That's
thing.
because I'm a professional and I want it to be right.
A professional. Look, it's in the book.
All right. So first off, I really like this gear.
That's good looking gear.
I like the color. I like the rifle.
I like that his wrist cannons turn into almost like dragon mouths.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so the first thing we gave him is his rocket boost, where he actually uses his rocket launcher on the ground and then jumps forward. Now you can use this to gain distance quickly, and you can actually attack from it. Like, you can do a jump attack and go into a jump attack.
I love that.
See,
Now
I
you'll
tried
notice
some really fun combos with it yesterday.
we were. Should we go for it?
I think we should.
You got
Try it.
something?
Well, it took us a while, so we'll see. No! Come on, Steve.
Keep in mind, Steve is using the controller now, not me. This is Steve How many times will it take Steve to do this combo?
Forever. All right, one more try.
Okay.
You have 3 tries. 3 tries.
3 tries?
3 tries.
No.
That's a 1.
That counts. That counts.
Would you count that if I did it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If I whiffed a punch in the middle.
If you just did the boost, we'd count it.
Yeah, it's true. We would.
Fair.
But I think there was a part before the actual wave 3 that we were doing last time, right?
Well, we're not showing that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Right. You're right.
And you'll notice one of the fun things about the move is Deadshot actually takes a little bit of damage for using it.
I did not notice that.
Which means, by the time the game comes out, till the end of this year, someone will accidentally kill themselves in tournament with Deadshot. That has to happen, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I want, like, if somebody's playing online against somebody with gear moves,
yeah.
I want to see that video.
Yes.
And it will be placed atop. It will probably pin that at the top of the Injustice game.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Stat that we track.
Yeah, I will die from that.
So this is a cool move to use if you want to cover more distance. Let's say you're fighting Dr. Fate, and his projectiles are just as good as yours, and you're like, man, I really wish I had a way to get in close really quickly. There you go.
There it is.
So then, what if I told you he had even more air control?
I wouldn't believe you.
You wouldn't
Steve.
believe me?
I would, because you're kind of setting it up.
Well,
obviously.
what if I actually said no, he doesn't?
Well, then I would believe you as well.
That'd be a weird setup.
Air rifle.
Ooh.
Is instead of going straight like this one, it'll go down, and the meter burn one is great.
Oh!
Look how much damage.
The cool thing is I haven't seen some of these yet because you guys set this up while I was gone, and this is super cool.
Yeah,
like doing the straight rifle into the air rifle to the straight rifle to the air rifle. It's so much
super fun. Yeah, the sound effects are tremendous for these rifles. And we have one more loadout.
He still does it.
I'm doing that to spite you at this point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And this one's one of my favorites. This is a shout out to our Injustice 1 players.
Okay.
You know, there were a lot of Injustice 1 players that they loved the Keep Out game. It was one of their favorite
parts.
That's
a good point. The chat is saying something about damage right now. This is a fully loaded up Deadshot versus Superman.
This is a fully loaded up Deadshot with all epic gear.
Right. And you did also say that, like, gear in a tournament, the gear, of course, the ability moves aren't used in tournament.
Right, that's right.
So just
okay.
And also, I mean, just for just say that, hey, this build is not the brand new build.
Yeah, so
there's still things you're gonna see. They're gonna change and tweak.
Calm down. You're at a 10. You need to be at a 2. Everyone
this is
relax.
coming from Steve Brown.
Everyone relax. So anyway,
he lives at 9.
Anyway, the final ability we'd like to show is a personal favorite of mine. Low shots.
Just throwing them bullets.
Punching them.
Low shots, dude.
Oh, and my favorite thing about this one as well, his gauntlets are called bullet hoses, right?
Deadshot's bullet hoses. Low shots. So this replaces his low rifle, and you can see it is significantly faster. It's just as fast as the straight one, so the opponent has no choice but to be conditioned to sit there. And this is definitely going to improve his zoning.
So you do a little less damage though.
Yeah, that's right. You will get less damage and less pushback, but the trade-off is this incredible speed of the low shots.
Another trade-off, I would assume, and tell me if I'm right, can you put your character power on these?
Yes, you can.
So now they are character power as well because those are with the
So this will steal a lot of bar. Now, this one is very powerful, but this is one of the 2-slot moves, which we talk about every week. That some of the more powerful ones are 2 slots.
Right. Cool. So, I mean, the zoning machine becomes even stronger.
Even stronger, right.
That's awesome.
Not sharing Batman with you. What? Ew.
Movement. One of the best things about Catwoman is she has a great dash, a great jump. She has some great jump attacks, but in the original game, her walking was somewhat on the slow side, and a lot of Catwoman players, they had some trouble in some matches. So,
I like how you say some Catwoman players. You're talking about yourself.
Her forward walk is completely changed and is now significantly faster. So that definitely helps out her mobility, which makes sense because she's a rushdown character.
Instead of saying her, you should say my.
I speak for all Catwomen.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. That's something I'm sure.
I call our player base the litter.
All right, Steve. Let's. What does she do? What does she do?
So as I said, she's a long-range character, and one of the changes we made too is her forward 1, which is a great attack, is now a mid instead of an overhead. So while her mobility is better, her mix-ups are not quite as overpowering as they were before. So this is still a great attack with a lot of range that you can go into a combo. But it's no longer an overhit attack. Instead, she's going to have to use this or her new forward 3.
Ooh.
Yeah, she got a new forward 3. So she can still use that. She can still use her back 1 to open you up. But her forward 1's not going to be a mix-up tool anymore. It's going to be a ranged tool. She still has her whip trip.
There it is.
She still has her great jump 2.
You just gave away a little surprise.
I did. That was an accident. And, of course, her back 3, which is a low-profiling, long-range back 3 attack.
I would say it's my favorite back 3 to connect.
It is very, very fun.
It's very, very. It feels good.
She also has some cool mobility options. Her meter burn roll is not a roll. Look at this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's
giggling
fun.
about everything.
That's fun.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
This is not fake. I love authenticity. That's one of my favorite things. And Steve, okay, all right. Stop it. Steve is very, very excited right now to a point that I haven't seen in a while.
And she has
all right.
She has a new throw as well.
Yeah, she has a new throw, which is really cool.
You know things are going off the rails when Derek's like, guys, come on.
Steve, it's too much.
All right, so, and most of her special attacks are back. Her cat dash is back. However, you'll notice she has to use a bar of meter to combo. Now they just get knocked down, but if you use a bar meter, you get the traditional...
wave 3 and everything else.
Yeah, you still get the wave 3. She has her whip attacks, including the anti-air one.
I can't jump. You never put me in control, so...
That's because all of the interactions...
You're going to start throwing batarangs.
There we go. Sorry. There we go.
All right, she has her cat stance and the 3 options from it, the pounce.
I like how we just show that. Like, people didn't think that would actually hit out of the air.
Right.
There are always new players. There are new players who have not experienced the joys of playing Selena, and they're interested in that. There's at least one person who didn't know about the pounce.
You're right. No, I was talking about the air whip. Air whip.
So now let's up whip.
Just keep going.
So let's talk about her new move. Replacing her old Cat Claws move is the Rising Claws, which is a big anti-air leaping air attack. Now, normally she does not get a combo, but if you meter burn it, it launches, and then she pops the opponent up.
It's like Steve spent hours playing this character.
Would you say this is a good wake-up maneuver?
That's the big thing. One of the problems with Catwoman in Part 1 is, other than her character power, she did not have a fully invincible wake-up attack. This Rising Claw is, so that's a great change. That's a perfect example of she feels fresh while, you know, having a lot of her strengths from Part 1.
And let me say, remember we had Mr. Matt Gilmore on the stream a while back from FX. I love the purple claw.
I love the slashing.
They look so awesome.
Yeah.
So good job to the FX team on that.
So let's go over character power, because there's been a lot of speculation about it. It is back.
Yeah.
She still builds scratches for landing moves, including special moves.
Oh,
there's a chance, every time she lands an attack, she has a random chance of getting a scratch. You can see I'm building them there, right?
Yep.
And then she has an auto combo that she does when she has scratches. So I'll build like 2, or 3, and then her character power, she does a combo. And this is a brand new combo. It's very different than the one in Part 1. So it'll have a ton of stuff you can explore. You know, different hit advantage, different damage, different block advantage. And when you have all 5, it's 5 hits.
Ooh, that's fancy.
And let's talk about something too that, I mean, really big, a big quality of life thing we've mentioned before, but in case you haven't seen it, now in our practice mode, you can actually kind of turn on or change what the character power will do, so you can actually train with it on.
Yes.
You don't have to sit there and get all 5 scratches or 2 scratches or 3 scratches. You can turn that on in training and train them.
Before this option, I would have to pick a character, control them to do fireballs so she could evade them, and then get the scratches.
You didn't say that her evade was back, by the way.
Her evade is back, and the low evade. And she still builds a scratch for successfully evade. Another normal attack, I got sidetracked, is her back 2, which is a great, super fast, long-range mid. Look at the range of this. And it leads to a full string. You can either go into a combo or you can do the full string. Very cool looking. Very, very good move. Again, it brings up, she's a long-range melee character. The opponent, she plays her rushdown game from this distance. And that's what makes her so strong.
Yep.
So, there's even more to her character power. She has the ability to meter burn it now and get even more hits and more combos.
Say what? Oh.
Bam.
Do it again.
So this is a great combo winner. A big chunk of damage.
Or if you're not good at combos and you're new to the game, That's a good combo.
Yeah, it's a great combo. You can just do forward one into it and get very respectable damage.
I'll tell you what though, I bet there's a way I could drop that.
I bet there is.
I would find a way, Steve.
All right, so let's talk about her super move.
That's all with the character power.
Yeah, that's her character power.
Cool.
All right.
Basically, the more she does, the better she does at what she does, which is rush down. The more scratches she gets, and then when she gets a big combo going, it's her time to drop the combo, and to go for the coup de grace.
Coup de grace. Do you have anything? Do you have any swaggerific things in the corner?
I mean, I can do the classic combo.
Let's see the classic.
Throwback. Throwback Thursday.
Yep.
It works. No. Was that it?
There we go.
That was pretty sweet.
Didn't
do much damage, but it looked amazing.
It did a decent amount. All right, so her super attack has a really interesting start. She actually leaps up, does a dive kick. Well, first we'll watch it, then we'll talk about it. And she can actually control how far she travels. She can do a long one, and she can do a short one, and then the medium ones, which I showed. So this is a great super move. This is one of those super moves where if you have all bars and a meter, the opponent really has to be careful about. For example, throwing batarangs from this distance.
Nope, it wasn't really worth it. Uh-oh. Nope.
Well, that missed. But
you get the point.
There's also setups you can do. You can actually go over the opponent, or you can do a short one. You're getting up. Right. You can use it as a cross-up, for example.
Gotcha. Can we, the stream is asking if we can go through the transition on the stage.
Can we?
Sure.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't want to do this if we can't.
They've spoken.
I guess if they want it.
And please do a full combo into it as well.
Ooh.
Sort of that sort of MC Escher-like building in there. It's really cool.
And we are now in the Rock of Eternity.
Nice.
All right.
I think I mentioned this last week. Big props to the lighting kind of.
Oh yeah.
This level.
It looks incredible.
Awesome. So I believe you want to send it back the other way.
Yeah, we might as well.
All right. Should we do it?
He's not gonna let you.
I can't believe we're doing this.
I don't think we got approval for this.
Yeah, they wanted it.
They wanted it. The fans wanted, we give it.
It's true.
All right, so how about we look at some loadouts?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm guessing you've picked some cool stuff.
I absolutely love her gear. I have spent a obscene amount of time in the customizable character menu looking at her gear.
I will say a lot of people, oh wow, on Twitter, on Reddit, on the forums, they always want the coolest gear, and you looks like you've done some cool stuff.
Yeah,
here.
I love her hood and her customizable whips and her shoulder.
So that's her accessories, her whip.
Yes, that is. There's many different whip types, including one of my favorites in the next loadout. That's a little surprise. So we have two abilities here. We have Air Cat Dash. It's basically her normal cat dash, but she does it in the air. So her air mobility is also great because you have jump 2, jump 1. Now, if she jumps and the opponent, for example, does a batarang.
No, I should have done the batarang.
You should have done the batarang.
No. Oh, that's a headbutt. There we go.
She can go in, and you can meter burn it at any time, just like the regular one. So from full screen, you can go in and meet them, or you can actually go here, close, do the first one, then meter burn it when you see that it hits. So this is just an extra way for her to have even better air mobility than before. And then she has another cool one, which is the low whip, which is a new special move where she hits them low and comes in.
That's sick.
And I absolutely love the meter.
Oh.
That's attitude.
She has a lot of personality.
She does. She's sassy.
Remember the time I beat you twice in a row with Bane?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
Have we told that story on stream before?
I feel like we tell it every month, but it's legendary.
Yeah, I beat Steve twice in a row. He got real salty. That's the story.
That was an amazing story.
That's a
great story. You
great
want to say
story.
it again?
I'll wait till next week.
Okay, fair enough.
That was definitely the maddest I've ever been about Bane.
I bet it is.
All right.
So this definitely complements her game. If it's an opponent who is very good at keeping her out and walking back, like, say, Aquaman, or even Deadshot we showed earlier, the low whip will keep them on their toes and do really significant damage. They're not going to be able to just walk away. You're not walking away at all.
Oh, sorry, I was too worried about throwing better.
Awesome.
All right, so loadout 3.
And this is one of you that you did some cool stuff here.
I absolutely love her whip here.
My favorite part about this was when we were setting it up, we were going through the colors and the shaders and stuff, and Steve's like, does this one look cool? And I was like, yeah, it looks really cool. I can't tell.
I'm actually colorblind.
Oh, I forgot about that.
All right.
Does it look like the other one? I was like, no, not at all, Steve. It was great.
All right, so here I gave her the ability Cat Call, where she summons her cat, and then the cat attacks, and they get opened up for a combo. So this move is incredibly useful. It's a 2-slot move. She can summon the cat, and then she's free to move. So what will happen is she can summon the cat. Batman now has to block, and then she can go in. So Derek, can you block?
I can try.
And now you're free to do jump ins. You're free to do whip trip. You're free to do 43. Whatever you can think of. This basically tells the opponent, you need to either sit still or you're going to get scratched in the face. And then if you get scratched, you get a combo. And let's be honest, it absolutely looks amazing and is super fun. And the cat meows when she comes out.
So, and then this whip, you're a big fan of this whip?
I'm a big fan of the colored whip. I personally like the neon pink whip. That's my personal, I have what I call ideal Catwoman, which is my personal loadout. And it has the neon pink whip and claws.
Got you. So tell me, what color does this Catwoman look like to you?
This looks red to me.
Okay, you're close.
Yeah.
I guess close, you're right.
Yeah. So can we trust that he's colorblind?
I don't know if we can.
Okay.
So that's Catwoman. I think fans that played her in Part 1 would be very, very happy. She's very similar, but with some really fun tweaks that really play into what made her fun to play in Part 1.
She seems like there's like some new life in her. Like,
Yeah.
She feels really kind of vibrant. There's a new feel to her. I like
There
it a
is.
lot.
And there's some abilities that we're not showing, including arguably my favorite ability in the game for her.
Well, we're not talking about it.
But we're not talking about
it.
Come to me, Bane.
I know your games, Brewer.
I scare a man like you.
Woo! So, we've got, for the most part, one of the most powerful moves she has is this amazing drip, right?
Yes.
And so, it'll push the players back, and it'll keep her at that distance that she wants to be. What are you going to say, Steve?
Now, like Aquaman's From the Deep, it will actually track where the opponent is. You're not doing a far one. It's a homing move.
Yeah,
However, the meter burn one also comes out on block. So the opponent, when they block a vine drill, they have to guess, are you doing a second vine drill, or are you just going to do the first vine drill?
No, I do. I get a dash after a block.
Yes, right. You can then try to get in, but it's a very, very, very powerful homing keep out move.
Yep.
Right. And then another thing she has are these ground roots, right? So if she's just like, yes, come at me, and you do decide to get close to her, she can put out traps in front of her as well. These ground roots are going to do additional damage while standing in them.
So even if the opponent does advance past the vine drill, the root of the problem will be standing in that bed of thorns where they're going to start taking damage.
Right. And then, of course, she has her kiss. And now she can also meter burn her kiss.
And that's a true throw.
And then from there, you can go into party time. But we won't go into that quite yet. She also has bark skin, right? So which will actually have her take less damage. So going into that defensive stay away type.
And it's pretty significant.
Right, so you can be like, all right, get back. I'm going to go ahead and throw this out, and then I'm going to sit here and go like this and come at me. That's basically it.
Right.
So a perfect matchup example would be if you're doing this against, say, Dr. Fate, and you have the bark skin on, even if his projectile is beating you and getting out before the drill, she's barely going to take any damage. So he's still, the onus is still on him to come in.
Right. And then she also has the hammer. And from the hammer, you have multiple different attacks that you can do. You can do a low kick, you can do a straight, or an upward one into a straight, and then you can meter burn it and go into multiple hits. So it's just going to do good chip damage if you have somebody in the corner, if you've got them cornered or whatnot, and then you can actually 2-in-1 into it as well.
Now, is she stuck in place during that?
She is.
Yeah.
She is. So you're kind of, once you commit to it, you're going to have to stick.
But here's a great place for it, because I'm in the corner.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And if somebody's trying to wake up, you can just go straight into it and wait for them to wake up as well. And then, probably my favorite part is Nightshade, her little buddy. And so what Nightshade does is it's basically a turret. So even if you get over or behind me, it's going to track you. Oh, Go ahead.
And you are not telling her when to attack. She's fully automatic. Poison Ivy is available to just play the game as you please while little Pukey is working, doing her magic.
Well, it's actually Nightshade, but in studio has become Pukey. And so even if you jump anything, Pukey is gonna get you.
Right, and this complements all the special moves you just talked about. So once you have Nightshade out, you can put on your bark skin and begin your drills, and the opponent is virtually in a keep out lockdown.
Now here, let's reset real quick. Now pull out Nightshade.
All right.
So that, but
if you manage to make the correct decision and hit Ivy, Nightshade will go away.
So one hit and Nightshade's gone.
Right.
Nightshade's
so
gone.
if you're doing it at this distance, that's not a great idea.
Right.
Because I'm gonna knock it out right away.
Another thing with Nightshade that's fun is if you watch the meter, right, it's slowly draining. That's basically how long it's going to be around. But right towards the end, you can send it out to do a low attack as well. So
that's what that was.
That's what that was, right. So if you're just sitting and you're letting do his attacks, you can go, okay, she's about done, let me send her out for an attack.
Which I blocked just then.
Which you blocked just then. And then, as we had talked about before, she's got a pretty strong mid-game. And she's got these two plants that are on her shoulders. And I believe that's Chompy and Bitey.
Chompy and Bitey.
Chompy and Bitey.
And that is, I believe, her accessory, yes?
Yes, those are her accessories, so you'll get new different Chompy and Bites, which I guess you could name when you get different ones.
Right.
Whatever. And these actually extend her attacks. So like we were saying before, she really doesn't touch you. It's more of Chompy and Bitey here that do, and they extend her normal attacks.
I also do love her down 2 and her back 3.
Her down 2?
Her down 2, she's not actually attacking you at all, but her back 3.
Right.
So she's calling plants to do her bidding.
She also has a very unique 4-3 that she can actually control the distance of. She can do it long or short. So her 4-3 has an incredible amount of range if she holds forward. That was the short one.
Yep. That's the normal
one. And then
look
at that.
Yes. So, for the most part, she's kind of that stay back character, but if you get in close, she's gonna poke you and try and make that distance.
Can you show her back 2, which in my opinion is kind of her key normal attack? Look at the range of this, and then it goes into this. Or if you are pretty sure it's going to hit, you can do back 2, down 2, and then go into your drill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely her. That's kind of her key neutral game move.
Nope, I'm going into hammer. Okay.
Another cool one, which is a little mix-up string, is back 1, 2, 3, which begins with a very fast low.
And then you just carry them all the way back.
Right. And she also has 3, 1, 3. Very cool looking. The second hit's a low. I love that last hit.
And she does have a good mixture of overheads towards the end of the combos as well.
Right, she's one of those characters where her mix-ups come in the middle of her pressure, not just overhead low, static overhead low. We also haven't shown her throw.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a good one.
Just throwing out those kisses. So
she would definitely kiss Swamp.
Steve, do you want to see if you can nail your swaggy combo?
Okay, I'm gonna try.
All right, how many tries are we gonna give Steve?
I'm glad it's not me this time.
Oh, I'm going to 5 for Steve. Nope, so that's 2.
Come on.
Are you expecting? There's only 3, 4 people in the room. We're not going to cheer for you.
Oh,
what are you doing here,
Burke?
Here, Burke. Here, back there.
Another thing, also with Ivy and Pukey here, right? If you're just gonna stay back, but you want to advance, right? You can actually tech roll and then go into it, right?
And Pukey's gonna continue from the other side.
Right.
So Pukey can be a defensive move. If you have the life lead, they're in a lot of trouble. She can just hide behind their bark skin. But like Derek said, if you need to make the comeback, if you're behind, Pukey's the perfect way to cover your advance. And then you can start using her long range 4-3, her double hitting jump 2, her 4-2 move's another good advancing move.
One thing I'm excited about, this is kind of like dorky, high-level stuff, but like how we've kind of sort of played with some of the mechanics of our back and forward 3s in this game.
Yes.
Like certain characters have different ways.
Supergirl's is very unique.
Yes. I think that's really cool that she has her own sort of way she uses hers.
Right.
Because it's such just a constant thing in our game. You know, back 3 and forward 3 are very important. Our wall bounces are big, and how they've changed how those work is neat to me.
Super time?
Super time.
I'm excited. This is a good one.
feed me.
Even Swami couldn't do anything about that.
Nothing. But yeah, I mean, it's all about keeping your opponent away, doing distance with her, and just drills, right? And if they get close, she can handle it for the most part.
She can handle it. But usually you're going to do a quick combo to send them back, to go back to getting Pukey out and doing your drills.
Right. So it's a very definitive gameplay style. It's a very different type of style that she employs.
Very, very methodical. You are gonna, if the pace is slow, she's winning.
Right. All right, so let's check out what we did with some of her outfits and what other abilities she has.
Gears?
Her gears.
I'm very excited. Let's see what we got here. And you put all this together?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And so naturally, as you'll see, that her accessories
Honestly,
change.
Derek and I, we set these loadouts for the girls yesterday, and we spent probably longer than needed to be.
Absolutely.
Making these loadouts.
We'll have HR talk to you.
All right. So as you see, obviously her Chompy and Bitey have changed because that's the accessory piece. And then the different abilities we gave was, one is the Vine Crawl, where she'll actually put her hands to the ground, summon a vine that comes up right in front of her.
And this replaces the drill, and it's a great move because it covers even more space vertically. You can see it goes all the way up. And while this does not track full screen, this is actually better from mid to close range. And then the meter burn one is 2 extra hits and covers a ton of space. This is an ultimate screen control move.
And of course, it's pushing them back again, which is all she wants to do.
Yeah.
And then the other one we have is the Thistle Coat. So instead of the bark skin, she now has little thorns, right, that go around her body. And when you do attacks, you're doing more damage. And if she gets hit, she'll do damage to them as well.
So this replaces the bark skin, and it's literally the exact opposite. The bark skin is great if you're playing her boilerplate keep out game. But if it's a matchup where that's not very effective and she has no choice but to get in, but you still want to play her, the Thistle Coat is great because if the opponent's in and they're damaging you, they're getting hurt too.
Right, and near the end of a match that can cause problems.
And you can see like the damage increase with them. Like, it's pretty significant. And those are basically the 2 different abilities that we added onto her. And then here we go to loadout number 3.
What we got here? Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, look at that. It's pretty rad. So on this one, she has the Deadly Thorns, where it's actually another projectile. So
and this is a traditional projectile. Right?
You can go into this, and also have Pukey out all at the same time.
So this gives her the just prototypical standard fireball that she doesn't normally have. Normally, she's more controlling the ground, so this allows her to control the space in front of her. And the meter burn one is very good. It's multiple hits, good damage, and this really complements her play style, especially against a character who has a good projectile himself, because now she has a fast projectile.
Right. And then the additional one is the Petals of Life. And while she's standing in the area, she's continuously getting health back, right?
And this replaces the thorns that go on the ground.
The ground thorns, right. So if you are doing the stay back and you have low health, but you have all these things protecting you, because that's basically how she is putting all these things out to protect her. You can bring this out, you can meter burn it, and now it's doing even more health.
Can I point out how much I love the animation of the meter burn one?
Oh, that's really cool.
That's perfect.
So, and of course she has additional ability moves that we're not going to get into, but that's Poison Ivy. She basically wants to stay back and let her plants do the work, and if you get close, Chompy and Bitey are going to come at you.
We actually, funny enough, we did have some matches before we started the stream where we were playing Grodd versus Poison Ivy, which when you got me in the back, I was having trouble.
Right.
But when I got close to you, I do so much significant damage that you were having a lot of trouble.
Right, and I was like, I gotta get away, I gotta get away.
So you actually got to see that sort of the real classic matchup of I gotta get in, you gotta keep me out. Whoever does their job right will win the match.
Yes, absolutely.
So.
I am Darkseid.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you more in-depth Darkseid, the pre-order bonus for Injustice 2. Steve.
Hello.
Welcome. Steve Brownback, everybody. Forgot you were here, but here you are.
16-bit.
16-bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to show you Darkseid. Let's talk about Darkseid's playstyle real quick.
If you want a character that's all about finesse and complicated setups, don't play Darkseid.
Right.
But if you want an absolute powerful brute who just overwhelms opponents, play Darkseid.
Absolutely.
He is basically the feel of a boss character, but balanced to be a player character.
Oh, did you want to bring me up here?
Oh, I'm good right now.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about what he does.
Yeah, he's the master of the Omega Beams, which are extremely powerful eye lasers.
I've heard that about him, actually.
And they never miss. They can zigzag around and they'll catch the opponent.
And you can do it obviously in the air, around, anywhere else.
You can do it a lot of places. You can do it up like
You can
that.
do up.
You can do it down.
You can do down. You can do straight.
You can do straight. He has a lot of different options for his eye laser.
And they are high damaging. They have very fast recovery. They take up the whole screen. And they're very, very, very fast. Now, they are high. The straight one.
Right.
So the opponent can duck it. But they don't have a lot of time to advance, even when they duck it. They are very, very good projectile moves.
Now, when it's meter burn,
you can actually control them.
You can direct.
You can direct them. So you could do the straight one and hold down, and it'll aim down.
Yep. Oh, my bad. My bad. There we go. Sorry.
But, all right. So.
Or you can do the
awesome.
anti-air one.
Oh.
And you can aim down if you do the EX one. There you go.
So you're almost kind of like drawing that out, right?
You are, yeah.
That's really cool. All right, so he's got the Omega Beams, but what else does he have?
Well, he also has his Palm Strike, which
Okay.
is a great combo ender. And he can meter burn that for additional damage. And that's kind of one of the main moves you can use to push the opponent away or to end your juggle combos.
A lot of his stuff, when meter burn, pushes him away.
Right,
To get back into his game.
Exactly where he wants to be. He also has his Knee Bash, which is another good combo ender. And this is one of his good wake-up attacks. It's invincible.
Yeah, Tyler uses it a lot.
A lot.
On wake up.
Yeah.
So
The
it's
meter
like-
burn version makes him safe, so he can use that as a safe wake-up attack.
And kicks him away.
And then it kicks him away, and then he goes back to shooting Omega Beams.
I do. I always do.
And then he's got the Stomp, right?
Yes. So then he has some ability options. He has a teleport, and he will teleport next to the opponent, down back 3.
Yeah, I forgot it was.
And he can do that on the ground or on the air. Now, the really cool thing about the air teleport is he can actually attack right out of it. As he's landing, he can go in any of his jump attacks. So it's a very good strategy. If the opponent is ducking or trying to jump in, and they're trying to get past the beams, he can all of a sudden get right next to them and then start attacking. He could teleport and throw, or teleport and sweep. Right throw. And then he has his air stomp, which is actually a jumping low special move. So even though it's an air attack, it's not an overhead. It's a low. They have to block low. And he can, again, do it straight out of his teleport. So you have a ready-made mix-up of teleport into a jump attack or teleport into the air stomp. And that's while the opponent is trying to deal with the Omega Beam.
Seems a little dirty.
It's a very simple, straightforward tactic that's always going to be effective.
Right.
Tyler, you picked up Darkseid.
I have. I really like Darkseid. He has a couple of really. Have we done his specials? I think those. Oh, his character power.
Right. Now his character power is he summons parademons. And he has 3 different parademons he can summon. He can summon Explodey Guy, and he'll sit there and chill out, and then when Darkseid's ready, you do the character power button again, and he'll explode. Yep. And that pops up, and you can do a beam or a combo.
Explodey Guy.
Explodey Guy. And it has a really cool function where if Explodey Guy's out and you do a throw, go up, throw, Explodey Guy explodes, and Darkseid can get a combo. He can get a free back 3. So all of us, throws are normally low damaging options to open up the opponent. No one really gets killed by only throws. But when Explodey Guy's out, his throw becomes a combo starter.
Well, for some people.
Yeah.
He also has
He's got the air one?
Just character power by itself is a flying parademon. And from here he has a couple options. He can shoulder ram you, and he can spit a fireball. And now Darkseid is free to move around while his parademons are out. So the idea would be you put out the parademon, and then you can shoot your beams, or you can teleport in, and anytime you can release the fireball.
Right. But if Darkseid's hit,
the parademons will unfortunately get demoralized, and they'll leave their master.
Back to Apocalypse.
Yes, they go back to a boom tube, back to Apocalypse.
Right. Absolutely.
And then finally, back in character power is Charging Guy, and he'll actually go into a little boom tube and come out.
As an overhead.
And that's an instant overhead.
Is that the sound he makes?
That is the sound he makes.
Absolutely great.
Mr. Darkseid!
All right. Here goes Steve again.
Okay.
And we were worried about Chevy.
You're right, with his impressions.
All right. So super move?
Oh, this is a great one.
So let's just miss it first. I didn't miss it.
No, that's new for you.
So one of the fun things about the trailer was the super move, and there was a lot of speculation on the internet about how it works. How does the actual beam works? And the trick is, you control it.
Yep.
As soon as you do it, Tyler actually gets to control the beam.
Yeah, try and draw something fun this time.
I can draw. Okay, we'll do.
Okay. You're not. Let me try it. Let me try it.
So you can go up, you can go down, you can go back, you can completely circle around. As long as it's active, you have free control to move it. So there is no escape. It's the ultimate zoning tool.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
There you go.
That was crazy.
But I missed.
Yeah, but
so, right. So yeah, you can do crazy stuff with it. It's really cool.
Yeah.
He also has a lot of really cool strings.
He does, and his strings use the Omega Beams, even his normal attacks, so you can kind of show some.
My favorite is, obviously, I like doing
the overhead slap.
This one here. Omega Beams, right? He can also do things like this, things like that.
He wouldn't be the master of Omega Beams if he didn't use them.
So a lot of his playstyle has Omega Beams.
So I would say the key ones are backlight attack is a very quick overhead. He does not have a low launcher, but he does have some pretty decent lows to complement it, like his low laser or his sweep. He also has forward 2-3, which is a forward advancing mid attack that leads to a combo.
You did that. That was great.
And then he has your typical jabs like 1-1-2, which ends in a power blast, or 1-2, 1+3, which ends in a throw. I really like it.
You can switch stances, switch positions
right.
with that, yeah.
His basic attacks they're pretty much just brute power into the Omega Beams. He's not really an up-close and personal brawler. He is meant to be played from a distance, and when he gets in, he does a lot of damage, and he pushes you out, and he goes back to playing his Mega Beams.
One thing I really like, too, is his back, this one here, the overhead. This, as you've seen, can be meter burned at this point.
And then that's your main combo.
Into a combo, yeah.
Right.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah, so I really like that one.
So that's kind of the basic Darkseid.
You hopefully see Darkseid a little bit later too. So.
Oh.
Yeah, and I know you've had a lot of fun playing. You feel powerful playing Darkseid.
You really do, and it's funny. Every game, there's always these characters I don't think will be my favorite characters, and then I started playing Darkseid. I'm like, yep.
Yeah,
that's my guy.
All right, let's go real quickly. You want to go through some of his? All
right.
His other. We've made some other loadouts for him.
Ooh, I can't wait to see his gear.
I always do that.
He always does that.
But we're going to see the other one now.
Well, that's what he does.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's what he does. Can't keep him down.
All right, so the first one we gave is Hate Slam, which normally you have 2-2, 1+3. And this is mostly a combo ender. You do... But you can actually meter burn it.
To do even
more damage. And you can start combos with it. Or like I said, you can extend your combos with it. So it basically just turns one of his better combos into an even better combo starter.
Look at that gear, too. It's all gold and regal.
Really cool.
It's really neat.
And then we gave him, instead of his anti-air beam, he gets reverse beams. He will actually turn around and hit you from behind.
So do you think it goes all the way around the Earth and then comes back?
And that's what I think, yeah.
I feel like it goes through a boom tube directly off screen, through another boom tube on the other side.
But I feel like we would hear the boom tube.
Well, I mean, he may have silent stealth boom tubes, bro.
There's no silent boom tubes. You're being ridiculous.
Because it's got boom in its name.
Yeah,
It's got to be loud.
He's accurate. He's accurate.
All right. No, okay.
If that's Steve's lore minute.
So if you're playing a matchup where you're really controlling the ground and you don't need to worry about the air and you feel you don't need the anti-air one and you want even more ground control, boom, here you go.
2. All right.
Thanks,
Can
Derek.
that knock into a combo?
It can. Look at that.
What?
Yep.
That's pretty sneaky.
All right, so that's one loadout. And then we went for a high mobility loadout. This would be a loadout if you really want to play keep away and you don't want to be up close at all. So this gives you away teleport. Normally his teleport instantly puts you right next to the opponent. But in this loadout, we gave him the ability to teleport away.
To dip out, because that's where he wants to be.
Because that's where he wants to be.
We're showing them some secret looks at Green Arrow's costumes for later.
That's true.
You just noticed that?
Steve don't care.
And you can do this in the air.
All right.
And just like normally, he can attack out of it. So this will keep the opponent guessing. They don't know if you're going to teleport in. And they don't know if you're going to teleport back if you use the back teleport.
If you like mobility,
yeah,
you can actually make Darkseid
even more mobile. A character who's normally the teleport is his real big mobility option, you can really make him a high mobility character.
Awesome. So that's our quick look at Darkseid.
That's our quick look at Darkseid. Alright, so Green Arrow in the original was kind of the annoying gnat type character. Like, he played a lot of keep out.
That's really mean to say.
Well, he's very irritating to fight. He was a great hit and run character, but I think one of his major issues is he didn't really do a lot of damage. So that's something we look to change in this game. So for example, his Hurricane Bow is back, but now it has a meter burn. And it'll actually knock the opponent up. And he gets a combo.
And so he's got more combo potential now, does more damage, right?
Yeah,
he
does
used
more,
to have to work a lot harder.
A lot harder to get his damage. And he still retains some of his best keep-out moves. He still has the Savage Blast. His arrows are still very, very quick.
And you can actually... Oh, we'll wait till we get to that, right?
Right.
Okay, sorry.
The other new thing...
things like Steve did.
The other new thing you'll notice is he no longer has the blade on his bow, so some of his normal attacks have changed. His 1-1-1 has a new animation, new properties, and the big one is his back 2. His back 2 used to be a really short-range overhead, and now it's this longer-range mid, and it has 3 hits.
Awesome.
Now, I would say that there'll be people who said, like, in the last one, like, the shock arrows maybe weren't as strong as they could have been, right? So now they actually have some new properties that help, again, get more damage out of the table.
Right. Wait.
That's the ice one, buddy.
Like, you can actually combo off them much easier.
That's the 2-2-3 combo, 2-2-3 character power, and you get that.
See?
Yeah.
Wow. And he still has the fire arrows, which are very, very fast. And he still has the ice arrow. Now, the other thing about his character power is when you held the arrow in the original, it was kind of limited about what you could do. So there's a couple new things. Number one, you can dash forward and back. So while he's holding it, he has free mobility. He can jump, he can do it down, he can duck, and now he can dash. And he can also put the arrow away.
Oh.
So let's say you have an ice arrow out, and you're holding it, you're thinking about using it, you decide not to. You can actually put it away, and you'll see in the UI, it's still available. And the next time you use an arrow, it will be the ice arrow.
How'd you put it away?
You hit the flip stance button.
Oh. Boy, left trigger.
And he can do this with any of his arrows, and then they'll be ready for any time he wants to use them. So you could even shoot 2 fire arrows, and then put away, and you still have your 1.
Cool.
And then he also has a new arrow type, which is the meter burn arrow, and I'm so happy for this. Boxing glove arrow.
Boom.
This makes me infinite happy.
Infinite happy.
And boxing glove arrow is basically the best arrow. It does a ton of damage. It's super fast.
And it knocks them back.
It knocks them far back. It's advantage on block. It's basically for a bar meter, you get the best arrow you could possibly get. What's better than this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Can you put it away?
And you can put it away. You can put it away.
So you can just have that thing on deck then.
And you have it on deck, and now you could do a block string into it and be advantage. You could use it to projectile. Maybe you're getting zoned out. No one's going to win a projectile trade against this.
Not the boxing glove.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Really cool.
And we also should show his throw, which is great.
Aww.
And it's super.
Nice.
Getting a lot of tweets real quick. Not tweets. On Twitch chat I'm reading. People are wanting to see the DLC characters.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have them to show.
We don't have them to show.
No, I mean, like we always do, these characters are not done yet.
They think they're done?
No, they are not on disc, and we are finishing this game, and then DLC is being worked on as we speak.
Yeah.
So I will say this, pay attention to our Twitter and such. You will see all the DLC characters on the stream when we're able to show them.
But they are not done yet.
No, let's get the game out the door, then we'll talk about that.
So basically, Green Arrow retains most of what made him a good character in the original, but now he'll have better reward when he actually gets a hit going, and even more better mobility options when he has his arrows loaded.
And bigger damaging combos.
And boxing glove arrow.
And boxing glove arrow.
So let's go through some of his abilities.
Absolutely.
Switch them both like you always do.
It's his thing. He said it was his thing.
Yeah. All right, so for this loadout, we went with the...
Oh, really cool gear.
Yeah, haven't seen that before.
The trucker cap. The tack. This is what I would call tactical green arrow when he's on military-esque missions. I have lore for every one of my loadouts.
Do you have to say military-esque missions? Can you just say military missions?
Well, he's a superhero, not a soldier. So he goes on military-esque
I'll give it to you.
Don't argue with the lore.
No.
So this ability I have replaces boxing glove arrow with bola arrow. And that will tie the opponent up, and then he gets a free combo.
What?
Can you put that one away?
You can put it away. So
wait a minute. Did the ground effects just change? What? That's really
look
cool.
at his color.
Huh.
Huh. Clever.
Yeah, that's cool.
So this gives him even more combo potential. And there's potential with resets. You could do the bola arrow, and then just gain hit advantage to restand them.
Saying hit advantage meaning?
Meaning how much time Green Arrow has before the opponent can move. So like when you hit him, he's in what's called hit stun, where you can see Darkseid's, he's stumbling back. And Green Arrow can move before him.
Great reaction.
Can we get on camera real quick, Matt? Burke, so he can see that Darkseid impression again? That is hit stun.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how we explain it.
That's hit stun. Nice.
Were there any other returning moves that you wanted to talk about? Because I think you only hit like the bola spin and...
he has his anti-air arrow.
Right? He's got that.
He has Stinger's back, and you can still meter burn it. It's a great wake-up attack.
Good low overhead.
Yeah, it's a good low overhead. It leaves him advantageous when it's blocked.
Okay. Cool. And this, the arrow here you're using takes up 2 slots, right?
Correct. Because this one is so powerful and has so much potential, it takes up 2 slots. So you're giving up your boxing glove arrow, and you're giving up a chance at another ability for a really, really, really powerful ability.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So then let's look at another loadout.
Loadout 3.
And for this one, I went with kind of a high mobility arrow loadout. So one is space control. He has Skybolt, where he actually shoots a bolt up into the air that he can control, and it'll come down later, and it'll explode. And you can also do a meter burn one, and he throws up 3 at once.
Wow, that's really cool.
So let's say you're full screen, and
you have the boxing glove out.
You can then do the sky alert. It'll follow where the opponent is, and then you can do an ice arrow.
Oh, that's really cool. And then you can just drop it.
And then you can sit there while Darkseid's frozen, taunting him,
Sliding
and then
under
later slide under him. Just to let him know you could hit him if you wanted to, but you don't feel like it.
All right.
And then we gave him Smoke Arrow, which is actually a teleport.
What?
And he'll instantly teleport to what the opponent is, and he can attack out of it.
Nice. That seems pretty awesome.
It's pretty powerful. So if you're having trouble getting in, and you're just not doing enough damage with your arrows, at any time you can come in, start your mix-ups. The opponent's got to respect it.
All right.
And that lets you start doing your Sky Alert. So these two are both one-slot moves that complement each other. And there's many, many other type of loadouts, depending on how you like to play the game.
All right.
In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight.
Let's do him versus
Atrocity.
Atrocity.
Yes,
only
easily.
makes sense.
That's canon.
Would you like to tell us another lore minute?
Hal Jordan is actually not the original Green Lantern. Alan Scott is. But he was not a member of the Green Lantern Corps. His was made of magic. He built it himself.
I mean, this is what we're into. You know?
You invited.
Yep.
Okay, hey, here we're back.
All right, so Green Lantern retains pretty much all the normal attacks and the combos you remember. Like, this is back. Every Green Lantern player just breathed the sigh relief.
That was basically
back 1-3 is back.
What everybody used.
Yeah, that's the Green Lantern breakdown.
Yep.
No, got all the good combos. What's different is his special move. His special moves are almost entirely new. Lantern's Might is back,
right?
And you can still meter burn it to be his main combo starter.
You have to have that.
And then every other special move is a brand new attack.
Cool.
So let's go over them.
Let's do it.
Well, first is throw. Awesome. That's a good one. All right. So let's start with bowled over, which is a spiked bowling ball. It's a low, very fast-moving projectile with great recovery, and you can just kind of...
Can you meter burn it?
You can.
Tell me more.
And they'll actually be bowled over.
Ah.
Look at that.
Ah.
Then, instead of the Oa's rocket, he has this battery blast, which is super fast-moving, high-damaging projectile.
Can you do it in the air?
You can. Look at this.
Like
and if you meter burn it, it actually becomes a high-damaging, super fast beam that hits full screen instantly. And you can do the meter burn in the air as well.
That's awesome.
Then he gets this exploding lantern. I don't remember what it's called.
Battery bomb?
Battery bomb, and you can control this. There's a close, a medium, and a far. And this is a relatively safe, very quick bomb move that's going to leave the opponent guessing. So you know.
Can you meter burn it?
You can.
Nice.
You can. And if you do,
you miss. Just throw
you can actually, with everything, you can get a Lantern's Might and get a combo.
Wow.
So this is a great screen control move that's totally going to regulate space. You can use the fireballs, the opponent, I can't do anything, and then you put up the battery blast. That was Atrocitus talking to Dexter.
Yeah, we know what that was.
Okay. And then finally, he has Willpower Wall, and this will actually nullify projectiles, and it is an excellent wake-up attack. And you can meter burn it, and it pushes the wall over.
Which is also a good wake-up too, isn't it?
It is truly a great wake-up attack. It's very, very hard to jump over. It's advantageous on block. It's an excellent get-off-me tool, and it knocks far away. So if the opponent knocks you down, you know, Flash starts his mix-up, you can get off me, and then you go back to your projectiles.
So his gameplay's changed a little bit.
His gameplay's changed a lot. Up close, he still is a great neutral game character. He still controls like this mid-range, but now from a distance, he's even better at the keep-away game than he was in the original.
Awesome.
Now his character power is returning. It's the ring power, and this adds a damage buff to all of his attacks, and it actually enhances some of his special moves.
Right.
For example, his normal fireball, you can see its speed. When he has the character power active, he can make it go faster or slower. Look at that slow one.
That's a little guy.
Yeah, and then you can do at any speed you want, so you can do fast or slow. And that works in the air as well. It also makes Bowled Over a combo starter.
Ooh.
Does it?
Does it?
It does.
Ah! You're the professional.
There.
Oh, he went for the
Have
low
some
hanging
faith.
fruit. All right.
I take so much hell for
Look
it,
at that
too.
willpower I just showed. Not to screw up on stream.
Too many times.
Yes.
And it'll add a damage buff to all these moves. You can see it'll change the reactions of these. They fly way up, and now it's very easy to combo them.
Green Lantern's by far one of my favorite characters. He's so good. He's got so many tools.
Yeah, he's a great all-around character who's really, really good at keeping the opponent out, and he's pretty good when he gets in.
Where's he weak, would you say?
I would say he doesn't have the best overheads. His forward 3 is decent, but it's a lot slower than it was in the original.
Right.
I think it's now something that people are going to be able to react to. And I would say if the opponent has even better projectiles than him, like a character like Deadshot or Dr. Fate or Darkseid, then he might be in some trouble trying to get in. But one thing is, in the original, his mobility was very, very weak. It's now pretty decent. His backdash doesn't cover a lot of space.
But his forward dash looks great.
But his forward dash is excellent. So if he's having trouble, you know, closing the gap because they have even better zoning, he can now actually get in a lot easier than he could in the original.
Awesome.
So do you want to look at some loadouts?
Let's do that.
Whoa, super move?
Oh, I forgot.
You're right.
And it's a good one.
Let's do it. Bam.
I love the giant head bobbing.
It's so good. All right, Steve, what do we got next?
All right, loadout time.
Loadout time.
Getting a lot of people asking why we're not showing a lot of premiere skins. And that is because a lot of them we'd like you to discover for yourselves.
Yeah. I mean, we should keep some stuff secret.
Yeah, we've shown a lot of things, and there's some things we want you guys to be surprised by. Like,
and we still have more things to show.
Yeah, we do.
In this loadout, Green Lantern has been corrupted by rage. He has given in to his inner fear, and he's become a Red Lantern.
Oh. Is that why he's red?
That's why he's red. Also, Dexter bit him in the finger, and he got really mad about it. So now he's a Red Lantern.
Okay, Steve.
And I gave him, and you can actually see it changes all of his effects to be red. And it even changes his UI, his character power meter.
Oh.
What?
So the first ability I gave him replaces his character power, and instead he gets this damage nullifier. Once this is active, and it has on a cooldown, he'll take significantly less damage. It's like 50% or something. It's very, very significant. So, if you're the type of player and you're like, I don't want to keep people out, that's boring. I want to go YOLO. I'm the YOLO Lantern.
That sounds so like me.
Exactly. So if you're Derek and all you do is wake up attacks and jump-ins, you can turn this on and you can go YOLO, and if you get punished for it, you're barely going to take any damage.
I'm the YOLO King.
Yeah.
Cool.
So another thing is, you'll notice a lot of the good stuff requires meter.
Mm-hmm.
So he has quick charge, where the lantern will actually appear and it'll start charging, and you can see he's building super meter.
Oh.
And you can stop this at any time. So if you're playing a match and you're keeping the opponent out, and the opponent's like, well, you know what? I have a projectile reflex or something. I'm not going to come in. Well, then you're building meter. What now?
Yeah.
Come get me.
Come get him.
So I mean, that's maybe another weakness of Lantern is that a lot of his stuff does require meter.
It does.
To really
Yeah,
to go in full.
Right. He either needs his character power or meter. So this is another example of how they complement each other. Since he won't have the enhanced Lantern's might if he uses this, he can then use meter for pop-ups by using quick charge.
Can you do his super in the red? You need more meter, Steve.
There's a way to get there.
Oh. Oh, so even his neck turns red.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right.
Very cool.
One more.
One more. So, another thing is, maybe you were a big fan of how he played in Part 1. Maybe you liked his setups. Maybe you liked the downwards fireball. Maybe you liked the machine gun, which kept people out.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't just got rid of those moves. They're still available as abilities. So you can see the original Oa's Rocket is back.
Oh,
And it has the same properties. It's extremely quick, and you can meter burn it, and then go into a combo. And I also gave him the old minigun.
Nice.
So, remember this strategy?
Yes. It's back.
It's back. If you really want to stay away and make sure you never get it again, you got minigun is back.
That's awesome. So if you want to play like he did more in the original Injustice, you can set that up.
And of course, you can mix and match. You could have Lantern's Barrier mixed with Air Oa's Rocket, or you could have regular air battery blast mixed with straight rocket. There's many, many possibilities, and the turbine's in there. There's several other moves that are in.
Don't give it all away. Don't give it all away. All right.
Well, I think that would be it for the characters we're going to show today.
You can't have Earth, Brainiac.
It would fare better under your regime.
Let's just start off with how his normal attacks work.
Oh, sure.
So like you were saying, he uses his tendrils for the most part. He has a few punches, but you can see his sweep. His down two is probably the best down two in the history of fighting games.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. Even his 4-3. He has a lot of combos that start from very far.
Yeah, he can fight you pretty well at mid-range and not
Right.
have to feel like he's, you just have to worry about what you're going to do. He can kind of keep you out a little bit.
Right. So what strings would you say are like some of his like real bread and butter sort of strings you always want to
Well,
be
his
using?
4-2 is a very fast advancing high, and the ender's safe, so he'll go all the way, and then he'll end up close or knock you away if it hits. His back one ends in an overhead and takes up a lot of space and is pretty quick. He has this 4-1, which is a low. He does not have a way to like start a combo other than a bounce, but it's it's pretty good damage and it knocks you away. And you'll notice the knocking away thing is a very common ender for his attacks.
He keeps you honest, but
right.
you can't just keep standing, walking around. He can kind of keep throwing that out and make you like have to deal with the crowd.
His jump attacks have a ton of range. His jump 2 is basically, he's like fully protected himself.
Yeah, it's awesome cross up.
Yeah.
I like that one too.
So archetype-wise, what would you say?
I would say he's kind of a footsie character, like a mid-range space control character. He's not the fastest. He doesn't have the best like recovery and stuff, but he outranges you for sure. No one's really going to outrange him with their normal attacks.
Whiff punish you pretty well.
Yeah,
too,
yeah. Whip punishes you very well. You can kind of walk back. If you miss anything, you're in a lot of trouble.
Right.
And then this is all complemented by special moves. Let's just go into them.
Sure.
We'll start with his Dox Drill, which is a great like combo ender. You get some damage with it. You can use his down one. His down one's notable for a ton of range, and it's actually a low. Not many down ones are low.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
I should have known that, right?
The meter burn one is actually safe, and you can see on block, they're pushed way back. He wasn't blocking. So he's totally safe. So maybe one of your moves, like I said, his moves don't have the best recovery. You could do something and just do the meter burn Dox Drill, and you're
You
not
get
getting
like
pumped.
the classic 2-in-1 little chip bit at the end there. And
Right,
safe,
yeah.
Safe chip.
And if you do it, and you don't meter burn it, you're going to build a little bit of meter on block. It's always good. You can use a standing 3 like that. Then he has...
Oh yeah, ultimate anti-air.
Yeah, another great anti-air.
You know he's gonna have a move like that with those tentacles.
Oh yeah,
something
so cool.
Yeah.
And he can meter burn it for additional damage and take up even more space.
That's so awesome.
Yeah,
So-
you pretty much you can't jump at him. Like if you even have an inkling that your opponent's gonna jump, but you're gonna get hosed.
Right, and that totally complements what we do with this playstyle. So he controls the ground, and you're like, okay, and what do you do when you're getting out neutral? You start jumping.
Right.
But doing that against him is incredibly deadly. So he's going to keep you on the ground, where then he excels.
Where are his weaknesses? Where do you find really good ends with Brainiac?
Well, I would say his walk speed, walking in, is not the fastest. His recovery is not the fastest. He's good at whiff punishing, but if he whiffs an attack, he's in a lot of trouble. He has to kind of use his meter to stay safe. Like otherwise, he's going to be punishable. So he's kind of a sort of a high risk character. But he really regulates you wanting to play. You got to be very patient, very methodical. And if you can't match his pace, if you're trying to rush in and he's keeping you away, you're in a lot of trouble.
He can catch you slipping a lot with that
Yeah.
range, and he's able to capitalize it because a lot of his moves begin from that far away. So it's not like he can't get big punishes off of that.
Brain caught you slipping.
He also has this shoulder barge.
Nobody.
Yep.
Very, very fast. Reaches almost across the whole screen. And the meter burn one is, again, it's safe. So for a bar meter, he can actually be very safe. And you'll see, again, he'll actually push you back. So it's an interesting thing where normally being pushed back is not good for you offensively, but his range is so strong, it actually helps him.
A lot of opponents will die because they're basically they have to keep coming at him. You know what I mean? And he can keep just whittling you down, hitting you back. Every time you get in, if you don't win the exchange, he's going to knock you full screen again, and you just got to like work your way back to him.
So like, this is what I'd call a why not move, which is nothing bad is going to happen
Just
if you
do
this
it.
move. If it
Just
hits,
do it.
they're full screen, and he goes back to his zoning game, and if it's blocked, they're pushed back and he's safe. So why not?
Yeah, especially if you kind of, like some people have a panic button or they're like get off me move and you're like I'm stuck, I don't know what to do. If you can do that, like you'll at least reset the situation.
Right.
Go again.
Now for him though, like you start pushing him closer and closer to the corner, you're starting to nullify more of his range too.
Exactly.
So.
Right.
But then you get to the point where Brainiac pushes you into the corner, and if he can slowly get to that corner, he can just stand there again because you're going to want to jump out of the corner, and he can just sit away one you and like wait for that move. Yeah, it's very risky.
Let's talk about some more of his specials.
Well, then I think one of his big specials, we talked about mobility, he actually has a dive kick, which is very unusual for a ground-based character, so he can kind of go in the air and he can meter burn it and get a combo.
It's very unique too, based on where you do it and the angle. The trajectory kind of adjusts based on how high or how low you are.
And you'll notice it can also autocorrect, so he can jump over you, he can dive kick over you.
Can he?
Oh,
He
there you
can,
go.
and then he'll
And
actually
then
always go to where the opponent
the meter
is.
burn, yeah, it goes the other way.
And to complement this, in addition to his jump, he has an air jump where he uses his tendrils, and he'll actually go in the air, and you can control the distance, like this is a far version.
And you can drop down in and do some damage.
He can drop down, and he can do his normal attacks from here, and he can actually do the dive kick. So you can do fun stuff, like you can actually go over them and then dive kick around.
Yep. One of the things too is crisscrossing over them. You kind of mix them up, and then you can also kind of immediately dive kick when you land, like hit low, and then immediately go into the dive kick. Quick overhead, yeah.
Very
It's very punishable, but it's one of those kind of like once you put the fear in your opponent, you kind of risk it and you can get blown up for it. So.
Yeah, and you will have to on block commit to the meter burn part,
Yep.
so you are unsafe, but you know it's very tricky. So he's really a character that will do great on the ground. He'll do great if you try to jump. And then, if you can't jump, that frees up him to start jumping, and that's when he starts going crazy, all over the screen, high mobility, and that's when he gets his mix-ups going. It's kind of, you can think of it like on the ground, it's very methodical, very slow-paced, very keeping you out. But in the air, he goes nuts. That's his offense. His ground offense is not really that strong. Like, he doesn't have a lot of lows and overheads. He mostly just throws you. Or just stay safe with this. But in the air, that's when he can mix you up. All the cross-up. You know, you mentioned his jump 2's a good cross-up.
Did you do his the dashes? Show the dashes.
Dashes?
The dash forwards and backwards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see he covers a ton of distance with his forward. His back dash is not the greatest, but his forward dash is great.
Let's talk about his character power.
Well, his character power is super interesting.
Yeah, he calls these little beta bombs. Drones right there. He can do ground one and an air one. The biggest thing too is you can hold it down, so when he can summon it but not use it. So Steve has the button held right now, so while you're playing, you can do all kinds of other combos still holding it. Choose when to let go, so you can do a lot of tricky stuff, cross up situations, and really mess with your opponent. You can hold it for a long time. Right. Yeah. Sometimes you play and your opponent will forget you held it, and then the last minute it'll come out. Or you could tricky shoot it, cross them up with the swing and then the dive kick, let it go. You could throw them before the drone will hit them. Or
and you can hold both the bomb and the straight one. You can also use it rapidly. You don't have to use it for setups. It also can just act as a very fast projectile. You can do 4 of them rapidly.
So you can hold one for however long, get your mix up, and immediately throw another one after the one.
But it does have a timer there at the bottom.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom it has a timer. You can get about 4, or you can space them out. Like you can do 1, 2, a little bit more. 1, 2.
It can be a simple projectile where there's a lot of ways to open your opponent up.
And this can make some of his moves that are already pretty decent even better. Like you see, he has this combo starter, and he can't really get a back 3 or anything really juicy. So he'll just kind of do a simple combo. Nothing fancy, but if he has this out,
you're not gonna pull this off.
Yeah, I saw him just doing it.
Oh,
there you go, in there. Nice.
Right. So if you have it ready, you can see it hits, release it, then get your back 3. And there's many different setups with it.
One thing that Steve and I both had in common is because you do have to hold it. So both of us are like older players, so we both immediately kind of were like, when I play Klaus, we're like, I also play Klaus. So as soon as we play him, I immediately go to like Klaus style because you got to hold the button down to play. So we were both like, we both were right on the same page of like, Klaus
style.
Immediately.
Exactly.
So
1995.
Yeah. It's like a natural
Looking back.
As soon as you're like, I got to hold this button, all right, that's just how I play it. So.
Awesome. So we also do have. Is there anything good? There's more.
Super.
The super move.
Super.
They're super.
You did the throws there,
The super is boss.
Yeah, I like how it came out.
I love this shot.
One of my favorite cinematic shots is the ship kind of coming through the clouds.
Yeah.
It's so ominous and
I
dark.
remember that in the meetings.
I love the music.
Really wanted to sell that. It was awesome.
It
did a great job.
It sells well.
So I think ultimately he's kind of interesting because he can be a super fast,
he's like explosive.
Very explosive
seems not so
play,
fast.
a lot of setups, or you can just kind of hold back and outrange everyone.
Right. Cool. Let's talk about some. We did some gear loadouts.
We did.
Sure. So I'm very excited. You got your sheets.
I do. I got it.
Okay. Steve writes sheets, which I guess are down there.
Preparation.
But I don't need them this time.
We prep.
Well, Brainiac would do that. He was want as much information as possible collected.
And then
just
destroy
in
you.
case.
Destroy you after.
So we'll start off. Well, you can see right here. You like the big shoulder pads, the gold coloring. You picked this out.
I did.
I like it, and I really like the tendril color. That's really cool.
Gold dust to it.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Character customization.
Yep.
So let's start off. He has a harpoon. He'll pull them in.
Crush.
I like that. It's a good combo ender. It's a good full screen check. And the meter burn one, he actually gets a combo. He'll pull them in and not do the beatdown, and then he gets a combo. So earlier I was saying if one of his main weaknesses is on the ground, he's not really like a combo machine other than using his character power. He is with this loadout. So if his air mobility is not particularly strong in a particular matchup and you're having a lot of trouble opening him up because his dive kick's not working, this could be a great tool to use. And then now he is a combo specialist.
And let's do a quick little jab like you did after
you could just do a down 3.
There you go, full combo.
And you got to deal with the wake up.
And then we also gave him his tendril shell. And this is actually like a parry or a absorption move. He can hold this down, and then if the opponent attacks, he gets electrocuted and he gets a combo.
Oh, that's cool. Can I give props to you real quick? Because I know you love props.
I love props.
You are able to go through training mode menu screens quicker than anyone I've ever seen.
Well, I have
memorized. You don't actually read it.
Yes.
Just down twice, left over once.
Then he records quickly, and then I mean that's amazing.
You're like waiting for the game to catch up to you.
Whenever it changes, I absolutely freak out.
Yeah,
it triggers me so much.
It does happen throughout the development of a game.
They streamline it.
Relearn what you've learned.
So yeah, this would be good for a defensive. Let's say it's you're playing a particular matchup where the keep out is just not working. You're gonna have to play up close, and he's not the best at it. You gotta have this new defensive option. You can wake up attack.
It scares the opponent from attacking you, which
exactly.
is in his benefit because then he can space you out again.
And then exactly, so he can actually go to his spacing because they're gonna be afraid.
Awesome.
So one more loadout?
One more loadout. Check your notes. Is it bad that I'm calling you out for checking your notes?
It's a little weird.
You got all your
what are you talking about?
The whole table.
It feels like you're exposing the business.
So,
kayfabe.
This is a really cool one. We gave him the ion cannon, which summons a cannon from the ground, very, very fast, takes up the whole sky.
Looks like he's actually summoning from the sky, but
from his ship.
It's from his ship, the Skull ship, and if you meter burn it, he can actually control it, and he gets combos off this.
And puts your opponent in the air, which is the ring.
Right. Trust me, he gets combos.
you can actually hit him too, right?
Trust me, it works.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at that.
Like, just beastly.
You could do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it just does a chunk of damage, and this really complements the screen control. I mean, it's harder to get better screen control than a beam shooting from the sky
That's
on
true.
wherever the opponent is.
I would say the game's not even out yet, and I think you're not even in the top 100 Brainiacs.
That's probably true.
There are people who are theory fighting at home who are better at Brainiac.
That's probably accurate.
What can you possibly beat that?
So then, we gave him a loadout which replaces a shoulder barge with a slide. So this is an actual low-hitting move. It's super fast. Goes full screen, and if you meter burn it, it's an immediate overhead. So it's low overhead, super quick, and this is safe on block, like the shoulder, the meter burn is. So it's a very good wake-up attack, very good full screen check. You can use it for kind of mix-ups if you want. It's pretty hard to block.
Real quick, when you say full screen check, for those who don't maybe know what that term means, kind of explain that real quick.
Well, essentially, a check would be a move where, let's say you're Superman, and you're kind of doing your lasers and all that. A check would mean this basically tells you I'm going to do this, and you got to look for it. I'm checking it, man.
So
you got to check for it.
It'll make me slow down my lasers because I'm then
You're then
scared.
looking for the slide.
It keeps you from playing.
So you're keeping me out, and if I do this, now you know I'm willing to do that, and then I can start dashing up and throwing you, or I can go into my jump attacks and stuff like that. So it's basically an option that I can do at any time that you got to keep your eyes out for.
Gotcha. Cool.
So those are the Brainiac gear moves we're going to show. He does have some more, but we don't want to show everything.
Again, and you'll be able to see those very, very soon because the game comes out on Tuesday.
Yes.
And I'm guessing people will be playing Monday night, and we'll have some fun there.
Absolutely.
Are you the real Batman?
No.
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 No. Then why do you dress up like him?
So Joker retained most of his normal attacks. They're pretty much back. They're pretty much unchanged. One change I'd like to go over is, does everyone remember his back one, Footsie?
Is that actually what it's called?
Yeah, it's actually called Footsie. And
it is.
People have been asking, Footsies are back. So all those MK9 OGs that would dominate the Footsies are back. This is it. You have no excuse.
Right.
They're
Play
back.
Joker.
Yeah. And
You would turn off the
unlike
button
the original, it'll actually come out on whiff. So you can whiff it and then do this. Very strong tactic.
So
Yeah, if you whiff that, you do not have good footsies.
Yeah. But his big change is in his special moves. Those have gone through a ton of change. So let's go over those. First off, in the original, he had his gunshot, which is actually very fast, good recovery, but it didn't have a meter burn. He now has a meter burn where the bang flag comes out, and then there's a delayed pop-up. And you can actually do combos with it. It's a combo starter. You can use it up close.
It's not with footsie.
you can combo it if you delay a little bit, but yeah.
There. That didn't even
Going off the rails here, Steve, with the combos.
All right, trust
there you
me,
go.
Trust me, that works.
Yeah, it works.
For a better Joker player, that'll work. So that's actually combo starter.
Yeah, use 4 and 3.
Just stop trying, okay? All right, we get it. It works just for people who are good at Joker.
All right, another change is to his crazed run. So he has his crowbar back. It's still an overhead. It's still very fast. But now he can actually do it full screen, and he'll start running. Which is, I've seen this a trillion times, and it's still great.
The way high knees
Yes.
all the way there.
Now the big thing is, once he goes through the run, this actually turns into an unblockable. So it is completely overwhelming. And then he can actually meter burn it to get armor. So she could try to do...
Dizzy's here.
I'm available.
Okay.
Dizzy's available to play.
She could try to, like, do her shield toss.
Oh.
We're gonna have some great matches here later with Steve and 16.
Yeah, and we'll go through it. And then even when you meter burn it to get armor, you can then meter burn it later and get the full damage if you want to use 2 bars.
So you can use 2 bars on one special move.
You can.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Oh.
Yeah. Another change is he has a brand new parry. He now uses the Joy Buzzer and electrocute them and knock them full screen. And I love the meter burn. This does additional damage and looks amazing and keeps them standing. So you can do this in the corner and get the advantage, or you can go back to your zoning with your gunshot. Secondly, his character power has been redone. He used to have to do a parry, and then he got his Haas. Now he can just laugh. So this is level 1, and this increases his mobility. His dashes, his jumping, everything gets faster. You can go to level 2, and you can see it draining. So he's got to keep it up, and then he can go all the way to level 3.
Kind of like using it like Bane to like put the next one up when the last one goes down.
Exactly.
That sort of idea.
And then you can do this stuff. Look at this.
Now, can you refresh it when you're at max level?
You can, and that's the interesting thing. You can actually keep it going indefinitely. As long as you're laughing. Now, it will start to decay, and you'll get less time the more you do it.
Right.
But he can keep it up indefinitely if he wants. He does have to go through the recovery of this. So the opponent's going to have to guess, is he going to go for it, and then you can do your shield toss and beat him, or he can just go in, and start going crazy. Who's going to anti-air this? Who's anti-airing this?
Right.
No one's anti-airing this. It ran out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is nuts. Look at this.
So you know, I guess one of the things that people talked about from Injustice 1 is this, that getting to level 3 by using a parry may have taken too much time.
Right, it was too hard, and now you can just go into it all the time. So,
and you know, another issue too is that the fact that now with our new training mode, you can actually set up people's character powers. So now you can practice with Joker at full laugh.
So let's see his throw, because it's pretty great. And how about his super?
Do it.
And he still has his chattering teeth. I forgot about that. That's still there. And that's the key to his setups. You know, you put him on the ground and then you start playing the game and you start doing crowbar and all that good stuff.
Get kicked into Brainiac.
Get kicked into Brainiac. Alright, so you want to see some loadouts?
I do.
He has some amazing gear. And I don't remember what you set up. So this is going to be new to me too.
Right. They're cool. I've themed them in a way.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And Alex, so this is sort of your dapper, the more British sort of Joker.
I like it.
With dynamite strapped to his stomach.
Well, I mean, it's still Joker.
Yeah.
So the first one we gave him is Crowbar Fling, which is a new projectile.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And this is awesome. It's mid-hitting. When it hits, they're staggered. It has a ton of block stun. It's basically a very good screen control move. And it looks amazing.
I love the reaction to the other characters.
Yes, I love the weight he puts into it and their reaction. They're really seeing stars.
Oh, yep.
And then we gave him Surprise, where he kicks a present across the screen and then it blows up. And you can do close, medium, or far. And this kind of replaces the chattering teeth, and it's a farther chattering teeth.
I love that Joker's making you laugh so much.
The confetti just kills me. That's so great. So he gets a combo when that hits. Look at that.
Yeah, we are all looking at that.
So surprise, and you can see it's very, very fast. Great screen control move. So you're using your gun, and then you get this bad boy out, and then they're gonna have to respect it, or they're gonna get bodied by that confetti. And I just Princess Diana Themyscira getting destroyed by a confetti present is just. That's so great.
Too much for you.
I don't think they have confetti on Themyscira, so...
They don't have parties.
What is this demonic paper?
Steve's Lore Minute. On to the next loadout.
Alright, so next loadout. I'm excited. I haven't even seen this one.
You haven't?
I haven't.
This one is Reporter Joker.
Oh, that's not. I really like the hat.
Yeah, this is like 1940 style Reporter.
Right.
You know?
It's like he killed Clark Kent and took his identity.
I didn't go that deep with the lore, but yeah, sure, that's probably it.
So, on this loadout, we focused on combo ability. I gave him 2 abilities that enhances combos. So number 1, throws typically are a low reward option. They open you up, but they don't do a lot of damage. He actually can meter burn his throw.
and then he can get a back 3 or forward 3 or something.
Let's just go with down 2.
Let's go with down 2?
Yeah.
It works. Steve,
you
I'm
go.
the one who gets all the crap for not being able to complete combos, and it turns out it's you.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not a Joker main.
All right, we're all sorry.
Look at that. That's a combo. That
is
counts.
indeed a combo.
So this makes his throw that much better. You know, we talked about earlier, you can have the Chattering Tea down, and then you go for a throw, or you can put the present down. Or the opponent is scared to move because of praised run, they go in for a throw. Normally, you're getting about 12%. The mentality is, oh, throw me. I don't care. You will care.
Yeah, you will care.
And then another enhancement is the crazed run. It enhances the meter burn, and again, he gets a pop-up. So all of a sudden, his overhead that goes full screen and is unblockable, you talk about, you know, using 2 bars and all that, he can undo that and get a combo. So that move becomes absolutely overwhelming with this. He's getting a huge reward for his crazed one.
All right.
And that just even increases his overwhelming play style.
Awesome.
When he gets going, it's going to be very, very hard to stop him.
Love it. So, that is the Joker.
That's the Joker. Yeah, I think what was good about him is back, and I think his new tools are really, really powerful, and they help him a lot. They help him. In the original, Joker was considered to be one of the weaker characters in the tournament scene, but it's not because he didn't have good tools. A lot of great players recognize that his setups, when he got you in the corner, you were in serious trouble.
Right.
And now his kind of mid-range game has been helped out, and he still maintains what made him good. So it's a lot like Green Arrow, or a character where we've kind of built on what made him good, and he should be a lot stronger and a lot more fun to play this time.
The wizard's air-picking you. Not a chance, Adam.
Alright, so Black Adam's back. He is a defensive powerhouse, just like he was in Part 1. He plays pretty similar. I think we were all pretty happy with his design, so don't fix what's not broke, right? Like, he really fits into the Injustice engine. He basically has a great walk back, great range, the meter burn load line is back, a ton of damage. Like Magic is back, it's still a really good combo starter.
Right, and that's something that's new.
You can combo normal. His dive kick is back.
You can combo normal on that?
Yeah.
Oh, really? So you don't need a meter burn that. That's it. You get a free
no,
back 3.
Full screen, it's really good to meter burn because then you can do your lightning.
Right.
And miss, right?
Miss.
Go ahead.
Yeah, his back 2 is back. It's still a really good overhead, and it goes into these fun moves.
Yeah, all the follow-ups are still there after that, when they're in the air.
I'm really glad Black Adam's back. He was actually, when I used to be in QA, was one of the first characters I played with.
He is. He still has his dive kick, which is super fast. It launches them. Aaron, you've been playing Black Adam a lot lately. What would you say are the big changes to his base gameplay?
One of my favorite things about him is actually his new move, if you want to show that off. It's advancing high. The second hit's mid, third hit's an overhead. All hits of it are safe, so you can, you don't have to complete it. You can stop whenever you want. But yeah, it's extremely fast. If you want to just show the range on it, it hits from really far away, so it's really good for punishing unsafe stuff that has a lot of pushback.
What's that move called?
Riddle of the Sphinx.
Yeah, there you go. I'm like forward 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so it's a great whiff punisher. Like, while he's walking back, making you whiff, you want to come into him, and if you miss, you're gonna lose a lot of life.
Right. Maybe I could. All
right, let's see this.
Let's do.
Okay.
This is called. What is this called? The Tyler Lansdowne. Can I complete a combo in 5 tries?
Okay.
So we're gonna ask the chat. How many tries will it take me to complete this combo?
3.
For me, thank you. You guess?
7.
Whoa. Burke says 2. Thank you. This, I would say, for me right now, because I haven't played it very much, is a 5 out of 10 on the skill difficulty.
I want to change from my 2 then.
What do you think?
6.
6? 2 to 6?
He just prices righted me.
Oh, come on. All right, here we go.
I had 7.
Here we go. We got 4, 5 million. We're not going to try it that many times. 8, 3, 4. I'm gonna say 2. Can I get an answer?
Yeah.
I was watching the other screen to do it. Here we go. You ready?
That was a drop.
No,
yeah, that doesn't count.
No, it's at 11. Oh, you're right.
The first part.
Yeah, the first
part. Did I miss it?
You got this, though.
Did I miss it again?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no! We'll try one more time. Pretty cool, though, right?
Yeah. What we've seen so far is cool.
Okay, well, you see where it is.
And you'll notice, even dropping it, he's doing 40%. So Black Adam hits really hard in this game.
Right. And another nice thing about that is obviously his overhead is still one of his back two is one of his core moves. People want to block high all the time, so they'll be walking back. So that long range high lets you check people with that all the time. If you cancel into his trait, it's a very advantageous situation off of that. You
his
can go
character
for a
power
throw.
is basically back. He puts the orbs out. And then the opponent basically can't do much of all. He can go in and get the damage, and if they go in and attack him, they're going to take the damage.
And those are his accessory as well. So
yes.
There's a ton of different types of orbs
There's
he can get.
some really cool
And I'm hoping, this is not a promise, that we might show some really cool gear tomorrow during the gear screen that has something to do with those orbs.
I'm excited.
Maybe so. We'll see what happens. Well, you'll be here, so you won't be dizzy.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So Black Adam, like we talk about legacy characters, really still sort of, he maintains, if you play Black Adam, he does maintain a semblance of what you knew. With a new, really cool advancing move,
right.
he kind of stayed, there's a lot of them that did stay a bit the same, but he plays, so if you played him, you can play him again very well.
Yeah, I think fans of Black Adam that really liked his playstyle in the original are going to be very happy. It's everything you liked, and then he has a new toy to play with. It's very, very fun. Yeah. And it really complements what made him a powerful character in the first game.
That new advancing move is really good for him.
It also looks absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Let's just give a shout out to that.
To the Riddle of the Sphinx?
His effects are amazing. I think they might be my favorite in the game.
So, Riddle of the Sphinx. Should we tell the Riddle of the Sphinx story?
Sure.
Okay, so back when we were in QA, I was in QA and I used to create a file that would have combos that I came up with that were nowhere as good as anybody else's, but I wanted to have a file for myself. So I would always name them something cool, right? Yes. So my Black Adam combo was called Riddle of the Sphinx. Yes. And then I sent it around to everybody and said, hey, everybody, check out Riddle of the Sphinx. And that's when Steve decided he thought I was okay.
Yeah, first knowing you, I didn't really know you that well.
Right. That's how people start.
Right. That was the moment where I'm like, this guy literally names combos, something lore-based, not big damage combo, like lore-based names, and then runs around the QA lab demanding everyone look at the videos. This guy, I like this guy.
I don't know if I was demanding it so much.
Do you think maybe the Riddle of the Sphinx is why it doesn't have a nose?
Well, we actually know the answer to that.
Yeah.
When the Flash supers you.
The Riddle of the Sphinx, it's man. Right? Okay.
Did you guys notice there's two different supers where Egyptian monuments are destroyed?
Oh, man.
Would you like to see the second one?
Let's do it.
That one was awesome.
That's so cool. Let's talk about some of the gear stuff we got.
Let's talk about loadouts. So, let's say you like Black Adam, but you want to kind of freshen up his playstyle. You want to make your own version of Black Adam, right? His abilities are very, very interesting. First, we gave him the Deity's Bolt, which this tracks anywhere, is very, very quick, and the meter burn version pops them up. So this replaces the black magic and is basically an enhanced version of black magic. So you're giving up black magic for a better full screen move. Then we gave him Power of how is that pronounced?
Aton, I believe.
Do you actually know that?
I think it's Aton. Yeah.
Aton. This replaces his low lightning, and it's an incredibly fast beam. The meter burn one does a big chunk of damage. It's a high, but it's it's pretty much instant, and it's multiple hits. So if they try to armor something, they're gonna get blown up. Yeah, I don't think so, Batman.
Didn't plan for that.
Yeah. Prepare for this. Also, that armor is pretty great.
Yeah.
That is great.
Alright, so one more loadout.
All right, so first we gave him, he is obviously a character that dominates the, whoa, that's nice.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
Someone was actually asking about that recently.
People want to see no capes,
We could not talk about it, and here you go.
I believe we showed it in a stream a while back, actually. Moving on.
Well, it's so cool, it needs to be brought up twice.
Sure.
There you go, no cape. So his air mobility is obviously one of the key things that makes him good. We gave him an air lightning cage. So at any point he can just drop down, and it's still a combo starter, it has the exact same properties, and it's super fast. So you can kind of mix up doing a jump in, doing the air cage, and doing the dive kick. So it's yet another option with his air mobility.
Lets him control the air a little more than even base Black Adam.
And then lastly, he actually has a couple abilities that give him a whole new character power. And this one's really cool. It's actually a tribute to the late Billy Batson. He gets Billy's Shazam's character power. All of his punches now do increased damage. Soul of Shazam. So if you're an offensive player and you're like, you know what, I love Black Adam, but I'm a YOLO in your face kind of guy, you can use this one, and then it'll buff all your punch damage. You see, it's pretty noticeable.
Can you show the orbs? Oh, you can't because it's not. Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't have the orbs.
Dang! I put really cool orbs on this one, but they won't be there because it's not there. Well, we'll see those when the game comes out. My bad.
So that's just the sample of his abilities. He has a few more that enhance his moves and give him brand new moves.
All right.
Fight. How about his fellow Teen Titan, Damian?
Okay.
That's canon, right?
Sure, you're the cop. You're the cop.
Well, actually, everyone knows Cyborg's now a founding member of the Justice League.
Fair. Everyone knows that.
All right, so Cyborg has actually, unlike Aquaman, Aquaman was really, really good before, so he kind of plays similar. Cyborg has gone through a ton of changes. He is still a zoning powerhouse. He's still projectile-based, but we've given him a few tricks. Number one, he has a new combo. This is 2-3, and it'll knock you far away. It's a very fast mid, and it's actually neutral on block, so it's totally safe.
Meaning, to those who don't know what neutral on block means, you kind of just...
Cyborg and Robin will both be able to attack at the same time. Like, Cyborg is not just sitting there open for an attack. It's a very quick recovery, essentially.
If it's blocked, he's still fine.
He's fine, and the opponent's fine, and you're just kind of...
You're friends.
You're literally There's no friends in combat.
You're true. You're right about that. I'm sorry.
So Cyborg up close was never really that powerful, and this is just a fun little tool that you can use.
Right.
He also has new angle. His fireballs are back, but he can now do an upwards one. And he can hold it just like the other one. He can meter burn it, and he'll do 2. And his air fireball's back, and he actually has an air downwards fireball. And again, he can meter burn it. So Cyborg was a character that really kept you out and just shipped you out and didn't let you come in and preyed on your mistakes, and now he has even more options.
Okay.
And you can cancel out of this, keep the opponent guessing, you can hold it, let it go.
You can hold that?
You can. Robin has to hold that.
Yep.
Another change to boost his offense a little is he has his power fist. In the original, the meter burn just knocked you down. It is now actually combo starter. So that improves his combo ability. That's a combo.
Yeah.
And his Techno Tackle's back. That's now invisible wake-up attack. So if he's getting, when the opponent finally does get in and they get their offense going, that's an invincible move that he can use to try to get out of trouble. And his missiles are back. They now hit mid, and he can still do close, medium, or far. And his vacuum's back, which he can do in the air. And he can charge it. And that's just a safe move that you can cancel into, and it'll push the opponent away, and then you can go back to your fireballs.
Got it.
So the biggest change, though, is to his character power. It's been completely redone. The heal is gone, and he now uses Mother Box technology. So he has multiple versions. You can put it out, and then this drone will fly. And the neat thing is, he can actually fully move once he releases it. So he can do this, and then while it's out, he could be shooting fireballs, and the whole screen is covered.
Yep.
He can also do a little Roomba floor drone, which is a slow-moving drone that'll go across the screen. It hits, it pops up. So you could do strategies like zoning. You put the Roomba out, and then you can actually advance. You can go in, and the opponent has to block that. They have to be looking out for that. He plays his game, and if they're not paying attention, they're going to get launched. And he's free to do all of his attacks. There is quite a long cooldown, but they're very, very powerful. They do not go away on hit. They pop the opponent up. They absolutely control the screen. It really enhances his screen control, which he was already really good at.
Let's say you're really close to Robin.
You're really close to Robin.
And you don't want to be there anymore.
And you don't want to be there anymore.
How do you get out?
You use grapple, which
There
I
we
forgot
go.
about, so thanks for reminding me. His grapple is back.
I like how I had to give it to you in riddle. Like, how would you do that?
He also has a new throw, which I like using his grapple.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
So, you want to show super?
Yeah. Oh, bam!
My favorite part is how he destroys the Parademon with the beam, if
Yeah.
you look closely. So essentially, in a nutshell, it's the same Cyborg from part 1, but he's a little bit better up close, a little better combos, a couple new strings, and he's even better from afar. So basically, we took a character that had one area that he excelled in, expanded a little bit, and made him excel even further in that, so he's in a really good place in this game. I think Cyborg fans are going to be really happy.
Awesome. Shall we show some loadouts?
How about some loadouts?
Let's do it. I saw your loadouts that you chose earlier, and your color
coloring
schemes are pretty good.
I like it.
Oof.
All right, so for this one, I wanted to go with mobility. Maybe you're playing a match where Cyborg zoning is just not that effective, and you actually want to get it. Or maybe you just like playing YOLO Cyborg with his new combo opportunities, right? So I gave him a mobility one. The first one is an air charge. You will actually, in the air at any time you can do it, you'll go in. And this has a really neat meter burn, because this move is unsafe, and it's kind of high risk, low reward, but you can make it safe by meter burning it by actually grappling forward, or you can choose to grapple away. So that's just another move you can use to enhance his air mobility. And then another big one is he gets a boom tube teleport. It is super fast, really good recovery, so, you know, you could even use his drone and then teleport in. They have to block the drone, he goes for his throw mix-ups.
Right.
And he can do this back or next to the opponent. So this completely changes the way Cyborg plays.
So now this is a very mobile Cyborg.
Very, very mobile Cyborg. And he retains, you know, all of his projectile special moves. So now he can get in and he can keep the opponent out.
Gotcha.
One more loadout.
Ooh. That's cool.
Now this ability I gave, I really, really love. This is an absolute game changer. This actually replaces his character power with full-on armor. Now, if you were familiar with Lex Luthor in the original Injustice, it's very similar. Once he puts this on, he can charge it up to 3 levels, and then he walks around, and while he's glowing, he has armor. And he is free to do any of his moves. And if he absorbs an attack, he can just recover and then start going in. So that's incredibly effective. So let's say you're fighting another zoner. You know, he can turn this on, and he can afford to take trades. He can go get his zoning going, get the life lead. You can see his projectiles do a lot of damage. Or let's say it's a matchup where he can't really zone, and he has to go in. You can put this in, then go in, and there's all kind of crazy strategies. You can intentionally take hits and then punish the recovery. Some moves that are punishable will now be safe because of the armor, and it all depends on how long you charge it. And you can actually dash out of it if you just want to real quick go to level 1. Cool. So this is an enormously powerful character ability. The trade-off, of course, is you do lose the mother box powers.
Right. But they're also powerful.
He has several more that we're gonna save for next week that I can't wait.
Save for another day.
Another day.
Awesome. So, thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
That was Cyborg.
I'm the true king. Wrong, imposter.
Quickly, what Aquaman was in Injustice 1?
Aquaman in Injustice 1 and in Injustice 2 is kind of the master of mid-range combat.
Okay.
There's a lot of characters that are defensive characters that are really good from full screen.
Right.
He is very, very good from this range because of his trident. He outranges almost every character in the game. And his moves are very fast. And they do a lot of damage.
Yep.
So from full screen, he has his Tentacle Strike, which kind of replaces his From the Deep in the original game. And this
Which was a great move. This really ups the ante on it, though. This looks great.
Tentacle?
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. He's doing the boop, 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 boop. The octopus is underground.
Can we go to the camera on that, please?
Boop, 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 boop.
Okay, back to the game.
So the nice thing about this move is it tracks the opponent anywhere, and a lot of moves have like a close, medium, and far. It's automatic. You're telling the octopus, and the octopus knows where to go. This is an intelligent, I would say, a level 10 intellect octopus. And when you meter burn it, you get another one. So it's a lot of damage. I'm missing it, but.
Well, what? It's so funny. We talk a lot.
I'm retired, man. Come on.
We talk a lot about how you are. We make the joke about you being washed up.
Yes.
And now we're playing Aquaman.
And
you are washed up.
I'm beyond. I'm just in 11 miles down in the ocean.
He cannot hit from the deep into from the deep.
Yeah, but look at this. This is gonna be the first try.
I could train my sister on this. Come on, Steve. Yeah, back 3.
So this is another new move. His 4-2-3 in the original, he still has it, but he would throw the opponent the opposite way. Now you can enter combos for big damage and actually keep them in front of you.
So you can choose or put them in the corner.
You could put them in the corner.
Keep them in the corner.
Keep them in the corner. You could throw them mid-screen if you want, if you don't even want to deal with them.
Right.
His other moves are back. His Trident Toss it's not the greatest projectile, but it gets the job done. His Scoop now, one interesting thing is normally it just knocks you down and he gets a little damage. You have to meter burn it, and then you get a combo. Look at that. It was only 2 tries. Look at that. Across the board in the game, for the most part, special moves don't combo unless you meter burn, so he's no longer an exception. All of his big normals are back. His back 1-2, his forward 1, the second hit's still an overhead. His 2-2-3, it's an overhead. And then, obviously, the big returning move is his Trident Rush. This is kind of what the character is built on. And the thing is, you meter burn it, it does a lot of damage. And you'll also see it does a ton of block damage. Now, you notice, in the original game, one of the reasons the moves was so powerful is he built meter back every time it was blocked. In this one, meter burn moves do not build meter on block. So he can do it, and he can do a lot of chip damage, which is what he's meant to do, but he's not building meter back to just keep looping it over and over again.
So that's what made him really strong in Injustice 1.
Right.
Not only could he, get good block damage, but he was also getting meter back at the same time.
So he could outrange you, and he could do all this chip damage, and he could just keep looping it. So we wanted to keep that design because it's very fun for Aquaman players. If you're a defensive player, he was one of the defensive players' favorite characters. So we wanted to keep that. He still does a lot of chip. He's still going to outrange everyone. He's still going to anti everyone. But it's just a little more fair because he can't just loop it. He has to think more about how he's going to use his super meter.
Give me control here. Cool.
So let's also talk about his character power, which is back. It's Water of Life, and this actually allows him to block attacks that you normally can't.
Which one am I going on?
You should be first name, last name.
Got it. Cool.
All right, so if I turn it on and you do, for example, 3-2, that didn't work. Oh, it's because I'm getting knocked off the air. Do 1-1-2. You see he's able to block. Now, normally it's a combo. Do 1-1-2. So if Aquaman has this on, he can actually take the hits and then get out of a combo. Now, this is an extremely powerful character power. It was arguably the most powerful in the game in the last one, and it's still really, really great, but it doesn't last quite as long. So, again, we wanted him to play very similar, but just be a little bit more fair for the other players. So he can still use it to get out of combos.
Does he, now, show that again. How long, what's the recharge on it? So it doesn't last super long.
It doesn't last super long.
And it has a pretty...
Yeah, the recharge is pretty long.
Pretty substantial, yeah.
The same strategies that you would use, like maybe you get knocked down and you preemptively do it in case they block your wake-up attack, or you can actually see that you get comboed. Those same strategies still apply, but because the cooldown's so long, you're going to have to think about it more.
Right. Can he block projectiles?
If he has, he can always block projectiles.
I mean, doesn't he have a move?
Oh, Water Shield is back, and you're still able to cancel it, and this will absorb any projectile, and you can meter burn it and it'll explode. Still a great wake-up attack. Still the ultimate round closer. You got one hit left, and he puts this on. Come at me, bro.
Dunsies.
Yeah.
People say dunsies, right?
No, they don't.
Okay.
I actually don't think they say
I thought they did. That's on me. Okay.
So essentially, Aquaman, he's pretty basic. If you liked him in the original, you're probably still going to like him. He plays relatively similar. He's still a really good character. Awesome new throw.
Oh, that's amazing.
So why don't we talk about some of his abilities?
Let's do it.
All right, so the first one I gave him.
Ooh.
Yeah, I really like the pants, and I really like the trident. The first one I gave him is the Call of Ocean Master. Ocean Master, as you know, is his evil half-brother.
Lore cop.
Now, this move is a buff. It's a brand new move, and this increases the chip damage on all his attacks. So let's check this out. Can you block?
Generally not. Let's go to the corner.
All right, let's go to the corner and hold down. All you have to do is hold down near that toilet.
Gotcha.
All right, so this is the chip damage normally, right? That's pretty substantial, right?
Right.
Now look at this bad boy. All right, let's start over. Hold on. This is going to be outrageous. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of chip damage. So you put this on, and he's even better than he was in Injustice 1 with his chip damage.
That made me so mad I hit you with a toilet.
Yeah,
like,
that's... The toilet doesn't really hurt Aquaman, though, because it's full of water, and Aquaman just absorbs it and gets stronger.
It's also full of ceramic.
So this buff is extremely powerful. If you're a player who just likes to hold back and just do down one trident rush, that's your game. That's how you're getting top 8 at tournaments. You turn this on, and you're the ultimate version of that chip damage Aquaman.
Right.
So the second move I gave him is actually really interesting. It is an offensive move. It is the power of Neptune. He puts his trident on the ground, and then a few seconds later it'll explode. And he can do a close version, and he can do this far version. And it actually has a blast radius you can see. And he has a meter burn version, which will do additional damage and knock them up. So this is a move where maybe you're a player and you like to keep your distance, you like to do from the deep, check them with this. You can then use this, and you have offense from full screen.
Oh,
so it'll really radically change his playstyle. It's kind of, he can use it on setups. It's
a really good check.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting move for Aquaman, who's traditionally kind of a basic character that just keeps people away. He can actually use this offensively.
Awesome.
So one more loadout?
Let's play him against player 2 loadout 4.
All right. Is there something special about loadout 4?
Nah, just loadout 4.
All right.
Let's take a look, though, huh? Oh my, it's Grid.
It's Grid.
Grid.
All right, so this loadout I used, and I gave him enhanced meter burn moves. So let me show you. In the original game, he did not have a meter burn trident toss. With this ability, he can meter burn it, and it's faster and does a boatload of damage. And then secondly, I gave him a new meter burn water shield that actually goes full screen.
It's like the things. Oh, it's so cool. I haven't seen this one yet.
Really?
You did this, though. You put these together, so I didn't see this. That's cool.
So it goes from just like a cheap way to win rounds to an actual projectile.
Can I jump it?
Yeah, you can jump it if you're ready, but it's going to be hard. Ready? Go.
Yep.
Oh!
Hey! Cool. You know people want to see the super, too.
You're right. All right. And this actually travels full screen. It's a very good super.
All that green coming out of Grid, too. Grid is super cool. That's a fun surprise for everybody, right?
Yeah,
You're going to see Grid as well. So that is...
How do you get Grid?
You link the console game to the mobile game.
Excellent.
Or mobile game to the console game.